Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by CloudyXAutumn on Wattpad. Now let's start. Leave me alone, Kacchan. A green-haired boy screamed. Tears streamed down his soft freckled face as he looked at his tormentor with fear in his eyes. 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 was the tormentor, his former childhood friend. He decided he just wouldn't be friends with poor little Izuku after he developed his quirk. He was too strong to be hanging around someone weaker. And why should I? You're nothing but a useless Deku. Bakugo spat as he sent his explosions at Midoriya. Midoriya held out his hands, prepared for the heat of the blast, but when he opened his eyes the explosion was frozen, in action. Huh? What did you do, Deku? Bakugo screamed as he ran up to the small boy and lifted him up by his collar. I don't know. I'm dizzy. Everything's going. Poor little Midoriya passed out right there, and after he did the same explosion Bakugo sent out went back into action, blasting Bakugo instead of the frail 4-year-old. Leave him alone, Bakugo. He's just some weakling. Let's go play tag. One of Bakugo's goons shouted. Fine. Poor little Midoriya didn't wake up till dark. His mom, Izuku Midoriya, got worried and drove to the park to find her son just sitting there. Worried, she scooped him up and drove him to the hospital to see what could have happened to have let him pass out. He hadn't woken up even after she tried, so she was concerned like the mother she was. Izuku Midoriya. A doctor said, signaling for him to come forth. She quickly sprung from her seat and ran into the room to see what the doctor had to say about Izuku. She sat down beside her son and listened to the doctor. It seems like his quirk finally kicked in. I don't know what it is exactly since he's passed out. Don't worry, he should wake up in the morning. This is what usually happens after a kid's quirk comes in. However, it's usually when a powerful quirk comes in, so I'd be careful for a bit until you find out what the quirk is exactly. Be careful around him. Here's your papers. You're free to take your son and go home. Izuku nodded her head, took her son, and went home. The next day Midoriya woke up feeling funny. He brushed it off and walked to the bathroom but was surprised as to what he saw in the mirror. His eyes were red and turquoise. His pupils had what seemed like glitch marks around them. He ran downstairs in utter shock. He screamed. Izuku was alarmed and ran to her son. What's wrong, dear? My eyes. What's wrong with your eyes? They changed color and it looks like it's in the middle of a glitch. What's going on? Calm down, dear. The doctor said it's your quirk kicking eye dash. My quirk. Yay. It's finally here. What is it? Izuku exclaimed. He was ecstatic. The boy had been longing and patiently waiting for a quirk ever since he discovered a pro hero, All Might. He loved All Might with a burning passion, his ability to save people in need, be strong, and be on top. It's everything Izuku wanted. We don't know yet, dear. It looks like it has something to do with a glitch considering what your eyes look like. Here, have breakfast and go to school. You'll figure it out eventually. Fin. He stubbornly got dressed, ate breakfast, and went to school. However, when he made it there he got weird stares. He knew why. It was his eyes. They looked different. Deku, what's up with your eyes? Bakugo screamed in dismay as he backed away from the boy like he had the plague. My quirk came in. I don't know what it is yet, but according to Mom it's going to be strong. Midoriya exclaimed. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, your quirk won't be strong, Deku. You're a weakling. A reject. No one likes you. Bakugo hissed as he sent out another explosion. Midoriya again put his hands up on defense, but this time, instead of the explosion stopping entirely, it glitched to another spot and exploded elsewhere. What the heck, Deku, stop doing that. Bakugo grumbled as he ran at Midoriya. Midoriya fell back and flinched hard, hoping to be elsewhere. He didn't want to get hurt. When he opened his eyes, however, he was no longer in front of Bakugo. He was at the other side of the room. How did you do that? Bakugo screamed. Calm down, Bakugo. This is a preschool, not a playground, the teacher warned as she walked up to Midoriya. Hello, Izuku dear. I know you're new to this and it's your first time experiencing your quirk, but do you think you can keep it under control for today? Thanks. Midoriya looked at her quite dumbstruck. He didn't know how to control whatever this quirk was. Heck, he didn't even know how he was doing what he was doing. Later that day, his mom decided it'd be best if he went and got a quirk test by a doctor to figure out what it was exactly. Midoriya was forced through a series of trials where his quirk was demonstrated. In the end, they finally figured out what it was. Alright ma'am, it seems your son has a powerful quirk as I anticipated. Here's a paper listing exactly what it is. The doctor handed Inko the paper as she read it aloud for Izuku to hear. Izuku Midoriya quirk glitch. This quirk allows the user to glitch themselves wherever they want and glitch quirks however they please. With this, the user can pause quirks, rewind quirks, fast forward quirks, extinguish the quirk entirely and move the quirk output to another spot. The drawback, however, is a bit severe. If used too much, the quirk user can experience extreme migraines. A quirk glitch in where the user's quirk activates on its own and does what it can do, vomiting, passing out, in a glitchy experience, as in they will see the glitch lines around their body and feel it. These drawbacks will only occur if the quirk is used too much, so don't go overboard. This is a powerful quirk. Use it for good and be cautious. Inko read. Izuku gleamed with excitement. This quirk was way better than Bakugo's. May I recommend you something? The doctor asked. What? Inko asked. With a quirk as strong as his, you should put him in this program. It'll train him to be the best of the best. He'll come out a top-tier hero. Of course, it's your choice, but this is the best decision. Everything that will undergo is explained in this paper. The doctor handed No another paper. She read it aloud for Izuku to hear again. Hero Admission Agency for the best of the best. Kids with strong quirks deserve to get the best shot at becoming a hero, and so you should enroll your kid here. It's completely free. The kid will be trained physically, trained mentally, trained how to use their quirk, be taught how to be a hero. Go to UA. The kid will be kept at a boarding house where everything will be provided, and you'll be able to see them once a week if the kid wants. Don't miss this opportunity. Izuku jumped up in excitement. He wanted to go. Can I go, Mom? Inko looked at her son a bit worried. He was only 4. This was a big decision that could and would change his life forever. Please see. He begged. Inko sighed. Well, there doesn't seem to be any risk, and this would be a good opportunity, so. If it's what you want, then I guess I could enroll you, Yayi. Thank you, ma'am, you won't regret this. Just sign this paper and from now on he'll be enrolled. People will come to pick him up this Friday. All right, Inko signed the papers. The doctor quickly put the paper in an envelope and sealed it. All right, ma'am, make sure to pack your son's things. They exited the office and went back home. Midoriya was gleaming excitement. He was so excited that you could see him slightly glitching in his seat. Made it home. Inko packed all his things. Little did she know that would be useless. When Friday rolled around, Midoriya waved his last goodbye to his mom and Bakugo, where he was taken away. Forever. When he made it there, things weren't as he expected. He was sent to his room. All his stuff had been taken as well. His room was frightening. There were metal bars that lined the outside of the windows like jail bars. The walls were a sickly gray. There was a bright ceiling light, 2 small twin beds that sat in opposing corners of the room with black bed sheets, a wooden desk across from it, a closet to the left of the desk, and a bathroom in a separate room within the room. Midoriya was only allowed to have his one figurine, an All Might figurine. He was forced to wear some odd bracelet. He never knew why, but he knew that whenever he had it on, he couldn't use his quirk. The first day he was there, things weren't as he wanted it to be. As he got himself acquainted, someone else came in, his roommate. He had golden yellow eyes, dirty blonde hair, and big red bird wings. He was 7 years older than little Midoriya. Looks like you got thrown into this hell too. Get comfortable, you aren't going to like it here. Stay on your side of the room and we can get to know each other, I guess. The 11-year-old said. Midoriya cracked into his bed and sighed. Fear began to make itself at home in his heart. You can call me Hawks, it's what everyone around here calls me. I was sent here when I was 4, just like you, I guess. My quirk is being able to fly and manipulate my feathers. Now who are you? I am Izuku Midoriya. It's my first day here. My quirk is called glitch. I can glitch quirks and glitch to places. I guess that's why you were forced to wear the band. You'd have the easiest way to escape since you can pretty much teleport. I guess. I'ma tell you things how they are, don't expect me to sugarcoat things. We're government pets here, whatever was on that paper at the doctor's office was a complete lie. You won't ever see your mom or other people in your life again, you're trapped here for the rest of your life, and not everyone makes it out alive here. What do you mean? Midoriya exclaimed as tears began to stream down his face. The training they're going to put you through is like nothing you've ever seen before. It'll be like living through hell. If you make it out alive, things just get harder and harder. Poor kid. I'll never see mom again. Midoriya choked as he began to sob. They don't like people who cry. They'll punish you. What? If they catch you crying, you're going to go through the punishment system. Hawks shuddered while mentioning it. They don't like weaklings, they'll beat the tears out of you. You can't display emotions around here. If you do, then you're pretty much asking to be hurt. Stay on the down low and don't bring too much attention to yourself on the first day. Okay. Midoriya, despite saying what he said, couldn't hold back his tears. Hawks only sighed and laid in his bed ready to go to sleep. There was nothing else to do. Poor little Midoriya. He had no idea what he signed up for. Midoriya was abruptly woken up the next morning by a very, very loud alarm that blared through his room. He felt his heartbeat out of his chest as he got out of bed. What's going on? He screamed. Hawks sighed. You'll get used to it eventually. It's the wake-up call for every morning to ensure we all wake up to prepare. Get dressed. But the sun hasn't even risen yet. Yeah, I know. I told you aren't going to like this place. You might as well start adjusting now. Hawks threw some clothes at Midoriya. It was a gray shirt and briefs. Hawks had the same exact outfit. He quickly got dressed and followed Hawks, scared. He didn't know what was going on anymore. His entire world had just flipped upside down. When he walked out, the first thing he saw was 20 other kids wearing the same outfit, all come out of their rooms too. Follow me, kid. This place is like a maze. Hawks sighed as he grabbed onto Midoriya's wrist. Midoriya stuck by close to him and followed Hawks down a long set of stairs. When he made it down, he found a cafeteria. Everything was so bleak. No color, nothing. Everything was gray, black, and white themed. The walls were gray, tables were gray, floors were black, ceiling lights were white. It was like a prison. Hawks lined up and grabbed some breakfast. Midoriya grabbed some too. He took him to where he would usually sit. Who's the twerp, Hawks? Another older kid asked. He was wearing bandages, had spiky white hair with streaks of red, had blue eyes, and also wore the same gray outfit. Toya Todoroki. He's my new roommate. Oh, Dsudharu. You know. Yeah, he's gone. Hawks looked down at the ground, hiding his remorse. They were trained not to show emotion. If they did, they'd be punished. Hawks didn't want to show his ever-growing sadness. What's your name, twerp? Izuku Midoriya. Get rid of that stutter if you don't want to get a severe punishment by the superiors. Okay. Midoriya dug into his breakfast. It wasn't the best. It was protein and vitamin-packed. It didn't have a good taste, but he was starving and that was all that was there to offer. Eat fast, we don't have a lot of time. Midoriya hurried in his eating, and just in time as well, an announcement went off. Make your ways to your training rooms now. Come on, kid, considering you were lumped with me, we got the same trainer. Hawks said. Midoriya nodded his head and followed Hawks all the way up the stairs. Toya also followed along. The way the system was organized was that people who lived in a certain sect would have certain trainers. People go to different sects based on their quirk potential and strength. Hawks, Toya, and Midoriya were all in the same sect, the highest level sect. The worst sect to be in. Despite the three being on the top floor, they were still within the building. Midoriya clung onto Hawks like he was going to die without him. Line up. Get into formation, someone screamed as they walked out of a trainer room. He wore a gray shirt and briefs, however, his looked more like training clothes compared to the ones given to the kids. He was their instructor, the superior. Midoriya didn't know what the formation was and refused to let go of Hawks. Because of this. Why haven't you forced the boy off? I'm sorry, sir, he's new and 𝗓𝗏𝗍𝗍 talking back. The superior pulled out a remote and pressed it, aiming at 𝗧𝗏𝗧. Electric cackles could be heard emitting on 𝗧𝗏𝗧's back, near his wings. He fell to the ground, holding back tears. Midoriya stared in fear. This was his fault. Who are you and what's your quirk? I haven't seen you around here before. The superior spat. There were a total of 25 kids in the room. Midoriya gulped, swallowing a lump in his throat. I'm Izuku Midoriya. My quirk is glitch, and what does this quirk do? I can pause, rewind, glitch, and send quirk outputs elsewhere. What do you mean by glitch? I guess you can call it teleporting. Oh, so you're the problem that was brought up in yesterday's meeting. Come with me. Now. Midoriya held back tears as he followed the scary man into the faculty room. Every other kid there knew what was coming to poor little Midoriya. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 finally was done with being zapped. He slowly got back up and groaned. You can't care too much about the twerp like you cared about Haru. It doesn't look like he'll make it out alive. Toya said. I know. Midoriya was strapped down to a chair and blindfolded. Tears began to stream down his face as he felt a needle get forcefully injected into his shoulder. He had been chipped. After that, he felt something lock around his neck, a shock collar. He was like a dog. The 𝗵𝗃𝗲𝗏 was removed, as was the quirk canceller, as he was shoved back with the rest of the kids. Your assigned name will now be Matrix. Since your quirk is a glitch that works fine. I expect you to explain to him the protocol of how everything works around here since you are his roommate. Understood? Yes, sir. Now Matrix line up with the rest of them exactly how 𝗧𝗏𝗧 is standing. 𝗧𝗏𝗧 had his arms behind his back and was standing straight up, as was everyone else. Midoriya ran beside him and copied him to his best ability. Matrix. Because you are new here, I need you to demonstrate your quirk entirely. You said you can change quirk outputs and teleport, correct? Why, sir? Then glitch beside me right now. Midoriya closed his eyes and focused. He really didn't want to stand beside that man, but what choice did he have? A haze of blue, red, and white struck as he glitched beside the man. I see why the doctors called it a glitch. Pyre. Send your flames at the boy. Okay. Toya sighed as he removed his bandages. Midoriya gulped hard as he watched his superior shove him forward. At the same time, Toya sent his raging flames. Midoriya focused on the flames and paused them entirely. It was glitching in the air, frozen. White, red, blue, glitch marks ran across the fire as Midoriya kept it paused. Interesting. Can you do that to people, or is it only quirk outputs? The doctor said quirk outputs only. Get rid of that stutter before I make you get rid of it, the superior threatened. Right, sir. What else can you do to it? This. Midoriya focused and glitched the fire to another location, across the room away from everyone. He was able to see 𝗧𝗏𝗧's slightly surprised face as well as the rest of the 25 kids there. I can also. Midoriya rewound the fire to a small flame, keeping it paused. He then demonstrated the fire growing large, forwarding it in its spot. After he put it out entirely. Good, I see why they put you in this sect. Go back to formation now, Matrix. The superior hissed. Midoriya flinched and glitched beside 𝗧𝗏𝗧. Now that you all know what his quirk does, I see no reason for any of you to ask questions. Now let's begin with the drills. 200 push-ups, 300 pull-ups, 100 Russian twists, 10-minute plank jog in place for 5 minutes, and 500 sit-ups. No breaks. If anyone takes a break, another 100 will be added onto all of them. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 said Deku was taken to a hero admissions agency to be trained to be a hero because of his quirk. But that means that he has a stronger quirk. That's not possible. And didn't 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗁 say he'd still come to school? What's going on? Bakugo thought to himself. It was the first time ever Midoriya hadn't been at school, and it was oddly peaceful. Bakugo didn't have anyone to pick on. However, he was infuriated. How did Deku out of all people get picked for something that cool? So naive, he had no idea what was happening to poor little Midoriya. Midoriya grew exhausted after the first 10 push-ups, but he wasn't allowed to take breaks. He didn't want to be a burden on the rest of the class, so he kept pushing through. However, once he made it to the planks, he passed out. The intense workout was a shock to his underdeveloped body. He was 4 after all. Due to the fact he passed out, the other had to do another 10 minutes of planks and an added 100 of everything else while he was taken back to his room to rest up. However, things wouldn't go so easy for him when he wakes up. People already took a disliking to Midoriya. His weak body made him that way. No one likes a runt. After the intense body workout, everyone else was split to do their personal training. The most intense training of all. Hawks was blindfolded and put in a complete cement room. He had to shoot the moving darts with his feathers based on what he could hear. After training like that for so long, he already knew how to do it, but it required immense concentration. Toya was instructed to send out full blasts of his flames at its highest at a quirk-absorbing mat. It hurt, the flames burned him, but he couldn't do anything about it. The rest of the kids there had their own training. After the hell that went on for 5 hours, they were all sent to their rooms and given food. Toya likes to hang out in Hawks' room. He didn't have the nicest roommate. "It's this twerp's fault we had to do that extra stuff," he groaned. "You were literally the same when you came here, Toya. Cut the kid some slack." "We can't, you already know what's going to happen the moment he wakes up." "I know. But there isn't much we can do." Midoriya's eyes fluttered awake, his body felt sore all over. He looked around and saw Hawks and Toya both staring at him with slight remorse and worry in their eyes. It was hard to pick up on. "Matrix, make your way to the isolation chamber." A speaker went off in the room. Hawks gulped. He had received that punishment multiple times. It was the worst. "Good luck, kid. You'll need it," Toya sighed as he watched Midoriya walk out the door. Immediately after he stepped out of his room, 2 big adults dragged him away to the isolation chamber that was all the way at the bottom floor. Midoriya was thrown in there, all alone. There was nothing in the room, it was just complete cement with an air vent for oxygen. "Your punishment for not following through with the exercises is going to be more intense training in this room whilst being shocked, so that when you go back to your regular training your body is already regulated to handle worse. You will be served small rations of food and not be allowed to see anyone for an entire week until your superior deems you ready to go back to your normal training. Your quirk won't work here." After that final note, Midoriya felt a zap around his neck. It was hot and hurt. It wasn't the only zap that came through. The collar tightened as more shocks were sent through Midoriya's system. Midoriya screamed for help, but it was no use. No one could see him, hear him, or even help him. He was trapped. Now 𝗵𝗃𝗃, survive the water. Starting now. The room Midoriya was in rapidly began to fill with water. Water began to fill the room. Midoriya stared at the vent that was pumping the water in. "And oh no. I'm gonna die. Stop." Midoriya tried to activate his quirk, but his quirk was being cancelled. He couldn't break free. The zapping hadn't stopped. He could feel his neck go raw as he slowly began to float. The water levels were increasing fast. The water made the electric shocking worse. He could feel it through his entire body rather than just the area around his neck. "Help. Someone please." He screamed as he started to plunge under. He didn't know how to swim. Midoriya couldn't breathe anymore. Add on the zapping that was wasting his oxygen and he passed out. In the water. "Why don't have this one die? His quirk is too useful for that. Fish him out," a superior hissed as he looked at Midoriya from a one-sided window. Despite the room looking like it was completely cement, it was only a thin layer of cement. Behind the cement was a viewing window. They could see through the cement. They controlled all that happened to him within the room. "Fine." The water drained out, revealing a soaked Midoriya. A worker walked in there and pumped out the water in his lungs and healed him with a quirk. Midoriya gasped, waking up. He was greeted by a slap to the face by the superior that helped him and locked him back up in the room. He began to shiver in his spot. The water wasn't the warmest. Punishment 1. Done. Punishment 2. 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Survive the flames. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 wasn't the only punishment. Midoriya cried as the temperature in the room dramatically increased. The water on his skin evaporated off. He began to sweat. The air got thicker. He couldn't breathe. It was worse than the water. He felt his skin practically bake. The moisture in his skin was 𝗧𝗓𝙢𝙢𝙢𝙢 right out. It lasted only 3 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. When it was done, Midoriya was left dead, thirsty for water. His lips were chapped, skin was burned and crusted, and he could feel his dry mouth. Punishment 2. Complete. Punishment 3. Immencing. Survive the cold, please stop. Midoriya cried as the temperature dropped. He began to shiver in his seat, was close to passing out. He couldn't handle it anymore. But just before he passed out, the temperature warmed back up again. Punishments complete. Isolation training begins now. What's that? Poor Midoriya had no idea what he had coming. For the rest of that week, Midoriya went through a series of super intense exercises, much more intense than what he went through during the normal classes. Toya and Hawks doubted he was even alive anymore. He was a frail 4-year-old who didn't seem like he'd have a lot of fight. Midoriya went through extreme cold simulations. The superiors were making him tolerant to extreme temperatures. They taught him how to swim and hold his breath for a long time. They taught him to withstand pain. They showed him the proper formations for normal class and intensified it. All of it was unintentionally intentional. They wanted him to get tolerant and better in these things, but at the same time, it was a purposeful punishment that Midoriya himself had to learn to tolerate. Isolation chamber session over. Return to your room at this moment. Midoriya hid his excitement. He learned to do that the hard way. 2 guards came marching in. They grabbed him, dragged him up the stairs, and chucked him into his room. Hawks's eyes widened when he saw Midoriya. Wow. You actually managed to survive, Midoriya groaned as he sorely got up off the ground, changed into PJs, and crawled into his bed. He clutched his all-might figurine hard. The Quirk Chancellor had been removed, but he still has that tracking chip. They'd find him no matter where he went. And if he did glitch away, he'd get even a worse punishment. Midoriya began to glitch in his spot in fear. Hawks just stared in shock. Midoriya looked like he had just witnessed a bloody murder. Toya was there too. He was also surprised Midoriya managed to survive. Oh, you survived. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for you, cause things only get harder past this point. It does. Midoriya whispered in despair. Toya just nodded his head. Midoriya held back tears. He couldn't get caught crying. Not again. When he cried in the isolation chamber, things just got more severe. Hawks noticed Midoriya's neck. The area around the collar was rigid and raw. It looks like they shocked you more than usual on you. They usually don't shock a person to the point where the skin goes raw. It hurts. So much, Midoriya said. His eyes watered, but he didn't allow the tears to stream down. He couldn't. He didn't want to go back. We're in the same situation, bud. Hawks showed the back of his wings. There were 2 shock collars at the beginning of his wings, cuffed near his back. Same here. Toya pulled down his shirt that covered his neck to reveal a shock collar he was being forced to wear as well. Why? Why are they doing this to us? We're kids. Midoriya asked in sadness. We're future government weapons. They want us to be perfect. You were just cursed with a powerful quirk is all, Toya sighed. But my friend Kacchan has a strong quirk, but he wasn't forced here. What's his quirk? Explosions. The doctor must have deemed that it wasn't as strong as the name says. That or his mom was smart enough not to send her son out to be governmentally trained. They told me I would see Mom. When can I see her? Never. They're going to bring a shapeshifter superior to take your spot. Face it. You're trapped here for the rest of your life. And Midoriya was about to go on a rant, but Hawks sent his feather out at his mouth, shutting him up as he signaled for him to stay silent. He pointed to the wall, a wire specifically, a tap wire, to listen in on all their conversations. We're being constantly monitored. Don't say something stupid. They watch us change. No, oddly enough they give us physical privacy, but they don't let us have conversations on certain topics. That collar you're wearing will shock you whenever the tap wire system senses something you shouldn't be talking about. So stay quiet. Midoriya sighed and nodded his head. Here, take this. It's my feather. It'll help you defend against the other kids. Wait, why am I worried about the other kids? Midoriya grabbed the feather and held it tight. After you passed out a week ago, the training that day became more intense as the superior had warned. You can say you already made yourself a target by the other kids since you made them do more work. The superiors don't care if we fight, argue, or even kill each other. It's pretty much survival of the fittest here. If another kid manages to kill another kid, the superiors write it off as the kid was too weak to survive. Those kids won't hesitate to beat you senseless. They're always searching for a new subject. You fight and come out on top to survive here. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained. And how is your feather going to help? The other kids around here fear me and 𝗳𝗏 because we're at the higher sect and the top of the class. We fought them a lot. If you blow on that feather, I'll appear on the scene, and the feather is sharp. You can use it like a dagger. Why are you helping me? If it's survival of the fittest here, then don't you have to leave me behind? Midoriya croaked. You're new. It'd be cruel if we just let you go through this alone. Despite this place being a place where even murder is kept secret, in the end, we're training to be heroes. I don't like this place at all, but I still want to save people. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 replied. Thank you. Unlike 𝗧𝗵𝗲 here, I'm not like that. I was forced here by my dad. I'm being forced to be a hero. I'd rather be something else, especially seeing firsthand how corrupt this system is. I'm not going to support this system, so don't expect me to save you if you need help. Understood, 𝗬𝗏? Understood. Midoriya clutched the feather and put it into his pocket. He didn't want to lose it. An alarm went off in their room. Midoriya had heard it so much in the isolation chamber that he wasn't even startled anymore. He had been anticipating it. I guess it's dinner time. Good luck, 𝗬𝗏. 𝗳𝗏 walked out with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Midoriya closely followed behind, preparing for the worst. After what the two had just said, he was fearing everything. For a place that's supposed to be training us to be heroes, it's more villainous than heroic. Why is murder allowed? Why are we fighting each other to survive? Why are we being tortured? Midoriya thought to himself. He could feel everyone's hard glares on him. They wanted to pummel him. But he was next to 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗳𝗏 at the moment. They couldn't do anything yet. Midoriya grabbed his dinner and was making his way over to his table. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗳𝗏 were at the back of the line. Midoriya had glitched to the front unnoticed. However, before he could make it to his table, his food was slapped out of his hand. He looked around and noticed a crowd of students around him, ready to beat him with no mercy. This is for being weak. One kid screamed. It was like an army call, cause right after that everyone began to attack. Midoriya glitched out of the way and ran off, quickly pulling out 𝗧𝗵𝗲's feather to signal for help. However, his glitching wasn't going to help him in his situation. The entire cafeteria was out for BLD. His at worst. Someone sent a laser beam at him. Being quick, Midoriya sent the laser into the crowd that was chasing him. They quickly dispersed as Midoriya ran around the cafeteria. But his feeble body wasn't going to help him out of this one. He was body locked and left unable to move. He blew on the feather as hard as he could as his face and body was punched senseless, being slammed into the walls and ground. Please stop. Midoriya cried as he tried to glitch away, but his quirk didn't want to work. Someone had a quirk canceling quirk. Never. Learn your place, 𝗬𝗏. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to be weak? Enough. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 spat as he sent his feathers like daggers at the crowd, fishing out Midoriya. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, why are you protecting him? It's his fault we had to do all that extra training. He's so. Attack. The crowd went charging at 𝗧𝗵𝗲. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed and flared his wings, sending his feather at them, stabbing their sides. That won't be enough to stop us. Yeah. How about this? 𝗳𝗏 screamed as he sent out his inferno of flames. Run. The crowd scattered away, not wanting to be scorched by 𝗳𝗏's murderous flames. Midoriya was wheezing besides 𝗧𝗵𝗲. The ruffians had cracked one of his ribs with how hard they slammed him into the ground. Well, this isn't good. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed. Come on, we're going to the infirmary. Midoriya was lifted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲's feathers all the way to the facility's hospital room. 𝗳𝗏 followed along. Despite his cold mannerisms and rude attitude, he still cared about the 𝗬𝗏. He strangely reminded him of himself when he had first come. Oh dear, it looks like they got to him, huh? Nurse began. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded his head as he rested Midoriya on the hospital bed. I'll get to work, you two go eat dinner. I'll get to work, you two go eat dinner, the nurse said. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 nodded his head and walked out with 𝗳𝗏, leaving little Midoriya with the nurse. She walked up to him and did some examination. This isn't good, Poor kid won't survive if he doesn't toughen up. 3 broken ribs, bruised all over, burns, scrapes, and BLD. My quirk should help him. The nurse held her hand out over Midoriya's head and began to heal him. The wheezing died down as all the bruises slowly disappeared. He was completely healed. "Thank you," he said as he fixed himself up. "Don't mention it, dear. Here's some food. I know the training is rough and this place might as well be called a torture facility, but fight through. It's the only way you'll survive. Here's some food, you can sit here for a bit until you're ready." "Thank you, ma'am, you're so much nicer compared to the other superiors. It's my job now, eat up." Midoriya dug into his dinner. When he finished, he glitched to his room where he found Hawks vacantly staring at his ceiling alone. Everyone had been sent to their own rooms. They weren't allowed to be in other rooms once it was bedtime. "Hawks. Oh, you're back, kid. Didn't notice. What did the doctor say?" "She said I had gotten pretty hurt. I broke 3 ribs. She told me I had to toughen up to survive here and pretty much everything you told me," Midoriya sighed. "'Cause it's common knowledge. You either die here or live long enough to leave. But we can never leave. If we try to, we'll die. We'll have to work as heroes and do every single task they assign to us when we're older." "What did I get myself into?" Midoriya muttered. "You'll get used to this place soon. Considering you didn't die in the isolation chamber, you're likely to survive everything else. You'll be a fighting machine at the end of this, just like the government wants." Midoriya looked at the tap wire and let a frustrated sigh escape his lips. There was so much he wanted to say, but he couldn't without punishment. "Hey kid," Midoriya turned to face Hawks. "What? If you live long enough to be a hero and get out of this place, can you promise we'll stay friends?" "Yeah, I will." "Good. Then please survive. Don't break the promise like the others." "The others? The ones who died before you." "I won't." "Well, I'm going to sleep. We'll need it for what's planned tomorrow." "All right." Midoriya crawled into his bed and went to sleep. Next day in class. "All right, brats, today you're competing against each other. Whoever loses will be on extra cleaning duty for an entire week, so you better fight like you mean it. Last week, I taught you all the basics of fighting. You were supposed to practice in your free time. Matrix was also trained in the isolation chamber. You'll be fighting each other 1v1. Your opponents have been picked on strength level, not age. Which means yes, it's possible for a 13-year-old to fight a 7-year-old. You all know the rules, and if you kill your opponent by accident, it's their fault for being too weak. Now I'll begin listing your names. If you aren't paying attention, you'll be shocked." The superior screamed. He began listing off who going against who. Midoriya was worried. He learned some basic fighting skills inside the isolation chamber, but that was it. The people around him had much more experience. He didn't want a punishment, nor did he want to die. Soon everyone was paired. First match. Matrix and Demon. Lineup. Midoriya quickly walked over, hiding his fear. In this place, fear was a weakness. If you show it, it'll be taken advantage of. So he hid it to his best ability. Demon was an 8-year-old kid. His quirk, heat speed, he can basically use flames to speed up his movements. With those same flames, he can strike damage. It was a strong quirk. Begin. Demon charged at Midoriya, not holding back at all. He wanted to kill Midoriya. Midoriya activated glitch and stopped his power. "I want him to be slower, it'd make my job easier," Midoriya thought to himself. Suddenly, the flames that sped Demon up turned into ice. His movements became more slurred and slow as he was able to move around to try and fight Midoriya. Midoriya didn't know what was going on. He knew his quirk was responsible, but the doctor never told him his quirk could do that. However, he wasn't about to waste the free winning opportunity, and so he delivered a kick to the side of Demon's head and knocked him out, deactivating his quirk. "Matrix, you never said your quirk could do that. The doctor never told me it could." "I'll let it slide for now, but lie about anything and you'll be punished. Line back up." Demon was taken to the infirmary to be healed as Midoriya walked over to Hawks. It turned out the doctor hadn't told everything Midoriya needed to know about his quirk. It turns out Midoriya's quirk could glitch the quirk to bug out and do the opposite of what it was intended to do, as shown in the fight. "You did well," Hawks commented as he walked up. It was his turn now. He was going against a 14-year-old. He had a powerful quirk. It was called laser. He could shoot out lasers from any point in his body and change its size. Begin. Hawks didn't give his opponent any time to think and immediately struck them down with a swarm of feathers. He knew speed beat strength. He knocked out his opponent in an instant, winning immediately. Hawks wins. Line up with the rest. Whoa Hawks, you beat him so fast. I know, speed beats strength. The training never died down. As years passed, Midoriya grew cold. He never showed his emotions. He was also known as the top dog. Everyone knew not to mess with him. Despite the fact he knew how to fight, fend for himself, he had perfected the usage of his quirk, and was a practical killing machine. Hawks was now 14, as was Toya. I'm getting so sick of this place. It's been years since I had a good tasting meal, Toya groaned. Same, if I could leave I totally would, Midoriya groaned as he dug into his slop. Toya had gotten distant over time. He still hung out with Hawks and Midoriya, but something was off about him, like he was scheming. His quirk never helped him either. His flames burned him too much, resulting in purple third-degree burned skin that he covered with bandages. See you all, today's my test day to see if I'm eligible to go to UA. Toya got up, his face going grim. You better get in, Hawks joked. Yeah. That was the last time they ever saw him again. All they received was a note from the superior saying he hadn't passed and ended up dying due to his quirk burning him to nothing but ashes. Hawks and Midoriya were both heartbroken but showed no reaction on their face. Reaction was punished. That's just what happens when you're weak, the superior hissed as he walked away. Midoriya grew outraged. He wanted to absolutely kill all the superiors. But he couldn't, not with how things were. I guess it's just you and me from now on. Hawks sighed as he held back a lump in his throat. He wanted to cry. Toya had been with him since childhood. They had been sent to this hell on the same day and went through the same things. They were inseparable best friends. It broke him. Midoriya looked through his drawer and pulled out some scissors. Hawks was confused. What was Midoriya doing? After that, Midoriya lifted up a floorboard and shut off the electricity in his room. Hawks didn't even know that was possible. Hawks, send out at least 10 of your feathers, okay? Midoriya manipulated Hawks's feathers to move beneath him. They were glitching due to Midoriya's quirk. Midoriya flew up with them, used the scissors, and cut the tap wire. What are you doing? You're going to get us caught. No, I've done some studying on tap wires in the library they gave us, and if you disable the power in your room first then cut the wire, no alarm should be signaled. But then why are you doing that? They're eventually going to find out. No, they won't. They don't have any evidence to convict us, Midoriya replied as he flattened the cut wires, floated down, and put the scissors back in the drawer. He grabbed another one of Hawks's feathers and scanned himself. Hawks had no idea what he was doing. You need to let out some emotions. I might not be able to, but you can. You're holding back tears, Midoriya commented as he pinpointed a location under his arm. You're 7, what do you know? Enough from that library to not be chained with this crappy facility my entire life, Midoriya spat as he stabbed his arm. Hawks stared at him in dismay as he sent his fingers through the cut and pulled out the tracking chip. Are you insane? I have a plan. I'm not going to be leaving you behind either. You're going to go through the test right. As Midoriya explained, he grabbed some bandaging and wrapped his arm up. He stuck the tracking chip in his pocket. He had a plan. Well, yeah, but I made a plan for us. I'll continue to go through the training here so I can be the strongest possible. You go to UA. By the time you finish UA, you'll be allowed to train as a pro hero. I'll be going to UA 2 years after you leave. I'll train even harder there. When the time comes for me to be a hero alongside with you, I'll destroy my tracking chip as well as yours. From there we can escape this place forever. Midoriya explained. It's smart, but what if you get caught? You'll be sent back to the isolation chamber, or even worse, the torture chamber. Hell, you might even be executed. I've considered all the risks. You don't have to worry about me, Hawks. I'll be fine. I won't break our promise. Are you sure? Now prepare. Even though you're going to UA, you'll still have to come back here after the day ends. From there you can teach me what you've been taught so I can be ahead of the class. I can use this training to help the others escape. I can. I can help them, Midoriya said as tears stung his eyes. Over the 3 years he had been there he witnessed a lot of death, some being those he had to kill or else he'd be killed. It was like they were wild animals, you either kill or be killed. He hadn't seen his mother in so long, and after killing 5 people he felt like he had lost his sanity. Hawks embraced Midoriya in a hug. You're telling me to cry, but it looks like you need to cry too. Warm tears streamed down Hawks's face as did Midoriya's. I made this plan. It'll help abolish this system, we'll finally be able to save the future generations and this current generation. I know, buddy. I heard you loud and clear. Hawks backed up from Midoriya and wiped his tears. I'll listen to your plan. If it goes bad you can always escape. Remember, we're doing this to save people. Midoriya, no revenge, understood. Midoriya looked at the ground and bit his lip. He wasn't doing this plan to save people. He has given up the idea of being a hero long ago. He wanted revenge. Understood. Midoriya sighed. Good. Now let's go to sleep, you have a test tomorrow and I have to get into UA tomorrow, Hawks said as he walked away and crawled into his bed. Midoriya looked at Hawks glumly. I'm sorry, Hawks. I know I promised you that we'd be friends till the end, and I hope we still are, but me and you are going to end up taking 2 very different paths at the end of this. Midoriya crawled into his bed and went to sleep. The next day Hawks wasn't in class. Midoriya didn't even have time to see him in the morning. Hawks had been in a rush to not be late. Midoriya put the tracking chip inside an inner pocket he sewed himself and sealed it up. He didn't want to risk it falling out. He was lined up with his class, however. Instead of the usual room, they were inside an arena. Midoriya knew what this meant. Great. It's a bloody battle to the death. I wonder what kid I'll have to kill. You all already know what this place is and what it's used for. So line up against the wall and prepare to be called. Remember, no holding back. Whoever loses will die by default. Even if the opponent does not kill the other, we'll kill them ourselves and it won't be painless. So do your opponent the favor and finish them off in this arena, got it? The superior grinned. Midoriya glared at him. He couldn't control his anger. How is this a hero admissions agency listed for training heroes? We're out here killing people. Matrix and Plasma. You are the first match. Line up. Midoriya sighed and walked into the battleground, preparing himself. He knew Plasma wasn't one to go down easily either. His quirk allowed him to send some goopy substance made from his own BLD at opponents to glue them down and leave them immobilized. Plasma would be the one who usually tried to pick on him, however, despite Plasma being older, Midoriya was much stronger. Begin. Plasma loaded up the goopy substance and tried to send it at Midoriya, but Midoriya glitched it below Plasma's feet, leaving him stuck in his own mess. Sorry it has to go this way, Plasma, but at least I'm giving you a fast death. Midoriya used more of the goopy substance. Plasma kept shooting out to coat him up entirely. With that he froze the quirk, freezing him within it. Midoriya sighed and bugged the quirk out, his intent. During the years of training, it also came to knowledge that Midoriya could decide what he wanted to happen with a quirk. Since his quirk allowed him to glitch the quirk entirely, he could pretty much change its chemical buildup entirely. Like a glitch in a game. He ended up cooking Plasma in his own goop. Matrix wins. Plasma has died. Moving on. Other rounds began to take place as Midoriya just watched. He no longer cared about those who survived or died. If they couldn't survive this part, they wouldn't survive what the superiors had planned for the next couple of years. They'd be dying anyways. And after losing Toya, he couldn't find it in his heart to really want to help people. He's out for BLD, he wants the superiors dead. He doesn't care if the kids within the facility break free, it's on them to run out after the superiors die. All he wanted was to bring hell to those who tortured him. Soon the test was over. It started with 19 people. Ended with 9. Since Hawks wasn't in class, there was an uneven number. 5 people had died since the first time Midoriya had been brought and no newbies were brought in after. Midoriya was the one who killed those 5 people. All during battles in the arena. Looks like you're all going to be the future generation of heroes. You've survived the longest so far and have fought the most battles. But now all the weak are eliminated. You're free for the rest of the day. Remember to practice your fighting skills. The class dispersed from there. After this point in the day, Midoriya would like going to the library to read. He needed knowledge. After being neglected of school for 3 years, now he was having a hard time with comprehension, which was why he taught himself the books in their head preschool to college knowledge. Midoriya learned how words were pronounced by listening to his superiors speak and piecing to it the word that sounded like it would sound like by judging the letters. Because of all of Midoriya's studying, he was very smart for a 7-year-old. He was on 10th grade knowledge when he was supposed to be on 2nd grade knowledge. The superiors knew, but they didn't care. If anything, they wanted to encourage Midoriya's reading habits, since the smarter someone is, the better hero they become. That's why they never pestered him whenever he was alone in the library. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 also enjoyed reading, not as much as Midoriya, but enough to where he's smarter than he's supposed to be as well. If only I had a notebook, my planning would be easier to remember it. I just wrote it down. But it's a bad idea if I plan how to run away in there. I doubt the superiors won't take a look at it. If they catch my planning, I'll have to go with the plan early and abandon 𝗧𝗵𝗲, which means he'll get the punishment, and that's not what I want. 𝗕𝗵𝗃 High School. I'll get to UA train there. Once I'm positive I'm strong enough to take down the superiors, I'll destroy the tracking chip inside both me and 𝗧𝗵𝗃. I'm able to glitch one more person with me if they stand in very close proximity, so I should be able to take him and run. But where to? And I don't think 𝗧𝗵𝗃 is going to like my idea. I wonder how Mom and Kacchan are. If I ran away to them, I'd most definitely get tracked down and they'd kill Mom. Ugh, this is too much thinking for my small brain. I'll worry about this later. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 should have come back from the testing. Midoriya closed his eyes and glitched to his room, where he found 𝗧𝗵𝗃 patiently pacing around waiting for Midoriya. Matrix! 𝗧𝗵𝗃 shouted. Yeah. I got in. That's great. Yeah. Now you're one step closer to your plan. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, remember I'm taking you with me. Yeah. Right. 𝗧𝗃 sighed. Midoriya exhaled sharply as he got into his bed and went to sleep. He had spent the entire day in the library and it was already nighttime. More years went by in the facility. Not only had Midoriya become stronger, he had become smarter. He could come up with a plan in seconds and know what could go wrong in an instant. 𝗧𝗃 taught him new moves from UA and some of the work that was given to help sharpen his brain. 𝗧𝗃 had already graduated. He was climbing the ranks as a pro hero fast. It was Midoriya's turn to go to UA. He was already a killing machine, so he knew he wouldn't fail. Matrix, it is your turn to go see if you are eligible to go to UA. Come with us. Midoriya nodded his head and followed the two superiors to a random room. The room had a thick glass window for viewing, but the rest was all cement. Okay, Matrix, to see if you are eligible, you have to fight one of the superiors. The superior is fighting you based on your strength level. They won't be going 100%. If you fail, you'll die. Now good luck. The door shut behind Midoriya as he watched another door open and reveal which superior he was fighting. It was his teacher. Let's see if you'll be able to pass. Hope you don't end up like your friend, the superior sneered. Midoriya showed no reaction to the remark, but he was actually flaming. He wanted to punch his face so hard that it would cave in with the rest of his skull. But he couldn't. Not yet, at least. Begin. The superior charged at Midoriya, not holding back at all. He sent out his quirk, which was called clay. He could manipulate the ground around him. Midoriya sighed and froze the quirk entirely, letting the superior run into his own wall. Midoriya then glitched the clay to wrap around the superior. He had passed. Well then, good job, you're eligible to go to UA. Remember, the superior was not fighting at full strength, and if he had wanted to, he could have killed you on the spot. Things are going to be changing up a bit for you. You'll be provided the uniform. Your collar will be removed to reduce torture suspicions on the outside. You aren't allowed to speak of what happened inside this facility or you'll face punishment. Understood? Understood. Good. Make your way out of the room, but first, untrap the superior. Midoriya removed the clay and walked out. He got his collar removed and was handed the uniform. You start this Monday. Go. Midoriya glitched to his room and stared at the uniform. It had been a while since he saw 𝗧𝗵𝗃. Ever since he started his career as a hero, he no longer had to live in the facility. He was an adult after all. Midoriya sighed and put the uniform on his nightstand. Monday would the next day. He made a zip-up pocket on the inside of the uniform and put the tracking chip inside. He wouldn't be wearing his usual gray uniform. When the next day rolled around, he was prepared. It was the first day all around for everyone. It had been literal years since he saw the outside. He was escorted to UA by facility guards, and from there he was on his own. He still had a slightly raw neck from the collar despite it being healed up, and it was quite itchy. But he refrained from itching. The last thing he wanted was a scar. He walked through the halls and found Class A. From there he entered. "Get your feet off the desk, it's disrespectful to those who came before us," a navy-haired teen shouted. "And who are you to tell me what to do, Four Eyes?" A familiar blonde screamed. Bakugo. He had gotten into UA surprisingly. Midoriya rolled his multicolored eyes and went to take his seat when all of a sudden he was noticed by Bakugo. How did you get here? I didn't see you since dash. Bakugo was cut off. "I'm not in the mood to talk or deal with your stuff, Kacchan. Leave me alone," Midoriya hissed. He took his seat and stared vacantly at the wall. "What the Deku? What is your problem? First, you stopped talking to your mom and I the 4th year you stayed at that place, and now you come back like this. Who do you think you are?" Bakugo sent out an explosion, but Midoriya was prepared. He glitched the explosion and rewound it back to when it was nothing. "It's not the time, Kacchan. 𝗧𝗍𝗪, you're going to explain this later?" Midoriya sighed and rested his head in his arms. He looked around the room and saw someone familiar. He had multicolored hair and eyes as well as a scar on his left side. Midoriya didn't know who exactly he was, but looking at him he could swear he saw him somewhere before. Soon the teacher came rolling in a sleeping bag. "Hello, class. I am Shoyuta Aizawa. You will refer to me as Mr. Aizawa. I'll be your homeroom for this year. You better bring your all." "You better bring it your all," Aizawa said. He slid out of his yellow sleeping bag and took the stand. The class quieted down and listened up. "All right, today's first day won't be like what other schools would do. Since I am your teacher and this is UA, I decide what happens to you all. Now get into your gym outfits and make your way to the field. We're doing a test to see your current strength," Aizawa announced. "It looks like he's going to be exactly like the superiors." Ugh. Midoriya got up, as did the rest of the class. He found the gym uniform in his assigned locker and got dressed. He put the tracker in the gym zip of pockets. He finally didn't have to sew anything on. He made it outside and found that he was the first one to be dressed. It turned out the training back at the facility left him able to dress fast. He waited for the class to come, and when they finally came, it was time to begin. "You scored highest on the entrance exam. Throw this ball as far as you can using your quirk," Aizawa pointed to Bakugo. "Okay." Bakugo clutched the ball and threw it. Die. 705, 7 meters. The class awed in astonishment. "This is going to be so fun." A pink girl cheered. "Ashido Mina." Aizawa struck a grin. "If you think this is going to be all fun and games, you're heavily mistaken. You have 3 years here to become a pro hero. Things aren't going to be just playtime. Whoever scores last will be immediately expelled." The class gasped. "Can he do that?" "Oh no, he's exactly like the superiors, threatening with power." "Nothing I'm not used to. I guess he'll die along with them," Midoriya sighed as he began the exercises. He astonished the class with all his abilities. He wasn't intending to, he just knew if he didn't try his hardest the superiors would hurt him when he returned at the end of the day. It was then time for the ball throw. He was the last person. It's like he's a machine, he perfected everything. I know, right? Who is he? Does he have pro hero parents or something? It's like the government trained him specifically. Whispers went around the class as Midoriya stretched and clutched the ball. "If I glitch this to the furthest cloud, then that should be the furthest throw. We don't have all day, please throw the ball." Midoriya threw the ball and glitched it before it left glitching range. Whoa, was that a glitch? Where did the ball go? Is that why his eyes look like that? Aizawa showed him how far he threw it. 100k kilometers. How? The class said in unison. Midoriya was unfazed and walked back over to the crowd. "Now that everyone has been accounted for, I'll show you all your rankings." Midoriya ended up in first place. Bakugo was next, and it kept going. Mineta was last place. However, no one's getting expelled. It was just a logical ruse to get you all amped up. "You're all free to lunch. See you in the afternoon. Aizawa then walked away, allowing the class to socialize amongst themselves. Midoriya had a whole crowd standing in front of him. I thought the weakest were meant to be thrown out. Odd. He isn't like other superiors. How did you do that? What's your quirk? What's your name? Are you being governmentally trained? How are you so chill about your score? How did you get a dash? Midoriya glitched away. He hated being crowded. My name is Izuku Midoriya, but call me Matrix. It's what I'm usually referred to as. I already know who you all are. My quirk is glitch. You'll just have to find out what it does on your own when I demonstrate. That's all the information I'm disclosing. Goodbye. Midoriya walked away, leaving the crowd of students stunned. Midoriya had listened in on their introduction conversations during class when he originally came in. Because of this, he wasn't worried about socializing. However, he didn't know everyone's name. Just as he thought he was going to be able to walk away without any issue, Bakugo decided to attack. He charged at Midoriya and tried to kick him, but Midoriya had fast reflexes. He flipped as he walked, dodging Bakugo's leg and kicked Bakugo's chin, and sent him falling back. Whoa! Midoriya sighed. It was just the first day, but he already got everyone's attention. He didn't want that. Bakugo had a bruised ego and wasn't about to let Midoriya just leave like that, so he sent out a large range explosion. Midoriya groaned. Kacchan, can't you just leave me alone? I'm not the same person as I was when I was 4-inch. He glitched Bakugo's quirk. He froze at midair and decided to bug it out. By changing the chemical buildup of the explosion, the fiery explosion became water. He unglitched it and allowed the water to splash onto Bakugo. How did he do that? Is that what his quirk does? He's so strong. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo screamed. Midoriya was done and glitched away. He went to the locker room, changed into his normal outfit, and went to eat lunch. We have an option on food. This is new. I'll take a bowl of soup. Here you go. They're all so cheery and nice. There has to be a catch to all of this. No government people would be nice of their own will. Especially not Yue. Toya died because he didn't pass the exam. The food is probably poison-laced so that when I go back to the facilities they can make me sick. But the others are eating and they look completely fine, and he's made the food in front of me and it doesn't look like he out any poison. I'll have to ask Hawks. There's no way they'd give us a good-tasting meal. Midoriya took the bowl of soup anyways and walked over to a random table. He was provided with a phone by the facility. Sadly, however, everything was monitored within it. But Midoriya was actually smart. After doing some intensive studying in the library, he figured out how to restructure his phone so that the superiors would think they're not seeing anything suspicious while he's actually doing whatever he wants. And so he texted Hawks, despite the fact he knew he was busy. I got into UA. Is the food okay? It's laced with poison, isn't it? After a 5-minute wait, Midoriya finally received a message back. Congrats. You're a step closer to your plan being complete. Surprisingly enough, the food isn't poison-laced. Try it, it tastes really good. Midoriya hesitantly took a bite of the soup. Flavor danced in his mouth as he took in the amazing food. It was the right amount of everything. It felt like he had just eaten a piece of heaven. His eyes lit up with joy as he began to scarf down the food, faster than he's ever eaten food before. Hey Matrix, why don't you calm down, bud? The food isn't running away, a spiky red-haired teen said. 𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓𝗓 amazing the small group of teens who lined up going to sit with him. Kirishima had brought some buddies, just random people from his class that he thought he'd vibe with. Denki Kaminari, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, and Hantashiro all sat at the table. Midoriya already finished eating, so he just vacantly stared off. Whenever Midoriya zoned out, it would be obvious he'd glitch in his spot. "You okay, Matrix? Your Quirk it's acting up," Kaminari asked. This broke Midoriya out of his daydream. "Oh, I didn't notice. This happens whenever I daydream. Anyways, you with the half red and half white hair. What's your name? You're familiar to me, Shoto Todoroki." Midoriya felt his heart drop as his eyes widened. This was Toya's brother, the one he always talked about. He felt sadness and anger rush over him as memories came flooding in. It got so bad that his glitching became more intense. 𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗃. Snap out of it, what happened? He just told you his name, why'd you get so mad? Dsiro asked as he shook Midoriya. It's a personal matter. I can't explain it. You are one weird dude but I can't judge. I'm Denki Kaminari, my quirk is electricity. Oh. That makes sense, it fits the electric bolt in your hair. I can send out electric charges, but I don't have the best control of my quirk. It just does whatever whenever I discharge it. Midoriya hummed in response. He'd be the first to die in that facility despite having a strong quirk. If you don't have control, that's just what happens. You get picked on for being the weakest link and end up dying like everyone else. It's the first time I've met someone with a personality like his. He's oddly cheerful, as is the redhead. Most people are like Toya's brother, stoic, and show no emotions. These people are weird. Don't they know showing emotions is the easiest way to die? You're glitching again, Matrix, deal with it. Soon lunchtime came to an end. They were all sent to their classrooms where class took place. The class. For this class PRD, choose who's going to be the class president. I don't care who it is as long as you are sure it's what you all agree on. I'm going to sleep. The superior isn't as serious as I expected him to be, sleeping during a lesson. And shouldn't he be the one who chooses to lead the rest of the class? It's usually the person who can fight off the entire class and come out on top. Hawks was usually always the class leader, so why are things so different here? This place doesn't at all follow the same curriculum. First, people are allowed to show emotion, next there's flavorful food, third, the superior isn't serious and isn't forcing punishment, and now people are allowed to actually have a choice. It's so different. And why does everyone want to be the president so bad? Usually the class top leader gets the most work, stress, and takes the punishment for someone else's mistake. I can't wrap my head around this. Pick me. I want to be class president. I'd be a perfect fit. I am the best choice. Class, settle down. We should all take a bite based on someone who's strong, smart, and someone we know we can all trust and rely on. A class president is an important role. 𝗫𝗫𝗍𝗫 shouted. Dude, we all know you want to be the class president as much as the rest of us. But he does have a point. Let's all vote. Midoriya ended up winning with 3 votes. No, this is horrible. I don't want to be the one to take the punishment from these emotional weirdos. Matrix, it looks like you got the role. Take your stand and make an announcement. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya reluctantly took stand and have his announcement. He decided to say something around what Hawks would usually say. Thanks for picking me. I won't disappoint, but you better all try your hardest. I don't like having to be held back because the rest of you lackeys. Bye. Midoriya got down from the stand and went back to his seat. The class was deathly silent after his monotone announcement. Now that you've picked your class president, we can move on. You're all dismissed, go home. Aizawa yawned. Midoriya quickly grabbed his things and made his way outside. He had to wait for his guards. He wasn't allowed to glitch to his place. However, before he could get to his guards, someone stopped him. Katsuki Bakugo. Deku. Bakugo screamed. Midoriya sighed and turned around to face Bakugo. The sun glimmered in his multicolored eyes as he stared Bakugo down. What, Kacchan? Your mom, do you know how many times she came crying over to my house? All because of your selfishness. Why did you leave? And why did you stop messaging your mom and me? Midoriya sighed. You haven't spoken to the real me since I was 4. Whoever you saw wasn't me. I can't say what happened, but let's just say it wasn't the most pleasant. I didn't mean to choose this life, but it's just how things are. I'm going to tell everyone you were taken by the government when you were a kid if you don't tell me everything that happened there right now. Go ahead, they're bound to find out soon. The public already knows about it, the only thing is you don't know what happens within Matrix, it's time to report back to the facility now. A guard appeared beside Midoriya. Right. Bakugo stared in confusion. These randoms had just appeared and now are telling him to go back to a facility. Then all of a sudden, after a glitch, all 3 of them had left. What did you tell him? Did you leak any information? You do know the punishment for those who spread information, don't you? I didn't tell him anything other than what he already knew. Nothing new about what happened in here was told, Midoriya replied. Looks like you're telling the truth. Return to your room. Midoriya glitched away and sighed. He had no one to talk to. I should train. Time isn't waiting for anyone, and if I slow down, everyone else is going to speed up. Midoriya went on to spend the rest of his day training. However, when he came back from the training room and went to his room, he was unpleasantly surprised. He had a new roommate. She was a small child. She looked to be around 4 to 6 years old. She had cherry red eyes, wore a white dress, she had long silver blue hair and had fear present in her eyes. To top it off, she had a horn on the left side of her head. "Who are you?" he asked as he looked at her. Suddenly the speaker in his room went off. "This is your name roommate Eri. She has no control of her quirk, so she's being forced to wear a quirk canceller. However, it's strong. She was put with you for 3 reasons. 1. We know you aren't going to do anything to her. 2. You're able to stop her quirk if anything goes wrong. And 3. Your room was the only space on this upper sect we had left. If you attempt to harm the girl in any way, you will be severely punished. That is all. I'm not a creep to do anything weird with her." Midoriya shouted. He knew they wouldn't hear him. He destroyed the tap wire long ago. Midoriya sighed. "She's like me 10 years ago. Poor girl." "Who are you?" "Izuku Midoriya, but call me Matrix. Looks like you've been put in hell like the rest of us. What's your story? How did you get here?" "After my quirk came in. She didn't want me anymore. Then these men took me." "Well, that's not good. What's your quirk?" "Rewind." "What can you rewind?" "I'm able to rewind quirks." "A living things? Oh, a dangerous quirk. Great. Well, that's not going to be an issue with me. A couple of tips so you can actually survive this place. Get rid of the stutter and control your quirk soon. You don't want to find out what happens if you don't. Midoriya sighed. "Let's just say it's not pretty." "How old are you?" 4. Changed for AU purposes, you really are like me. "Well, Eri, good luck. You've just been put in the worst place you could have ever been put into. Prison is better than this place." What? She said in dismay. "Because at least in prison you aren't tortured, beaten, and forced to become something you don't want to be. You're going to be chipped tomorrow since this is your first day, and after that, you're stuck here forever. And no, please help. I didn't want any of this. I didn't mean to kill my dad, but why would Mom do this?" Tears began to stream down Eric's face as her horn lightly glowed golden. "Oh, you've already killed before. At least it won't be new to you when the time comes. What? Go to sleep. Things will explain themselves as time progresses. All I'll tell you is to prepare for the worst. And whatever you imagine isn't even accurate. It's worse than what you can imagine. I won't be around to help either. I have to go to UA during the day hours. But hey, with a quirk as powerful as that, I don't think people are going to mess with you too much." Midoriya crawled into his bed. "Don't cry. This place doesn't like emotions. Show any and you'll be punished like everyone else. There isn't any special treatment here no matter how old you are or if you're a girl. They're harsh to everyone. Refer to the trainers as superiors if you don't want to get hurt." Midoriya left her in that final note and went to sleep. When morning came, the loud alarm went off. Eri jumped out of her bed in complete fear. "An alarm? What's going on?" she screamed. "Calm down, it's just the morning alarm. It means it's time to start the day. I'm going to the bathroom to get dressed. Here's your outfit. Knock on the door when you're done." Midoriya grabbed his UA uniform and his tracking chip after he walked into the bathroom and got dressed. Eri got dressed as well and alerted him that she was done by knocking on the door. "I'll guide you since it's your first day." Midoriya stretched out his hand. "Why are you helping me?" Midoriya sighed. "If I don't, you'll die. You remind me of myself. Besides, if I don't do this, I'll be punished by the superiors. Now let's go, we can't be late." Eri didn't want to find out what would happen if they were late, so she grabbed Midoriya's hand and walked out. He showed her to the cafeteria and got her breakfast. "Food isn't great around here, but you'll have to deal with it. Don't make friends, they'll die. I have to go, good luck." "You'll need it." Midoriya walked away, leaving Eri alone. Despite the fact he knew it was a bad idea, he had no choice. Survival of the fittest. If she ain't fit, she won't survive. Simple. He made his way up the stairs, finishing his breakfast along the way. Due to the fact Eri was new, he had to get told some things and basic instructions, and after that, he'd go to school. Okay, Matrix. As you know, that girl is now your roommate. You're going to show her around, give her the basics, and tell her how things work. I assume you already spoke of how the punishment system works. Her quirk is strong, but your quirk gives you the ability to pretty much manipulate quirks. You're going to be the one responsible for training her until we can put her in class with the rest of the sect, the superior explained. Midoriya kept his head down and looking at the ground. He wasn't allowed to make eye contact with the superior without punishment. Understood, sir. Good. Now head off to UA. Your teacher has already been filled in on where you're coming from, which means you have an upper advantage over the rest of your class. Since you're a government official, you have power over the class and teacher. However, we have power over you, so don't let it get to your head. Now leave. Understood, sir. Midoriya glitched away to school. Government official bull CRP. The real words you want to say is government item, government killing weapon. A weapon of mass destruction. I'll kill you all. When Midoriya made with into the building, he couldn't help but notice whispers going around. He already knew what happened. The word about being a government official had already spread like wildfire. Things didn't get better when he made it to class either. Matrix. You're a government official. Kaminari shouted. Aizawa still hadn't come into class. Midoriya groaned. It makes sense, those sick moves, perfect scores, and personality speak for themselves. Kirishima cackled. He wasn't attempting to be rude. Todoroki came in from the door and approached Midoriya concerned. He had questions. Did my brother train with you? He asked. Midoriya sighed. Yeah. How do you know him? Where is he? What happened to him? You weren't told. Midoriya was cut off when Aizawa came slumping in. Settle down, class. We have important business today. Midoriya glitched over to his seat and listened to what Aizawa had to say. Today won't be like other days. Instead of myself teaching the class Aizawa was cut off by a famous person. I shall be teaching the class today. Haha. All Might shouted. Midoriya's eyes widened. He'd usually be excited to see someone he looked up to as a kid, but he didn't feel happy in the slightest. It was All Might's fault the facility he's in is funded. It's his fault that facility has such extreme training. It's his fault that the facility exists, to begin with. It wasn't that All Might had opened it. No, that's not the case at all. All Might was innocent in the situation. The government was at fault. The government wants multiple All Mights, strong people, and strong quirks. Because of that, they opened the facility and enforced the hardest exercises possible, making All Might's strength the top goal. All Might didn't know what happened within the facility. He was going off the good things he had heard, and so he funded it like all the other pro heroes. He had no idea. All Might is teaching this class today. You're all with him. Good luck. Aizawa walked away. Haha. Get into your hero outfits and make your way over to ground beta. He shouted. The class excitedly grabbed their hero outfits and ran to the training room. Midoriya's outfit was provided by the government. It was made to perfectly suit his body, quirk, and strength. It was black with thin red, blue, and white streaks running across the torso and legs. It was bulletproof material. It comfortably had multiple pockets with secret compartments as well. His suit provided the utmost flexibility possible while making sure the muscles stay stable and have their performance enhanced. It was all tech. Midoriya changed into it and put the tracking chip inside one of the tight pockets. He made his way to ground beta with the class. You are all stunning. Just look at those suits. I can see a bright future, huh? I will go through to explain how this training exercise works. You will be put into pairs. Within these pairs, you're either team hero or team villain. The villain team has to guard a secret weapon at any point of the building. The heroes have to get to the weapon. The villains have to do whatever it takes to stop the heroes. They can either capture the hero or stall them 15 minutes long enough to win. The heroes, however, have to get to the weapon before the 15 minutes runs out in order to win. Now let's get to the pairing. Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Your group A, Denki Kaminari and Hantashiro. Your group B, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Your group C, Ijiro Kirishima and 𝗵𝗃𝗫 Tokoyami. Your group D, Mina Ishido and Momo Yaoyorozu. Your group E, 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗄𝑟𝑎𝑘𝗃 and 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗄𝑟𝑎𝑘𝗃. Your group F, myheroacademia and 𝗂𝗂𝘁𝗄𝗏. Your group G 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗄𝑚𝗲 and 𝗲𝗂𝑠hoji. Your group H 𝗬𝗂𝘁𝗄𝑟 and 𝗕𝗂𝗁𝗁. Your group I and finally 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗄 𝗧𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Your group J. Now that all the teams have been announced, we can begin the first round, the two letters going against each other. Team A versus Team C. Team A versus Team C. All Might announced. Midoriya groaned, "Great, what a way to start my day. I already know Kacchan's gonna be butthurt when I told hold back. This 𝗧𝗂𝘁𝗁𝐵𝑐𝑎𝑢𝑠. Team A will be the villains of today. Team C will be the heroes." All Might added. Midoriya and Todoroki made their way onto ground beta and to the weapon room. "Okay, Todoroki, I have a plan to win." "What is it?" "Ice, cover the building in ice. I can do the rest." Bakugo and Iida already made their way into the building. "Where are you, Deku?" Bakugo screamed. The scream echoed through the hallway, earning a sigh from Midoriya. Soon ice covered the entire building. "Great, Kacchan and Iida have heat-related quirks, so I wouldn't be surprised if they broke out. But that's where I come in," Midoriya continued as he activated Glitch. Todoroki was confused. What was Midoriya doing? Midoriya glitched the ice in the room he was in to grow into thick layers and cover the weapon. Todoroki was surprised, as was the rest of the class that was watching. How did he just manipulate Todoroki's ice? Alright, step 1. Done. Now to make it difficult for them to come up. "You really think this ice is enough? Stop me." Bakugo screamed as he broke out of the ice. But suddenly the ice turned into goop, super sticky, slimy, and hard to move through. Bakugo found himself struggling to walk through it at all. "How is Matrix doing that?" Kaminari asked, astonished. "It's like he has multiple quirks. He needs to explain his quirk," Kirishima added. "I should probably explain to you why young Matrix is able to do that. You see, his quirk Glitch allows him to do anything with an output of a quirk. For example, if Todoroki sent his flames at young Matrix, he could do these set of things: rewind it back to nothing, change it to ice, change it to anything he wants, pause it, slow it down, speed it up, and control it. I may have missed some, but overall that's what his quirk allows him to do, as well as teleport." All Might explained. "That's such an OP quirk. I see why he's a government official. Beating this guy is going to be literally impossible. How did you do this, Deku, and how come it's not affecting you?" Bakugo screamed as Midoriya made his way down the hall. "Pay attention to the goop. It's all a glitch, it's glitching. I've glitched the quirk to do what I wanted to do. That's why you had lost before you even entered," Midoriya replied as he approached. "I may be stuck, but that doesn't mean my quirk is." Bakugo screamed as he sent out a large-scale explosion that could kill someone if they didn't dodge. Midoriya sighed and paused it. "Kacchan, is this really how you want to go? If I go all out, you might die. So to be safe, I'll only use 10% of my full power." Midoriya moved the explosion and compacted it into a small ball. He then put the ball in his hand. "What the how in the dash? It's not that you're weak. It's just that I'm too strong for you." Midoriya threw the glitch ball at Bakugo and covered his face. He had changed the chemical buildup of the explosion and made it the sleep gas. "How? No fair." Bakugo passed out, as did Iida. They both fell into the goop that disappeared once Midoriya heard the bell announce that he won. "Well, that's a wrap." Midoriya sighed as he walked over to Bakugo and Iida and glitched away with them to the room All Might was in to begin the breakdown of the lesson. "Matrix, how did you do that? Where did the goop go? How did you transform ice into whatever that was?" Midoriya groaned as he tossed Bakugo and Iida away like they were potato sacks, surprising the class even more, since throwing a person without using any form of quirk, just raw muscle strength, took a lot of strength. Midoriya was the definition of casually strong to them. Todoroki made his way into the room as well. "I'm not even going to question it. It's just his quirk," he commented as the door shut behind him. "Because I'm sick and tired of all your questions, I'm going to explain how I was able to do that right now. But after, you aren't allowed to ask any questions." "Understood," Midoriya said. "Understood," the class said in unison. Even All Might wanted to know. "My quirk Glitch allows me to basically bug out a quirk however I like. I can change its chemical compound and composition to my will. That's why Todoroki's ice was able to change into goop and Kacchan's explosion turned into a sleeping gas. I'm sure All Might already explained what else my quirk can do, and you all saw it in demonstration, so I'm done with the explanations. Got it. Why do you call Bakugo Kacchan? Midoriya groaned once more. I knew him when I was 4. Before the government took me away at least. You were taken by the government when you were 4. The class screamed in unison. It was enough to wake up Bakugo and Ida. Okay class, that's enough questioning for Matrix. Let's go over the round. Who do you think was the MVP of all 4 of them total? All Might asked. Sir, I think it's really obvious. Kaminari croaked. It's Matrix. He was able to come out with a plan that left no damage to the building whatsoever. He successfully captured the heroes with no struggle, and he made sure the weapon would remain guarded even if he wasn't there to actively stand guard. He made sure to use a plan rather than pure strength and powering his way through like Bakugo had tried. Yaoyorozu spoke up. Hey! Bakugo screamed. He was offended by her last remark despite it being true. Good, you're exactly correct. Let's go on with the next rounds. Midoriya looked around. There's nothing to do after the practice exercise. No kind of workout. This place is nothing like the facility. Usually, after we go through a planned team-up exercise, we have to work out and practice fighting on our own right after to ensure we're getting the best training possible. If this place is connected to the facility, why is it so different? Wait, I know. Despite the Hero Admissions Agency being publicly known, no one knows what happens on the inside. UA isn't exactly the same due to the fact that kids have a way to spread what's going on inside the place. If they tarnish the reputation of UA, then the Hero Admissions Agency's reputation gets tarnished as well. UA is like pretty wrapping paper you put on a ticking time bomb to fool people. I wonder how Eri is doing. Something tells me she's not doing well. Midoriya sighed and continued to watch the other rounds take place. After all of that, it was lunch. Midoriya found himself sitting with some of his classmates. The same ones from yesterday. Todoroki, however, had a very important question to ask Midoriya. Before Midoriya sat down, Todoroki tapped on his shoulder to ask. I have a K-. What happened to your brother, right? Well, I and him were friends. I don't think he'd mind me telling you the outcome of him going 100% with his quirk. Government wouldn't mind either. But the look on your face tells me you already know what happened based on the fact I told you he went 100%, Midoriya sighed. His body was never built to be able to handle his quirk at 100. He's dead. I think your dad already knows. He likely didn't tell you so it wouldn't interfere with your training. Toya told me your dad would be the type to do that. Todoroki stared at Midoriya, anger, sadness, and guilt all making their way to Todoroki's heart as he held back tears. If it makes you feel better, he talked a lot about you when he was still here. When did he die? When I was 7, I'm 15 now, so you could say around 8 years ago. 8 years and I didn't know. Todoroki stormed off, unable to handle the news about his brother's passing. Crying. I mean, I understand they were related, but he didn't even spend any time with him because Toya was at the facility the entire time. He only told stories about before he had come. This Todoroki was just a baby in all those stories he told. Odd, showing weakness in front of others. Crying usually results in a punishment. He wouldn't have survived in the facility, despite having a strong dual quirk. Midoriya thought to himself as he sat down. What's up with Todoroki? He looked upset. Personal family business, I'm in no right to share. If you want to know, ask him yourself. Midoriya had a new food he wanted to try out, sushi. It was the first time he ever saw the bizarre roll of rice, seaweed, avocado, and raw fish. He didn't understand why they didn't fully cook it, but he didn't care. He put an entire roll in his mouth. Soon the flavors came rushing in. This is better than that soup from yesterday. He began to scarf it down, surprising everyone at the table with how he was able to eat so fast yet stay so tidy. He managed to finish just in time because an alarm went off. Security breach, evacuate immediately. The alarm screamed. Midoriya was unfazed by the loud ringing going on. It sounded just like the one that woke them up every morning. He glitched outside to see what the fuss was about. Is it true All Might is teaching here? Is it true you have a student from the Hero Admissions Agency training here? Allow us to interview them. Aizawa and Present Mic groaned as they tried to get the hundreds of news reporters out. How did they even find out? What's going on? Midoriya asked as he glitched beside Aizawa. Matrix. You aren't supposed to be out here, Aizawa said, startled by the boy's sudden appearance. I'm allowed to be anywhere. Anyways, what's the issue? News reporters, Present Mic sighed. Oh, that's it. Then why did the alarm go off claiming a villain was attacking? Because they somehow got through the front gates. They destroyed the door. Interesting, I'll ask them to leave. They're here for you, they want to interview you. I don't think they'll let a free chance to question you pass. Yeah, but I can pull the, I'm a government official so unless you want to be taken to prison to leave card. Fair point. Present Mic, can you discharge a little bit of your quirk? Why? So they'll hear me, odd but okay. Present Mic sent out a pulse of his quirk. Midoriya quickly glitched it and manipulated it to amplify his voice. Hello everyone. If you do not leave the school campus right now, police will be coming to arrest each and every single one of you. Midoriya shouted. That's the kid from the Hero Admissions Agency. This isn't a red carpet walkthrough or the press. Take your things and leave. There's the door. This isn't a joke. Police will show up at each of your houses if you don't leave in 9, 8, 7-inch. Midoriya began to count down. People didn't want to take any risks and quickly began to shuffle away and out. Once they were out, Midoriya used Present Mic's quirk and turned it into a big wall. He attached it to the missing front door. That should be a temporary fix so no one else will come in for today. I'll be off. Midoriya began to walk away, leaving Aizawa and Present Mic stunned. Soon the day was over. Midoriya glitched to the facility and to his room. He found Eri, beat up and crying. Midoriya was unfazed by the sight. He sighed and walked over to his side of the room and sat down on his bed. What happened? I thought you weren't allowed to go to the training until I taught you everything, Midoriya asked as he pulled out his phone and began to scroll through it. The other kids. During breakfast. My face. It hurts, Eri cried. Your quirk is rewind, right? Can you rewind yourself? No, only other things. What a bummer, but I guess I can temporarily change that. Remove the quirk canceling cuff. My quirk will spiral out of control. I'm here, it won't. But just do it all right. Eri reluctantly removed the bracelet, not even seconds after her horn began to stream out the golden rewind. Looks like you can only rewind living things you touch considering I'm not gone. I'm going to glitch your quirk, figure out your output level, and use your quirk to heal you alright. Help. Midoriya sighed and activated glitch. The golden rewind slowed down and became a steady flow. Eri calmed down. Midoriya then used that rewind and rewinded Eri to when before she had the injuries. Now put the quirk canceller back on. Eri put the cuff on. The stream died out entirely. My face no longer hurts. But my quirk was made to hurt people. It's a curse. Your quirk is useful in the doctor's department. I don't see why you were sent here to become a hero. A hero with that kind of quirk is difficult since they have to solo everything to make sure the other heroes don't get hurt. So why are you here? Nothing is making sense recently. And your quirk isn't a curse. You can use it to save people on the edge of death by rewinding them. You could cure cancer with that. Be careful with that quirk. If you don't try hard enough here, there's a chance you'll get transferred elsewhere. What do you mean? A quirk is useful as that could bring a lot of money to these greedy pigs. They wouldn't want you to die. So if you don't train hard enough there to pass and become a hero, they'll throw you in a science lab and experiment on ways to make your quirk a pill to rewind people's illness. They can do that. They can do anything for now at least. As long as the public doesn't know they're free to do what they please. That's horrible. I already told you this place would be horrible. Now go get into your training outfit and give me 5 minutes to come back. Midoriya got up from his bed and glitched away, leaving Eri alone to change. Midoriya glitched in the main room of the upper sect. The highest sect got special treatment from the government since they were the strongest. But it was hardly a good enough reward, considering the torture they put all of them through. The upper sect class liked to hang out in the main room. However, they were all mean and were picky on who exactly was allowed to sit with them. You could call them the popular kids of high school. They had a strong disliking to those with high potential to become stronger than them, which meant they did not at all like Midoriya or Eri. Which one of you beat the child up? Midoriya asked, anger laced in his voice. He didn't like people that acted like the superiors. It angered him to his peak. He knew why they were picking on Eri. She was weak at the moment. They acted just like the superiors would. Not to mention Midoriya wasn't about to let whoever beat Eri to a pulp like that just slide because they were stronger. Eri was new and didn't know how to fend for herself. She didn't deserve to be hurt or even attacked. It was an unfair advantage. What does it got to do with you, Matrix? Just cause you're top dog doesn't mean you can go bothering us, one of them hissed. She's new, you didn't even give her a fighting chance, but hey. It makes sense, you're all so weak that of course, you'd go after someone with higher potential. Midoriya let a devious grin slip past his face. He was taunting them. He knew exactly what he was doing. Hurting their precious little egos. You think we're scared of you? We'll take you all on at once. Oh, that makes me assume it was all of you who decided to torment the new kid. It was, so what? You know how the government here works. I can kill you all and I won't get in trouble because of the simple excuse that you were all too weak. The government also sees the girl as a precious asset with how powerful her quirk is. You could all get in trouble for trying to kill her without special order. You know that the government has favorites, and those favorites aren't allowed to be killed unless given permission. The girl managed to slide her way to being their favorite because of her quirk. You could all be sent to the torture chamber. Or, Midoriya paused to let a chuckle escape his lips. You could all fight me and die. It's your choice, fess up to who exactly decided to hurt her because I know who you all are. You aren't all that stupid to attack someone on special order. So who did it? Or do you all want to go to the torture chamber? You blabber so much. I was the one who did it, and what about it? So what if the girl is on special order? I don't care. You either fight or get beaten. I don't care about that special treatment CRP. The others felt the threatening atmosphere that suddenly appeared. Midoriya was mad despite the obvious grin he was wearing. It was one of pure, wicked rage. What's that grin about? Got something to say, top dog? Why don't you say it to my ash? The guy was cut off when Midoriya suddenly glitched from his spot right to the side of the guy and punched his face so hard that he went flying across the room and slammed a wall. The others flinched back. It wasn't too often Midoriya decided to fight someone, and it was a rare instance to see the team get so angry. A human-sized indent was left on the wall as Midoriya walked up to the guy who was sliding down from it. What's wrong, tough guy? Couldn't pick on someone your own size. People like you just know how to tick me off, acting just like the superiors. You aren't a superior, you're a roach. A disgusting bottom feeder that picks on newcomers due to the simple fact that your ego wants to be boosted. You disgust me and you will die. But after I send you to the torture chamber, Midoriya spat. He was so mad you could see glitch marks in the air glitching rapidly. Midoriya had punched the guy so hard that he had broken his nose and punched out his front tooth. Midoriya lifted him up by his gray shirt and dragged him to the superior's office. He had left the guy's buddies completely silent. They knew not to mess with Midoriya. He was strong enough to take them all on and kill them if he wanted to. They also knew to follow the superior order. Eri was on special order. That basically meant that until she was trained up to be put in normal classes that she isn't to be messed with since she can't fend for herself quite yet. It also meant she was at the moment a government favorite since she held lots of future potential if trained properly. Midoriya knocked on the superior's door and walked in. What do you need, Matrix? Last time I checked you were supposed to be training the girl that came in yesterday, the superior asked. It was his trainer. Yukio here beat the girl to a bloody pulp, attempting to kill her, despite the fact she's on special order. Oh, he did that. I thought I had specifically instructed for that girl not to be messed with, but I guess not everyone can follow orders now, huh? Matrix, drop him off in the torture chamber. The guy in Midoriya's grip flinched under the superior's voice. The superior had gotten mad, which was never a good thing. Will do, sir. Midoriya glitched away, right outside the torture chamber. Off you go, Midoriya said with a grin as he slammed him into the room and shut the door. After that, Midoriya glitched back to Eri, who was patiently waiting. Sorry I took a while, just dealing with some business, Midoriya sighed as he patted her head. There's BLD on your dash. It's time we go train. Follow me. Midoriya stretched out his hand for Eri to hold and walked her out of the room to the training room. The training room had an assortment of things, but that wasn't what Midoriya needed at the moment. Alright, from what I can see, the first thing you need to do is build muscle. We have a week exactly to get you in top shape. Step on this scale. Midoriya pointed to a scale. She stepped up. Okay, for a 4-year-old you're quite light. Only 60 pounds. By the end of this week you need to be able to pick up at least 30 P&D weights. Half of your own weight. It may seem like a lot, especially how you're 4, but if this isn't done you'll have to be forced through the isolation chamber, and it's way worse than whatever training the superiors will give. I'd know, Midoriya explained. Eri nodded her head. What do I do? Get rid of the stutter, and second we'll start off with some push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, and squats. You understand? No, I'll demonstrate you copy. And so Midoriya spent the rest of the afternoon training Eri to build muscle, and at the same time, he gave her some basic fighting skills. It would be enough to fend off people her age if she's ever messed with, but it was useless to try against the more experienced. By the end of the day, Eri was sore, she could hardly lift a finger. We couldn't even get into the Quirk training and you're already tired. I guess we can worry about that tomorrow. Let's return to the rooms. From there you can shower, get dressed, eat dinner, and sleep. Okay. Time skip. Later that night. Midoriya laid in his bed, staring vacantly at his ceiling. Eri was sound asleep in their darkroom. Midoriya sighed. I can forcefully activate people's quirk with the glitch when I'm angry, but it results in worse backlash compared to whenever I overuse my quirk. I found that out when I got mad at that guy for beating up Eri, and I noticed everyone's quirks in the back were leaking off of them involuntarily. I shouldn't use it too much, this migraine is the worst. It feels like someone's bashing my head into a wall and my stomach hurts. Not even pain relief will help this. Midoriya thought to himself as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Screams from the torture chamber echoed at the bottom floor of the building. No one past that point could hear it, so no one was aware of the pain that guy was going through. The next day, instead of Class A being at UA, they were standing right outside of the USJ. They walked in and were surprised as to what they saw, multiple terrains all for different kinds of training exercises. Hey everyone. I'm 13 and I'll be assisting your teacher in teaching you all today. A pro hero in an astronaut suit that went by the name of 𝗬𝗏 cheered. Remember class, this is rescue training, not fighting. Listen to what 𝗬𝗏 has to say, Aizawa sighed. As you can see, we have multiple ways of training. Just look around. 𝗬𝗏 added. Whoa. They even got fake villains. Whoa. They even got fake villains. Kirishima exclaimed. 𝗬𝗏 and Aizawa both whipped their heads around to see a whole gang of villains somehow pull up through a purple warp gate. Stay back everyone, those are real villains. Evacuate with 𝗬𝗏. Aizawa screamed as he went charging in. Huh. He's not sending us to fight them. This guy is one weird superior. Usually, the superiors send us when things aren't going well as they sit back and watch. Maybe he isn't a superior. It does seem like he actually cares about us, seeing how he reached and all. I guess he won't have to die with the rest. Midoriya thought to himself as he ran off with the class. Before they could make it to the door, however, the warp gate villain, 𝗬𝗁, appeared before them and trapped them in a dome with his warp quirk. Sorry little ones, but I can't let you leave. You'd interrupt our plan to kill All Might, 𝗬𝗁 laughed. Stand back everyone. 𝗬𝗏 screamed. Midoriya walked up to 𝗬𝗏 and sighed. I got this. I'm a government official, so don't worry about this. You're still a kid. 𝗬𝗏 opened a black hole and tried to absorb 𝗬𝗁. Midoriya sighed as he activated glitch and glitched 𝗬𝗁's warp gate away and around 𝗬𝗁 himself. Huh, what's going on? Why don't I have control of my body? 𝗬𝗁 asked in confusion as Midoriya threw him across the room with a glitch. I told you to let me handle it. Now take the class and go. I'm helping Mr. Aizawa. Midoriya glitched away before 𝗬𝗏 could stop him. Are we going to let Matrix do that or? Kaminari asked as he ran off with the class. He's a government official, he probably went through something harder than this, Kirishima replied. Keep going, we need to call for help. 𝗬𝗏 shouted. Midoriya reappeared beside Izuku, using one of Thug's quirks against himself by making a shield come out of it. Matrix. You shouldn't be here, you were supposed to evacuate with the rest. Izuku shouted. Look at that thing besides the leader. It's pure muscle. You'll die. The weakest always do. These people are here to kill All Might, they won't hesitate to kill those in the way. Besides, the government wouldn't really like it if I ran off. Midoriya replied as he broke off the shield dome as a shockwave pulse, hitting the villains that circled around them and giving Izuku an opening. I'll deal with them, go. You an idiot or something? Like, no disrespectful and stuff cause you're my teacher, but you'll literally die against that thing. Watch OU dash. Izuku tried to block a hut that was coming from Midoriya, who was just casually standing in the middle of the fight, but Midoriya was surprisingly fast. He glitched out of the way and reappeared beside the thug that tried to kick him. He then proceeded to punch the cavity of the thug's chest so hard that he broke the bones in that area. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Nomu, attack the problematic brat. The leader of the league, Tomura Shigaraki, spat. The Nomu pounced at Midoriya, but Midoriya had the upper hand. Because the Nomu's muscle was the mutation of a quirk, he could glitch the Nomu to his will, and he did. The Nomu paused, glitch marks spasming around it as it sat frozen in air. See, Mr. Izuku. If I didn't do that, we'd have this random beast attacking. What? How'd you do that? Shigaraki screamed as he went charging at Izuku. He figured if he couldn't take down Midoriya that he'd take down the baggage. Midoriya glitched towards Izuku, then glitched Izuku out of the way with himself. Shigaraki ended up falling face-first into the ground. They aren't any threats if they can't move. A lot of these guys have mutation quirks, it's easy to glitch them. The ones without mutations are frozen due to their own quirks that I already bugged into a super glue that's leaving them unable to move. We're safe, Midoriya explained. You brat. You're in the way of our plan. Shigaraki screamed. Midoriya sighed. And you're in the way of training. Take your goons and leave. Midoriya hissed back. Izuku just stared in dismay. He knew Midoriya was governmentally trained, strong, and smart, but how strong was he exactly? His quirk just froze over 30 people, including some muscular beast. You're problematic, brat. I don't know what your quirk is, but I'll kill you with mine. Shigaraki spat as he charged at Midoriya. Suddenly, before he could make it to Midoriya, he was shot. Everyone turned their heads around to see pro heroes all lined up at the gates, including someone special. They began to shoot at the villains. Kurogiri had to make an escape with Shigaraki to survive, leaving behind the thugs and Nomu. Good job assessing the situation. However, you're still a kid. Don't act on your own again, Izuku warned. Other pro heroes came down to arrest the thugs and the Nomu. They had to ask Midoriya to unglitch them to be able to move them around, so he helped with that process. He got a couple of compliments from the pro heroes. However, he was a bit disappointed. The one person he wanted to be there wasn't. Or at least he thought so. Figured. Good job out there, you put the pro heroes to shame, a familiar voice chuckled. Midoriya turned around in surprise. Was it who he thought to was? Hawks. Midoriya exclaimed, his voice full of surprise and slight happiness. The class stared at Midoriya. How did he know the pro hero? Were they related? Midoriya hugged Hawks. Hawks hugged back. It's been a while, I haven't seen you in 2 years. Have you gotten shorter? Hawks joked. Well, for your information, I'm a good 165 centimeters and still growing. Midoriya huffed 5'5". I know I'm just joking. No, but seriously, good job. You made our job a whole lot easier. I heard someone new was put in my place, is it true? Yeah, Midoriya continued to have a conversation with Hawks as the class just stared in shock. Hawks talks to Matrix like he's the celebrity. Kaminari pointed out. They're like best friends. You think he knew Matrix for a while since he works for the government. It's the first time I've seen Matrix show some kind of emotion despite it being so slight. I wonder how Matrix knows Hawks. Hawks is the fastest hero and is climbing the ranks like it's nothing. He started off in 50th place, which was already a high rank to begin with, and has already climbed up to the top 10-inch. I'm jealous. First he's strong, has a strong quirk, and now he knows celebrities. I want to be a government official, no fair. They have no idea what they're saying. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲 pointed out as he sighed. Yeah, if they knew what happened on the inside, their answers would change so fast. Midoriya replied. Well, but I gotta get back to work, see you some other time. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 waved Midoriya off and flew off, dragging a bunch of prisoned thugs with his feathers while Midoriya glitched back with the rest of the class as attendance was taken to return to UA. Due to the disruption, they just couldn't stay there. Matrix, how do you know 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲? 𝗧𝗵𝗃 treats you like you knew him for years. And that pro hero hardly stops to talk to anyone, he's too fast. Matrix, come on, tell us how you know him. Is it because you're a government official? I'll be a government official if it means I get to see all the pro heroes. Midoriya groaned and glitched away, despite being on a bus. He glitched to UA and waited for them to come into the classroom as he took his seat and enjoyed the silence. Idiots, they don't even know about 1/4% of what happens in those stupid facilities and want to be a government official because it means they'll see some pro heroes. Their egos are huge and they sound desperate. I wonder how they'd react if they found out about what happens in the facilities. The world will find out soon. As soon as I can get some evidence without being caught, escape the place with everyone else, and have a secure place to be in without worrying about being tracked, I'll do it. I'll expose the government. Then kill them. They deserve death after all they've done, after killing so many kids. Making us kill so many kids. Making us killing machines. I can't wait till the day I can look at them without needing to hold anything back and just kill them the most painful way possible. Midoriya's train of thought was cut off when the class came waltzing in. Oh, I found him. With a quirk like that you can escape anything. You're so lucky, Matrix. Lucky, you just teleported away. You at least could have answered some of our questions. Settle down, class. What Matrix decides to share with you is up to him. Don't be so nosy in his personal life. I have a couple of announcements and from there you're all dismissed to go home. Now sit down, Aizawa sighed. The class quickly quieted down and took their seats. Good. Now as you all saw today, villains attacked. Matrix, what you did was risky and stupid. I don't care if you're a government official or not, acting on your own like that without warning can hurt others. Moving on. Today's battle isn't the last one. Aizawa paused, instilling some fear into them. What did their teacher mean? The sports festival is coming up soon and you all need to train hard. You have to give it your all. This festival not only is a chance for you all to compete with the other classes, it's a chance for hero agencies to view you as individuals and not a group. You have to try your best to land the best internship. The festival is next week, Monday. Be prepared, Aizawa concluded. And with that note, everyone was free to return. Midoriya glitched to his room back at the facility and was surprised to see Eri crying yet again. Did his threat yesterday not work? However, upon closer inspection, she wasn't beaten up nor hurt. Her hair had been cut in a messy, choppy way. It was all uneven. What happened this time? Midoriya sighed. To the other kids they cut your hair. Ugh, if they were going to do that they could have at least given you a clean cut. Wait here. Midoriya glitched away. This time he couldn't send anyone to the torture chamber due to the fact Eri didn't actually get hurt. But instead of going to beat up the kids who ruined her hair, he had a better idea. He got a water-full spray bottle, a hairdryer, a hair comb, hair bands, a pair of scissors, and a plastic body cover. He glitched back to the room. Sit down on this chair, okay? Eri sat down and was covered by the body cover. After Midoriya sprayed down her hair and got to cutting. Once it was all even shoulder length, he blow-dried it with the hairdryer. He then combed through it, getting rid of any knots possible. And to total it off, he put her hair into twin pigtails. He handed her a mirror. There. I'm not the best hairstylist, but I've seen enough videos on it that it shouldn't be too bad. Besides, a lot of hairstyling is just logic. It's not the best, but it's better than that uneven mess the others gave you. Eri hugged Midoriya, however being so short she hugged his legs. Midoriya was surprised by the sudden embrace from the child. Thank you. Random story related to this. I came up with Midoriya's quirk from a post I saw on Instagram. It was someone's dream. They had said that everyone had gotten magic powers, but people found hacks and cheat and could glitch the powers other people had. I built on that idea and thus Midoriya's quirk was born. To add the cherry on top, this story idea came when I was watching a movie. It wasn't even somewhat related to this. Anyways. Thank you, Eri hiccuped. Tears streamed down her face. Midoriya sighed and patted her head. Don't mention it. I will do anything and everything to protect this small child. She doesn't deserve the harsh reality of the world. It's time for training. You're going to be so strong no one will mess with you. Midoriya glitched away into the bathroom and changed into his training clothes. He waited for Eri to give him the signal to tell him that she was ready. Once she was, he took her to the training room and trained her well. Time skip end of the week. Friday. It was the end of the day. Class A was getting ready to go home. Aizawa had already left. It was just the class. As they were packing up, they felt people staring. They looked to the doorway and found a crowd of kids, all from different classes, crowding the door. Murmurs could be heard from them as the class stared at them dumbfounded. Midoriya sighed and decided to take action. He glitched, holding all his things. He stared them all down. What do you people want? I see no reason for you to be crowding the exit. We want to go home, Midoriya began. He already knew why they were there. They're scouting out the competition. The festival is this Monday. Idiot, Bakugo spoke up as he stood beside Midoriya. I already figured that much. I just don't see why they bother to waste time when they could be spending it training. If they hate us so much, then why not try to be better? Oh, but what am I saying? I can't expect much out of bottom feeders. So quick to get angry once their egos get slightly bruised. All talk, no actual talent. That's what you can expect from those who decide to pull moves like these instead of just understanding we're future competition. But hey, who am I to speak right? It's not like I won't be holding back my full potential to spare your lives, Midoriya chuckled. The class stared at him, struck surprised. Even Bakugo couldn't believe what Midoriya just said. The class didn't even know how to respond, but the crowd did. Just who do you think you are? Just because your class fought villains, it doesn't mean you're stronger. Egotistical moron. You'll eat your own words up when we destroy you in competition. I'd like to see you all try. While you all waste your time watching us, we'll be busy training. Bakugo sneered. This just fits right into my expectations of Class A. I mean, of course, kids who manage to get into the hero course would be egotistical. But let's just see how your words hold up when we go against you this Monday. A boy with large eye bags and purple hair spoke. Hitoshi Shinso. If your expectations were already negative, I can already assume why kind of person you are. You hate those who got something you wanted. My best assumption is that you wanted to be in Class A yourself but didn't fit the mark. You came here expecting something bad. If your expectations were already negative, no matter what side of us we show you, you'll immediately group us as bad. It's just how your kind is. Now I've wasted enough time. See you all Monday, Midoriya grinned, glitching away. Shinso was left silenced. Midoriya wasn't wrong. Monday rolled around fast. Eri was finally put in normal classes. Midoriya worried a bit for her, but he knew he trained her well enough to where the superiors wouldn't put her in the isolation chamber. Midoriya was in his UA gym outfit, sitting in the waiting room with the rest of Class A. He was suddenly approached by Todoroki, who had some kind of declaration of war. Matrix. For someone who hasn't proven himself to be as strong as he claims, you speak too boldly of yourself. I don't care if you were trained by the government or no pro heroes. You're still an egotistical 𝗧𝗪𝗧. I'll beat you in today's festival with just my ice. Todoroki hissed. Oh. It looks like you haven't been paying attention. That, or I've just been holding back too much. You see, Todoroki, I already know all of your weaknesses. Based on your final sentence, there's some underlying reason you won't use your flames, and that'll be your downfall, however. Just going against me will be your downfall. Todoroki. Your weakness is that you make judgment too fast. Because of this, you underestimate anyone you try to fight by downplaying their power. Because of this, you'll lose. And I plan to exploit this. Then a physical weakness you have that you refuse to use your fire. Your body succumbs to the cold before your limit. You can call me egotistical, a 𝗧𝗪𝗧𝗍, a moron. In the end, I'm strong enough to kill you all if I wanted to. Holding back is what's keeping you all alive. Remember that, 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗏. Midoriya replied, wearing a sarcastic grin. The class was taken aback by Midoriya's cold attitude and knowledge. If his claims are true, then they really don't stand a chance. Now calling, Class 1A. Present Mike shouted. I guess that's our call. Let's just see who wins this in the end. Okay. Midoriya left them on that final note as he glitched away to the field. The crowd began to roar with excitement as his heterochromatic eyes glimmered in the sunlight. Soon the rest of the class came and they began the festival. Welcome everyone to the annual sports festival. All of UA will be participating. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? Midnight, what's our first round? Present Mike shouted. Glad you asked. Our first round will be dash. She paused as the wheel spun round and round. It landed on an obstacle course race. Obstacle course race. In this round, everyone will be racing against each other while going through a series of unexpected obstacles. Your goal is to make it within the top 42 to pass. Understood? Great. And before we begin this race, let's have the Class A representative, Izuku Midoriya, say something to the crowd. Midnight shouted as she signaled for Midoriya to come on stage. Midoriya didn't know this was a thing, but he already knew what he was going to say. He glitched onto the stage and took the microphone. Thank you all for coming here today. A lot of you may already know me. And I'm just going to say something and make it absolutely clear that it'll be true. I'm going to win. Midoriya let a devious grin slip past his face as he watched the other classes grow outraged at his statement. He handed Midnight the microphone and glitched back within the crowd. A bold statement coming from the class's number one. Will he be able to keep that statement true? Let's find out. On with the first round. Midnight continued. She guided them all over to the start line of the race. Let's see. I could easily win this by glitching to the end. Or I could go through the obstacles and show off. No, not yet. I won't show them my potential yet. Despite the fact angering them makes winning easier, I think I've got them rallied up enough. On your marks. Get set. Go. Midnight shouted. The crowd of classes went shooting through the tunnel. Midoriya glitched to the front of the line and got a scan of the obstacles. He saw the ending line. Well, I think we already know who's winning this, Midoriya chuckled as he lifted his hand up and glitched right to the end. He walked through the exit gates, winning the race in record time. Izuku Midoriya has won the first round. Wow, that's a new UA record. Present Mike shouted. He's strong, I heard the government trained him, let's just see if he can actually win this thing. He sounds like an egotistical 𝗧𝗪𝙢𝗢𝗏. Wait, but there's more to it. I think he said that on purpose to make them mad because when the opponent is mad all they can think about is beating the other person. Their judgment gets clouded and they end up losing whole, getting caught up in their own rage. He isn't egotistical, he's playing smart. Now that you mentioned it, that actually makes a lot of sense. He won the first round, but it looks like he's more focused on his thoughts than what the others are doing. Not to mention he isn't gloating at the camera. I think you're right. I wonder what his quirk is. It looks like it just teleports him around. Sounds like some people in the crowd already picked up on my tactic, but it isn't an issue. The others are already too far in their anger to listen to their advice. Due to the fact the rounds are randomly selected, I have no way to prepare for the next round which 𝗧𝗵𝗫, but as long as I play strategically and don't get caught up in their words, I should be fine. Midoriya thought to himself. After some time people finally started to come through the exit. Bakugo came in second. Todoroki was third. And the list kept going. Let's move on to the second round. For this round, we'll be having every person for themselves. Here's how this round works. Everyone will be assigned a certain band. This band has a certain amount of points based on where you landed in the race, starting from 5 points in last place and going up to 10 million to the person in first. In order to win this round, you'll have to fight the others, steal their band, and have enough points to move on to the next and final round. Midnight explained. Oh nice. This is right up my alley, it's so easy. Since I have the highest amount of points I'm going to be the target, but that's not even an issue because as long as I keep my band safe I can move on to the next round. I don't even have to do any work. Come here to get your bands. After a 5-minute commercial break, we can begin the next round. Midnight shouted. Midoriya collected his band and drank some water during his wait. He could already see people glaring and plotting against him. It only made him laugh. Pathetic idiots, Little do they know I could kill them all with one strike. But I guess it's best they don't know that break time is up. Let's begin the next round. Now that everyone is set up, we can start. Go. 𝗵𝗃 shouted. Not even a second later, everyone went charging at Midoriya. He yawned and glitched away. He glitched to the opposite side of where they were standing. Wow, is that really your game plan, people? Just mob chasing. How stupid. The smart people amongst the crowd snatched the bands from the people they were next to while the others went to chase Midoriya. Quirks quickly got involved as people went their quirks at Midoriya. Are these quirks supposed to be a threat? To weaklings. Midoriya paused all of their quirks and lifted it up into the air. The crowd gasped in amusement. His quirk wasn't only teleporting. Now let me show you all how you really win this, Midoriya grinned as he snapped his fingers. The quirks he has lifted had all become some kind of black substance. Midoriya had made a dark gas that made it hard to see. He brought the gas back down and set it on the ground, leaving everyone fighting through the dark smoke. While everyone struggled through that, Midoriya went around glitching, stealing people's bands. He didn't steal all of them, just enough to show that he could have if he wanted to. Once he collected his limit, he dispersed the smoke. See? Some of you won't even pass to the next round. See? Some of you won't even pass to the next round. Midoriya grinned as he showed all the bands he collected. Whoa, would you look at that? First the fog, and now he has his limit of 5 other bands. 𝗵𝗃 screamed, acting as the hype man of the crowd. The crowd roared with excitement as more people went charging at Midoriya. Midoriya just continued to glitch away, dodging them all. Time is up. 𝗵𝗃 shouted. The crowd of kids chasing Midoriya were already breathing, sweating, and out of breath, while Midoriya on the other hand looked like he didn't even do anything. Only 10 people will pass to the next round. Those 10 people are shown on the board right here. The final match will be a 1v1, beat your opponents, climb the ranks, and make it to number 1. You are all allowed to go on a 30-minute break while we prepare everything. Go enjoy the snacks. 𝗵𝗃 announced. Midoriya returned the bands and glitched to the stadium to sit with his class. Kirishima walked up to him and was about to slap him in a joking manner, but he didn't realize just how fast Midoriya's reflexes were. Midoriya stopped Kirishima's hand from hitting his back and tightened his grip unintentionally. Oh, dude, let go. Kirishima cried. Oh, it's just you. Midoriya loosened his grip and went back to thinking. How did you even know I was about to do that? You couldn't even see me. Kirishima exclaimed. Midoriya shrugged his shoulders and went back to thinking. I'm going up against the purple-haired dude in the first match. What's his quirk? He doesn't have an output one, or I would have seen him use it against me. But I did notice one thing. People were carrying him around during the race. However, their eyes, they were white instead of the usual color. Brainwashing. It could be slightly problematic if I don't act in time, but considering I already figured out his quirk, I got this. If only I knew how he brainwashed people exactly. Does he touch them? Talk to them? What does he do to brainwash them? I can't take any risks. Despite the fact taunting is useful, it feels like that's going to be my downfall if I respond to this guy. There's a chance I could be brainwashed. I have to take him down fast and efficiently, Midoriya thought to himself. Midoriya got up to go to his waiting room. As he was walking down the halls, he heard someone randomly call his name. He turned around. It was Ojiro. What? Look, I know you're being cocky and inconsiderate, but I still don't want you to lose. I won't be going up the next round, so I have no reason to keep this information from you. And based on what Yaoyorozu was saying with her friends, you said those things to get people rallied up and angry on purpose, didn't you? Ojiro asked. Well, I have no reason to be overly cocky in my ability if I already know I'm too strong for anyone's good. Getting them mad while only showing a percentile of my power leaves them in a blind rage. I use that to my advantage. Now, what is it that you wanted to tell me? That guy you're going up against, his quirk, is brainwashing. After he asked me something, everything went blank. I no longer had control of my body. No matter what, do not respond to his questions, Ojiro said. Thanks, I figured his quirk was something along the lines. You confirmed it, and now I can make a proper plan. Right? And don't tell people about my tactic, getting them angry and stuff. The event isn't over quite yet. I'll be off now. Bye. Midoriya walked into his waiting room and sat down. Now all he had to do was wait. Just as I predicted, all I have to do is stay quiet. Maybe I can use his brainwashing against himself. But I'd need to pause his quirk before it could work on me. Isn't his quirk technically activate as he asks the question so that if I respond it can trap me? So all I have to do is wait till he starts asking questions. From there I can manipulate the invisible output and use it against himself. Perfect. The first match is about to begin. 𝗵𝗃 shouted. Midoriya glitched to the doorway, the entrance to the battleground. He saw Shinso standing in the opposing one. For our first round. Izuku Midoriya from the Hero Course Class 1A. Hitoshi Shinso from General Class C. Let's see who will win this first match. 𝗵𝗃 screamed as the two made their way onto the battleground. Midoriya wore a stoic face. He didn't want to give any hints on what he possibly could be thinking about. Begin. You know, I'm kind of jealous. You got a strong quirk and basically had one shot of getting into the hero course because you're a government official. Tell me, what is it like being the favorite? Shinso screamed. Midoriya kept letting him talk, confusing the crowd. It isn't active quite yet. He's just generally speaking to throw me off. I guess he must have figured that Ojiro would tell me. It doesn't matter, he's about to activate it now. Did that monkey of your class tell you about my quirk? Why aren't you 𝗧𝗪𝙢𝙢𝙢𝐵𝗫? Midoriya let a grin slip past his face as he watched Shinso's eyes go white. Now walk out of bounds like the idiot you are. Shinso turned around and made his way to the out-of-bounds line, glitch marks glitching through the air around him showing it was Midoriya's quirk responsible. Whoa! What is this? Izuku Midoriya has somehow managed to Hitoshi Shinso's quirk against him. Will Shinso be able to break out? What'll happen? 𝗵𝗃 shouted. The crowd awed in astonishment and surprise. They wanted to know what exactly Midoriya's quirk was for it to allow him to do this. Shinso ended up walking right out of bounds. Once he did, Midoriya released him from his own mind control. How did you do that? Shinso screamed as 𝗵𝗃 screamed Midoriya's victory in the background. It was a simple glitch. Midoriya turned around grinning as he made his way back onto the stadium to watch the other rounds unfold. Whoa Matrix, how did you even do that? Kaminari exclaimed. His quirk is brainwash, I just used it against himself. You literally gave him a taste of his own medicine, huh? Expected, Midoriya hummed in response as he watched Todoroki fight Zero and also win the round very fast. So I'm going against Todoroki next, huh? He's going to charge at me with his ice. He doesn't want to use his fire. But what if I bugged his ice side to shoot out fire instead? He'd be so disoriented. And fighting against fire is much easier than those powerful ice attacks despite them both not being an issue for me. Midoriya thought to himself as he watched the other rounds keep going. Soon the entire first round passed. Now it was the second round. Midoriya versus Todoroki. Midoriya made his way down the hall when Todoroki suddenly pulled him aside to talk once more before the round began. What do you want, Todoroki? I'm mad at you. You got to spend more time with my brother than I got to my entire life. And you somehow know Hawks. Are you Hawks' secret child or something? Todoroki. That. Even. He's 7 years older than me. 7 years. He isn't old enough to be any of our biological dads. Don't be stupid, then you two must be siblings. We don't even. And our quirks are too different. Todoroki, you're just mad. Buzz off, the round's about to begin. Midoriya glitched away from the scene and went to his side of the entrance. For our second round. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. Both from the same class and competitors. Who is going to win this intense battle? 𝗵𝗃 screamed as they stood opposing each other on the battleground. Begin. Not even seconds after Todoroki sent the biggest ice barrage at Midoriya, but suddenly the rush stopped. Midoriya glitched away from the side. Strange, isn't it? Your quirk seems to only be producing fire. Midoriya snapped his fingers as the large amount of ice became flames. The crowd stared in dismay. What did you do to my ice, 𝗬𝗪𝗓𝗏? Todoroki screamed as he tried to send out ice. However, all that came out was flames from his right side. What's wrong, Todoroki? Your quirk not working the way you want it to. Midoriya chuckled as he glitched, dodging a frontal punch. Midoriya couldn't glitch a person's quirk when it wasn't sent out, so how was he doing it? Well, he's working really fast. Whenever Todoroki sends out his ice, he quickly changes it to flames to make it seem like he's producing fire from his right side. Midoriya glitched behind Todoroki and kicked his back, sending him forward into the ground. You're going to have to fight with fire. Or was that not your plan? You already know what my quirk can do, so what's wrong? Midoriya chuckled. The flames from earlier had already disappeared upon Midoriya's release. I refuse to use any kind of flames. I'll fight you without a quirk, Todoroki. Your stubbornness, selfishness, pettiness will be your downfall by the end of this. Don't tell me that I didn't warn you. Todoroki charged at Midoriya, but Midoriya glitched away, yawning as he reappeared. You won't even land a punch, Midoriya sighed as he kept glitching around. He was making a fool out of Todoroki right on national TV. Stop being a coward and face me head-on. Todoroki spat as he charged again. Instead of Midoriya glitching away, he swiftly dodged, grabbed Todoroki's arms, and kicked his back. He sent Todoroki flying like he was a slingshot. I am fighting you, Todoroki. How about you stop being so complicated and use your flames? It's your only possible way of winning after all, Midoriya hissed. Never. Then I guess you'll just die. What? Midoriya's grin was wiped off with a now serious expression as Midoriya went from casual to serious. He was done toying around. Well, sort of. Todoroki struggled to get back up, but he did. Midoriya glitched beside him and punched his stomach, then glitched away again and kicked his side, then glitched again and kicked his back. He wasn't giving Todoroki even a chance to regroup and fight back. It was brutal. Was he not fighting seriously before? What is this? People in the crowd shouted. Well, specifically classes, the audience was amused by what was going on. Midoriya delivered one last kick that sent Todoroki flying to the center of the battleground. Midoriya went slowly walking towards him as Todoroki coughed up blood and struggled to get back up. Ready to actually fight me? I wasn't even going full strength, cause then you'd really die. I guess constantly punching your liver, kidney, back, and chest cavity was a bit brutal, wasn't it? But if you used your flames, this wouldn't have been an issue. I wouldn't have been able to touch you without getting burned. But hey, at least I got an easy win, Midoriya sighed as he watched Todoroki pass out. Izuku Midoriya has brutally won this next round. Let's begin the next ones, Present Mike shouted. Midoriya glitched away back to the stadium to watch the rest of the rounds unfold. What was that back there, Matrix? You went from strong to freaking killing machine. You mean to tell me you weren't fighting serious before? Kirishima and Kaminari exclaimed. I wasn't ever fighting seriously. Not even what you saw back there was serious. I was just toying around. Midoriya sighed. His expression went back to his usually stoicness. Huh. You were still toying around back there? Kirishima exclaimed. If that was you toying around then, what's your serious fighting? Kaminari asked. Well, let's just say if I truly decided to go all out, people would die. A lot of them too, Midoriya replied. What kind of government training did you have to go through for that? Being a government official doesn't sound as good as it does anymore, Midoriya sighed. Bakugo had just hit Tokoyami, which meant he was fighting him next. He glitched to his entrance point. He saw Bakugo on the other side. The final match for the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya vs Katsuki Bakugo. Will Izuku Midoriya be able to keep his earlier statement true? Let's find out. Present Mike screamed. Midoriya made his way onto the battleground. I don't want you holding anything back, got it, stupid Deku. Bakugo screamed. Kacchan, I don't think the people of Japan would want to watch you brutally die on national TV. I have to hold back. Midoriya replied. Are you underestimating me? No. I'm simply stating the truth. I'll fight you at 15% of my whole potential. By the end of it, you will be a bloody pulp. Begin. I'll kill you. Bakugo screamed as he went exploding at Midoriya. Midoriya exhaled and activated his quirk. Instead of Bakugo sending out explosions, his explosions turned into some kind of WHP and attached to the ground. Midoriya glitched to Bakugo's side and kicked his face, allowing for the WHP to release him to go flying. Bakugo went flipping through the air, but Midoriya wasn't going to give him a break. He glitched to his side before he could fly out of bounds and punched him square in the stomach, sending him flying to the other side while throwing up. Midoriya glitched again and kicked Bakugo's side, sending him flying up into the air. Midoriya glitched into the air and axe kicked Bakugo back down into the ground, slamming him hard and leaving the ground below him breaking. I haven't even reached my 15% Kacchan, do you want me to keep going? Midoriya shouted as he swiftly landed. The crowd grimaced. This match was one-sided from the beginning. He didn't even give Bakugo a chance. Done. Yet. Bakugo screamed as he forced himself up. 𝗲𝗏 was dripping from his forehead as he wiped his mouth from the throw-up earlier. Expected. But you haven't answered my question, those attacks were only 7%. I don't reach 15%, tell me Kacchan. Do you want me to go 15%? Midoriya asked. Do it, I'll beat you before you get the dash. Bakugo was cut off when Midoriya glitched from his spot. His guard went up as he looked around, but he couldn't see Midoriya. Suddenly he could hear him. But from where? Midoriya came flying down, axe kicking Bakugo's back right back into the ground and glitching before he had impact. How about now, Kacchan? Tell me. I only hit 10% there, and that was one simple sky attack. What's it going to be? Midoriya hissed. A surprising attack from Izuku Midoriya. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗵𝗃 screamed. Bakugo groaned as he got up. His body ached. Midoriya was hitting vital areas. I'm not done yet. Bakugo swung his arms in front of him and sent out a mass explosion towards Midoriya, but it was useless. Midoriya paused it and turned it all into a giant boulder. He lifted it above Bakugo. Kacchan, if I slam this boulder on you, I would finally reach 15% of my power. But I might break a couple of your bones. You can forfeit or you can go through pain. It's your choice. I'm going to. Why? Oh. You. Bakugo slumped to the ground and passed out. How disappointing, Midoriya sighed as he snapped his fingers. The boulder glitched into nothingness and disappeared entirely. Izuku Midoriya wins this round and the festival. Present Mike announced. The crowd didn't know how to react. Midoriya was so brutal during this battle when he could have knocked Bakugo out with a single hit. They lowly clapped, not enthusiastic at all. But Midoriya didn't care. He did what he did for a reason. To show Bakugo it's best not to ask for something he can't handle. Midoriya stood on the podium. Bakugo was back to being conscious due to some intensive recovery girl healing. He was salty about his loss, looking at the ground while occasionally glaring at Midoriya. In third place, Tokoyami sat. Our UA Sports Festival winners. Present Mike shouted. I am here to hand out the rewards. All Might screamed as he flew down towards the three. Midnight handed him the medal rewards as the crowd gasped in excitement. You fought well, good job, All Might said to Tokoyami. He then went on to Bakugo. You stood your ground and fought hard, not wanting to give up despite the odds. Amazing efforts, he handed him the second place medal. And you fight hard and well. You knew to hold back to make sure no one sustained permanent injuries. You used your mind and didn't let their words get to you. Good job, All Might handed him the first place medal. The crowd roared with excitement as he turned around and waved his hands, just to fly off again. And that was it for the sports festival. The other classes were upset but also frightened. Upset because Midoriya lived up to his word, but frightened for the same reason. He was so strong as he held back. He never used his full potential, yet he left people near the brink of a coma. Midoriya didn't care though. He glitched to his room back at the facility and found a note on his bed. Your roommate has been taken away due to requests from a different facility. However, you taught her well. Meet me in the office. Midoriya grew infuriated upon reading the note. He knew what it meant. She was taken away to the experimenting facility. He kept his cool and glitched to the superior door. Come in, Matrix. Midoriya walked in, repressing his anger. I see you fought well at the festival, however, I noticed you didn't even show off a quarter of your abilities. But you could have amazed the crowd and guaranteed your spot in first, the superior asked. If I used all my abilities, people in the future would try to use it against me. You never know who's watching. Besides, I would have killed them. I was on national TV. I would have been arrested no matter what excuse you guys could have pulled for me, Midoriya replied as he kept his head looking down. I suppose you're right. Now about your roommate. She was sent to the lab facility. She is none of your concern anymore. You aren't allowed to bring her up, or even ask about her. But I did notice something. Your training methods were quite useful. She went from weak and frail to strong and lean just within the week you trained her. Because of this, I and the other superiors agreed that it would be smart for you to become a trainer. You wouldn't become a superior, we'd still order you around. However, you're going to be training people in lower sects to see if they have any potential of joining the upper sect. You can decline the offer, however, I don't think you'd like to spend a month in the torture chamber now, would you? The superior said with a grin. No, sir. Good. Then starting in 2 weeks you're going to lead the classes for the lower sections. After school, of course, you still need your training. Okay, sir. Good. Now leave my office. Midoriya glitched away and back to his room. He was infuriated. He was rapidly glitching in his spot as he tried to suppress everything down. He punched the wall, accidentally putting a hole right through it. It was a cement wall with metal back support. Midoriya looked at his knuckles that were now very much bleeding and sighed. He pulled out a bandage from his drawer and wrapped it up. I let my emotions get loose again. How do I explain a hole in the wall to the superiors? Midoriya sighed. He poked his head around and found someone walking by. He forcefully activated their quirk and changed it to cement. He placed it on his wall. That spot is going to be weaker, but it's still cement. It's strong. Now to go train, I need to release this anger. He changed into his workout clothes, literally the same gray outfit, and went to the training room to blow off steam. The next day at school, Midoriya sat at his desk, waiting for Aizawa to come in. Bakugo couldn't stand Midoriya anymore. He made a complete fool out of him on TV just yesterday and the school wouldn't stop talking about it. Whoa, Matrix, what happened to your hand? Kirishima asked. Midoriya looked over at his bandaged hand. I got mad and punched a hole through my cement wall. See, cement. Even with my hardening, I can't go completely through it. You sure it was cement? It wasn't the cement that made my knuckles bleed, it was the metal behind it that scratched me when I pulled my hand back out, Midoriya sighed. Metal? Matrix, do you listen to what you say? You punched through a cement, metal, wall and the only thing you got was some bleeding knuckles. Most people would shatter their Kaminari exclaimed as he listened in on the sentence. Oh. Anyways, Mr. Aizawa is here, go to your seats. Kirishima and Kaminari went to their seats as Aizawa took stand to make some announcements. Okay class, settle down. So as you all know, the festival was a time to showcase your abilities. Well, this also leads to one other important thing. Internships. Pro heroes all over Japan watched you all fight and they've sent you invitations for you to come. You have by this Friday to choose where to go. Now by looking here, you can see how many invitations you received and who sent them. Aizawa pressed a button on a projector. The class gasped. Midoriya had the most invitations of 34 pro heroes. Including Hawks. Midoriya stayed stoic, but on the inside he was excited. It's rare for him to see Hawks, so he'd really take any chance he got. Now that you've all gotten time to look at your requests, pick one and hand it over to me. I'll send it over. These internships will last a week straight. You will be living with the pro heroes within their agencies to pack whatever you think you'll need. Understood? Aizawa said. The class nodded their heads. Good. Now on with today's lesson. They knew that I'd have internships. It's why they told me in the next 2 weeks and not just next week. They knew I'd be gone. Should I just accept the torture? Being a trainer means torturing those who mess up. It's either I get tortured or I try my best to not let the others get tortured. This is so annoying, it makes me wish I was quirkless. Midoriya sighed. No. I've been given this power to stop the superiors. And end them. Being quirkless has its own downfalls that are probably worse than this. At least I get to intern with Hawks next week. After school, Midoriya went to his room to pack everything he knew he'd need. His phone, clothes, necessities, etc. He only knew Eri for a week, but he already felt bad for her. He couldn't save her even after training her to make sure she wouldn't be sent to the lab facility. But it was too late now. He informed the superiors that he'd be interning, never mentioning who with. They didn't care, they already knew. Midoriya sighed. Hawks opened the door. This isn't funny. Midoriya sighed. Hawks. Open the door. This isn't funny, what you don't think it is. Hawks chuckled from behind the window. Midoriya stared at him, then glitched inside. I wanted to be polite and not just walk in myself. But that's not going to happen now, is it? Midoriya said as he put his stuff down. Fine, you're no fun. Anyways, I'm glad you chose my agency to intern with. How did the superiors react when you told them that you wouldn't be there for a week? Hawks chuckled. They expected it. You've changed since the last time you were in the facility. What happened? Not that it's bad, Midoriya asked. I have no reason to hide my emotions anymore. I'm as free as a bird, Hawks replied. If the bird were tied down in a car that was parked, then maybe, Midoriya replied sarcastically. Fair point. I just waiting on you know. As soon as you decide to get this plan into action, I'll destroy the tracking chip inside of me and help. There aren't any tap wires here. Nope, I get way more privacy. Lucky. Anyways, how's that girl? I heard you had gotten a new roommate. She's gone, they took her to the lab. Oh well, that's not good. Anything happened to you other than the training? I got promoted to lower sec trainer. I start next week, that's a thing. How'd you get picked? I had to train the girl. Turns out that was a test to see how well I can train people. That 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗁. Well, it's time we start our job. Get into your hero outfit and meet me outside. Midoriya walked away, taking his outfit with him. He found the dressing room, got dressed, and glitched outside. Alright, great, we can begin today's shift. Hawks began to walk with Midoriya down the street to begin their shift. So Matrix, how's the class been treating you? I watched the sports festival and noticed you held back a lot. But you had to, or else they would have died, so I understand. How's the class reacting? Did you tell them you were holding back? Hawks says, I told them I was holding back. Yeah, also that speech you gave, it's quite out of character from who you actually are. What was that about? Hawks laughed. Oh, I did that on purpose. I figured out that when someone's mad, their judgment gets clouded, as do their movements and actions. Because of this, winning becomes a lot easier. I basically did that to get under their skin. Smart, I figured you'd do something like that. Now on to some more serious talk. How far along are you with your plan? Any help you need? Well, being assigned as a trainer, I actually got a lot of benefits. I can subtly train the lower sex practices so that when the time comes for me to take that place down to the ground, they can escape before they get caught. I plan to gain their trust first. I need it of all things. You could say I'm 25% complete. I have a bit to go. As for your help, not at the moment, it's not needed. When the day comes that I decide to expose them, I might need some, but other than that, we're clear for now. Good. So what exactly do you need for your plan to be a success? Evidence, recorded at that. However, I can't snap any myself. I'd get caught. I can't tell the public what's going on till I have a couple of things secured. A place to run to, a way to make sure everyone I care for is safe, evidence, and everyone in the sex trusting me and aware of what's going to happen. Informing the others is risky, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. I can't trust them to not tell the superiors on me. If my plan is exposed, then I'm done for, and all of my efforts would have gone to waste. But if no one snitches, then the best outcome possible will occur. But for now, it's 50-50. I see what you mean. This plan is much easier said than done. But you'll get it done. From what I see, you're strong enough to take on all the superiors and win alone if you wanted to. Thanks. The two continued down the street, gaining attention very fast. Everyone recognized the two, one from being a government official and a UA student, and one for being the famous pro hero who climbed through the rankings like they were nothing. They were crowded immediately. However, this attention wasn't a good thing. Hawks liked to do public gestures. He'd take pictures with his fans, sign things, etc. Midoriya was the total opposite. He hated the attention. Hawks, this crowd is interfering with our job, Midoriya groaned. I doubt anything can happen in this big of a crowd with two heroes here. Calm down. Two heroes. You stupid. Midoriya let out a frustrated sigh. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, I will glitch the entire crowd away even if it means I get an excruciating migraine later if you don't fly out of there right now. Come on, chill out, not much is going to happen. 𝗧𝗵𝗲, we need to go. Kid, I'm the fastest hero. Even if a villain attacked, I'd be fast enough to dash. Suddenly a 𝗕𝗫𝗍𝗫 scream was heard from within a bakery. Midoriya glitched inside, leaving 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to deal with his fans as he too tried to get to the scene. 𝗕𝗫𝗍𝗫 was all over the ground, surrounding a stab body. It was a gruesome sight. The poor victim was so young. They appeared to be 18 to 20 years old. Midoriya's eyes widened at the sight. It wasn't his first time seeing a scene like this, but it did bring back a lot of memories. Help please, he ran out the back door. The woman who ran the store screamed. Midoriya raised his brow as he looked at her. She was wearing gloves and a very, very tight hairnet. If someone just out and about killed someone else, they'd be completely covered if they weren't idiots. How would she know if it was a guy? And why is she wearing gloves, and why are those the only bloody thing in her? Something's suspicious. The back door to this place didn't open up or I would have heard it. Something isn't right here. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 ran into the store. Kid, she said the killer ran out the back, we have to go catch him now. He shouted. No, hold on. Midoriya grabbed 𝗧𝗵𝗲 by the back of his shirt as he tried to run out. This isn't the time, kid, we have a murder on the loose. Yeah, and she's right in front of us. Midoriya glared at the woman. 𝗧𝗑. Whatever do you mean, dear? The woman said, taken aback. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 passed and looked at Midoriya. He knew he was smart, so he decided to listen. Explain, Midoriya sighed. Her gloves are the only bloody thing. All the cameras just so happen to be disabled manually instead of shot. She somehow identified the gender of this person. The back door never opened or closed. She's wearing a guilty expression, and she isn't scared enough. The usual reaction when someone witnesses a murder, especially as gruesome as this, is immediate fear. However, she isn't shaking, her lips aren't white, and the only thing that shows any fear is her face, while her whole body is supposed to be showing symptoms. She killed whoever was in the store, Midoriya explained. Dear, you have it all wrong. I could never commit a murder. Besides, I'm a mere old lady. Would I have gotten the blood to splatter like that? Numerous ways. This is a bakery, there's always good access to a knife. Besides, you could be a shapeshifter. We don't know what your quirk is exactly. So let's find out, shall we? Midoriya replied as he glitched the person. As Midoriya glitched the quirk, the flesh of the old lady melted right off. It revealed a man. He wore a white shirt and dirty black briefs. Looks like I was right. I wonder why you couldn't shift your gloves with you, but that doesn't matter. You're going to jail for manslaughter, Midoriya hissed. 𝗧𝗵𝗲's eyes widened. Midoriya wasn't wrong. Wait, hold on. That old lady is always supposed to be here, so what happened to her? 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Midoriya looked at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, knowing the answer wasn't going to be pleasant. Check the back. Don't be surprised if you find a dead body. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 looked at Midoriya uneasily as he walked towards the back. The murderer was being kept from moving using the same matter used to shapeshift. Midoriya glitched it into a 𝗕𝗏𝗶 and kept him up against the wall. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 went into the back, and just as Midoriya expected, a stabbed old woman who was very much dead laid on the floor. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sighed as he walked back out. You weren't wrong. I'll call the police so they can send his guy to prison. Leave him tied up here, we can go continue patrolling. You sure leaving a murder without any supervision, despite being tied up and not having any way out, is a good idea? Midoriya asked. No, he'll be supervised. By one of them. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 pointed to behind Midoriya, revealing his sidekicks. Who are they? My sidekicks. They'll fill out the police stuff while we continue our patrol. Let's go, okay? Midoriya walked out with 𝗧𝗵𝗲. We're going to ignore your little fans. Got it? Midoriya hissed. Yeah, I know. I get it, that was irresponsible of me. However, even if we weren't swarmed by the mob, the scene would have played out the same. Let's go. Midoriya walked down the street with 𝗧𝗵𝗲, trying to avoid fans to their very best. However, being in ground level left them accessible, so they had to fly. And there they were, A pro-hero lifting up a government official, flying through the air. Midoriya didn't like this either. Now everyone really was staring at him. And so Midoriya had a much better idea. I'll follow you through rooftops. I don't like being carried around. Good idea, you aren't light, what have you been eating? Hawks joked. Midoriya rolled his eyes at him and glitched to the nearest roof. Hawks flew to his side. What are you supposed to do during patrols? Is it really just walking around? Midoriya asked in dismay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Why, what did you think it was? Fighting villains on a daily basis? No, the only reason you hear about it so much is because that's all the news documents. Most of the time it's just this, Hawks laughed. Interesting. I don't think I could ever be a hero of my own will. This isn't what I like. Anyways, kid, we should continue. You never know when someone might attack. Hawks playfully sent out a feather flying at Midoriya, but Midoriya paused it midair. You were always fast. Anyways, I got an idea that'll spare us time. What? Take this feather. After that, we'll split up. If you're in trouble, blow on the feather and I'll come to find you. Got it? Yeah, that works nicely. Midoriya unpaused the feather and stuffed it in his pocket. Alright, see ya. Meet back at my agency by 5-inch. Hawks flew off. Midoriya glitched down from the rooftop and went back to patrolling the streets. Without Hawks being around, he didn't get as much attention. I don't want to be a hero. This stuff SCKS and doesn't fit with what I want to do to the hero admissions agency people. I've already killed 6 people. I don't think heroes are supposed to have a record of murder. But then, what job do I want to take? I was built to be a killing machine. So what do I do? What do I want to be? Well, if we're thinking realistically, murder is typically a villainous thing, so is going against the heroes and exposing the government. If I'm a villain, though, I won't ever be able to live life normally, as if I was already. My life isn't normal and will never be normal again. It isn't normal to have a kill streak by the age of 7. It isn't normal to have the ability to be able to murder everyone within a 10-mile radius. It's not normal to be me. Midoriya sighed and continued down the street. Suddenly the smell of BLD became strong and it was coming from down an alleyway. Midoriya walked right in. He wasn't scared. He had no reason to be. The BLD smell is getting stronger and stronger the further I venture down here. I hope whoever is responsible for this possible murder is still there so I can arrest them. Midoriya made a final then and discovered the body, alone. It was a pro-hero, not a popular one, but definitely had the public's attention. Death to a pro-hero. And judging these wounds, I know who did this. Hero killer Stain. He's been making a mess around Kyoto, Hosu, and Tokyo recently. I heard Ida's brother was a victim to him, and now that I think about it, Ida did seem off at the train station when we were leaving to go to our internships. He was pretty much radiating BLD thirst, hate, and vengeance. He went to intern with that water hero, didn't he? Odd, he had better options on the list. That water hero is in Hosu. And based on Stain's patterns this week, he's likely to strike in Hosu. Ida is out for revenge. Oh well, I'll deal with that problem when the time comes. For now, let's call the police. Midoriya pulled out Hawks's feather and his phone. He told me to blow on this. He blew on the feather and called the police at the same time. Not even a minute later, Hawks dipped into the alleyway. What's wrong? Dead body. After I examined it, I found out Stain was behind this, Midoriya replied as he showed his bloody fingers. Stain has been causing a commotion recently. Leave this to the police to investigate, Hawks said as police soon started making their way down the alleyway. The situation was explained and they took it from there. Here's a napkin for that BLD. Hawks pulled a napkin out of his pocket and handed it to Midoriya. Thanks. Midoriya wiped off his fingers and stuffed the bloody napkin in his pocket. For the rest of the week, Midoriya interned with Hawks. Things weren't too interesting, nothing ever happened, which was a good thing. But Midoriya didn't like it at all. It was too boring, not his style at all. Especially with how much unwanted public attention he got. Soon Friday rolled around, the last day of the internships. We're going to Hosu tonight. Hero admissions sent us there. They can still order you around. Yeah, now let's go. Hawks flew with Midoriya to Hosu. Things were going well until Midoriya was almost snatched out of the 𝗧𝗪 by a flying beast. He glitched with Hawks before it was too late. What was that? Midoriya exclaimed as an explosion went off in the distance. A villain attack. Kid, go help out as many people as you can. Hawks shouted as he flew off. The entire city of Hosu soon was filled with terrorizing screams that could haunt people for ages. Fires were ablaze everywhere, people were dying, and Nomu were attacking. Midoriya sighed. We're in Hosu, Ida is interning here to take down 𝗧𝗓 from what I figured. 𝗧𝗓 is likely here, but the League of Villains is too. But that isn't an issue. Ida will likely do if I don't step in. 𝗧𝗓 has a problematic quirk that not even officials managed to figure out yet. I could go help him. Or I could leave him to die since it's his fault. Midoriya looked back down at the scene. So it's either I save one person or 30. I'll go save Ida. Midoriya was tired, not in the mood at all to help. Besides, he already knew pro heroes were on the scene. He glitched through alleyways, searching for 𝗧𝗓. He knew 𝗧𝗓 didn't like being in the public eye. He ran through the alleyways, looking through everyone. May your death bring upon a new light to those who decide to cross me, 𝗧𝗓 hissed as he held the blade over Ida's neck. He was about to strike, but Midoriya got in the way before he could. He glitched to his side and slammed him into the wall before he had time to react. Midoriya looked over at the scene. 2 injured, 1 pro hero, 1 Ida. Knew Ida would be on the scene. They can't move because of the quirk. I can change that. Midoriya glitched 𝗧𝗓's quirk, and all of a sudden Ida could move as could pro hero native. Due to Midoriya glitching 𝗧𝗓's quirk, 𝗧𝗓's body was glitching as well since it was the BLD he consumed that kept them frozen. I know you. You're that brat from UA like this other brat. And a government official. I'll kill you, 𝗧𝗓 hissed as he charged at Midoriya holding his blade. Midoriya groaned. It's the fact I'm really putting up with you. This'll end in a cinch. This threw 𝗧𝗓 off, to say the least, especially when Midoriya suddenly disappeared from sight. He reappeared striking 𝗧𝗓's right side near his liver. He disappeared again. He reappeared kicking 𝗧𝗓's head. It was a hard enough kick that 𝗧𝗓 flung into the wall again and was knocked out right after. Midoriya landed and looked at the "Let's get you two to the 𝗕𝗏 dash." Midoriya was cut off when he suddenly slumped to the ground. He had been shot with a tranquilizer dart. Kid. Native yelled. Matrix. What happened? Suddenly a warp gate appeared below Midoriya and 𝗧𝗓, and the two disappeared entirely. I'll call the police. Ida screamed. Where's Midoriya? He isn't on scene and the Nomu are still running around. He would have subdued them by now. Very good. He's always up for action, most of the time. So then where? Hawks had been scanning over the scene to see where he was needed. The other pro heroes seemed to have the situation under control. Suddenly he saw one of his classmates, Ida, on the phone with the police screaming Matrix. Intrigued, he flew to him and asked what happened. What's going on? Where's Midoriya? Hawks says, the League took him when he saved us from 𝗧𝗓. Ida yelled frantically. Hawks's eyes widened as his face went grim. The League, you say? He turned around and went flying. They got a death wish kidnapping him. I really hope he still has that tracking chip on him. Midoriya's eyes began to flutter awake. He could smell the metallic scent of crimson BLD in the air. He couldn't move his arms to rub his eyes. Upon becoming more alert, he noticed his arms were actually shackled down to a metal chair he was sitting on, as were his legs and upper torso. And to make it all worse, he was wearing a quirk canceller. He looked up, at the first thing his eyes were met with were by another pair of scarlet red eyes surrounded by freakishly dry skin that looked like it hadn't seen the sun or ever been moisturized for years. It looks like he's awake, Shigaraki grinned. Soon everything clicked into pieces in Midoriya's head. I was kidnapped. Well, this is just perfect, isn't it? It's not a big deal. I still have the tracking chip on me. The longest I'll be here for is a day. No reaction. That's odd from a teen that's just been kidnapped, another deep raspy voice said from a corner. Midoriya looked over at the figure who spoke, his dual-colored eyes slightly glimmering in the dim light. A man with black hair, blue eyes, third-degree burned skin that was being held by stitches and staples, stood there acting ominous. He wore a white t-shirt with a long black trench coat and briefs. Midoriya then looked over at the entire room. In total there were 6 people there, not including himself. A girl with two blonde pigtail buns, fangs, golden cat-like eyes, and a crazed look in her eyes sat in one corner. A man with lizard-like features all around sat in another. Another man who wore a mask, a top hat, and a magician's outfit sat near the counter. A similar man who also wore a mask accompanied by a full-body suit that connected to the mask following a pattern of gray and black stood, leaning against the wall. And Shigaraki sat across from Midoriya, and Kurohige stood beside Shigaraki. 7 people in total. Was I supposed to have a reaction? I've gone through worse. Midoriya sighed as he lifted his hunched back over and fixed his posture. Oh, so the kid isn't mute, of course, he isn't idiot, the man who goes by twice said. This is quite the underwhelming reaction we expected. The second man who goes by compressed chuckled. How long have I been knocked out for? Midoriya asked. It took you 2 days to wake up, strange enough. We never knew the black market sold such strong tranquilizer darts, Kurohige replied. 2 days. Are they lying? They don't show any signs. 2 days and the Hero Commission didn't try to save me. Something is off. By that look on your face, it looks like you're surprised the heroes didn't find you yet. We aren't idiots, you know. We destroyed the tracking chip we found in your pocket when we searched you before dragging you into our base, Shigaraki laughed. Midoriya's eyes widened. He was in quite the predicament. How was she going to get himself out of this one? What do you even want from me? Considering you haven't killed me, began to torture me, or do anything in general, yet I'd assume you'd have some other underlying reason, Midoriya asked. A grin made its way to all of their faces. You see, Glitch? We think you'd be the perfect fit for the league, Shigaraki grinned. Midoriya felt his heart P&D out of his chest. It wasn't due to fear or anything. Just surprise. He had been planning to be a villain. He didn't know how in his position, but he knew that after he exposed the commission that he wouldn't be a hero. Do they have some kind of mind reader? A stalker maybe? I knew I was going to be labeled as a villain after I killed all the superiors and went against the government, but this is just a bold statement. You're having an odd reaction. Most would have already screamed no. However, you haven't said anything. Shigaraki pointed out. Why do you want me to join? What's this league's goal? Midoriya asked. He wanted to know, of course. He doesn't join things blindly. He learned his lesson when he joined the facility. I saw the way you fought those people during the festival. You know you're strong. You didn't even hold back against them. You went all out. You struck so many vital points to the point where you left them near a coma-like state. Then add on the fact you didn't even care. You're perfect villain material. And the league's goal. We want to take down Hero Society for your corrupt they are. We've all been thrown, cast out, treated as outsiders just because we were different. We want to make a change. Now, Izuku Midoriya. What do you say? Shigaraki explained. Fine. Fine. Midoriya sighed. The league's eyes widened. Was he being serious? Was it a lie, a facade so they could remove his chains so he could escape? Now how do I know you're being serious? You accepted a little. Too fast for comfort, Shigaraki asked in dismay. Midoriya groaned. First you ask me if I want to join, then when I actually say yes you think I'm lying. Great. Look, I've already killed 6 people. The government keeps it a secret from me, but it's true. You can ask Hawks. And I was holding back when fighting my classmates. If I didn't they'd die like those at the facility, he hissed. 6 people. Already? But if you were kept at that place you speak of, it doesn't make sense. I'll explain, but only once. And whatever I say cannot ever be repeated again or you'll die. The facility is an actual trap, a hellhole. They take kids with strong quirks and train them to be killing machines. The ones who are weak die first to the people that are strong. I was one of the strong people, so whenever we had a fight and I didn't hold back, whoever I fought, no matter how strong, would die. I was made to be a killer. I can't even feel bad when I stare at someone who I killed. If you're in disbelief, you can unchain me and you can watch me just chill here. I don't have a reason to be a hero. In fact, before you forcefully kidnapped me, I was thinking about being a villain after I destroyed the facility, Midoriya explained. What does Hawks have to do with the facility? He was there too. But he wants to be a hero for some odd reason. Interesting. You actually might be our key to taking them all down. With evidence like that, Hero Society will crumble. Fine, we'll unchain you but we won't remove your quirk cancellers. If you attack us we'll kill you on the spot. Yeah, whatever, just let me out. Kurohige unchained Midoriya, keeping his quirk cancellers on. Midoriya stretched out his very much sore limbs. He didn't get to move in 2 days. So, what's the update with the heroes? How has their search been? Midoriya asked. You really are attacking. Most people would have lost their cool by now and already tried, Spinner commented. Maybe I should have started off with an introduction. Hey, I'm Izuku Midoriya. I want to take down the Hero Commission Agency. My quirk is glitch. That good enough? Okay, now introduce yourselves. I'm Himiko Toga. My quirk is BLD transformation. Name Spinner, I have a mutation quirk. My name is Compress, I can compress things into marbles. Name's Dabi. I produce scorching flames. Kurohige, my quirk is Warp Gate. I'm twice. I can make doubles of people. Shigaraki, disintegration. Okay, introductions are done, now we can move on. Answer my first question. From what we saw on TV, the heroes are struggling to find you as expected. The tracking chip was destroyed for a reason. Hawks has been extra frantic on your search. He hasn't taken a break since the day you were kidnapped. Now question for you, why was there a tracking chip in your pocket? Kurohige asked. The Hero Commission Agency people are bad, that's why. I forcefully removed it myself by stabbing my arm with Hawks's feather when I was 7, and because I didn't want to get caught I just carried it around. Which reminds me, does someone here have a knife? Midoriya asked. An uneasy look went around the league. Why does he want a knife? I do. Here you go. Toga tossed her knife. Midoriya caught it and looked at his arm, confusing the league. It would be around here, he said before stabbing himself. The league's eyes widened. What was he doing? Why'd you stab yourself? Are you insane? Doesn't it hurt? Midoriya pulled the knife out and set it on the countertop. It didn't hurt too bad. The Hero Commission tortured me, so that's really nothing in comparison. Anyways, I did that so if the heroes somehow manage to find me that there's evidence that the chip was removed. If they see there's no kind of wound where the chip could have been removed, they'll figure out I did all those years back and I'll be sent to the torture chamber. Doing this makes it look like you were all behind it. Midoriya replied as he pulled out a napkin from his pocket and patted his bleeding arm. You're insane. Welcome to the league, Shigaraki cackled. Yeah, now here's a plan I came up with. I'll be a part of the league in secret while still going to UA. I can provide you all with information from the Hero Commission and UA. So while you all collect the dirt I'll be training. This also ensures the base doesn't get found. If you need me to do jobs I can always sneak out. Understood? Midoriya asked as he looked at the quirk-canceling cuff. That's a smart plan. For a new villain you're interesting and smart on the subject. You must have been thinking about it for a while, Compress commented. I've been thinking about this since I was 7. I know a lot. Oh, is that true? Then how do you hide a body and not get caught? Spinner asked. He didn't believe Midoriya truly joined. You have numerous ways. I could burn it. My quirk allows for me to be able to much more than meets the eye. I can glitch around. I could drop the body off in another country or the ocean for fish to eat. There are other things I would say, but I don't want to give the people reading this ideas. What? Don't mind the last sentence. Anyways, how do I prove to you all that I'm not lying? Midoriya sighed. Simple. Kill a victim of our choosing. What weapons will I get, or am I supposed to use my bare hands? It'd be interesting if you could kill someone with your bare hands. If you do, then we'll believe you and we'll remove the quirk cancellers. Alright, where's the victim? The basement. So you just kidnap random people to keep in the basement? No, we usually turn them into Nomo, but we had an extra. You'll go kill her and we'll watch. Okay, fine. Show me the basement. Fine, follow me. The 7 of them all shuffled to the basement. There, that's who you have to kill. You can use any met dash. Shigaraki was cut off when Midoriya already appeared by the woman's side and slammed her head into the wall a couple of times. This good? Or is this better? Midoriya snapped her neck to ensure her death and let her body flop to the floor. You didn't even give him a chance to finish his sentence, Dabi commented. Midoriya shrugged his shoulders and turned around completely to face the league. I probably should mention this, he chuckled as he put his hand on the Quirk Chancellor. The League raised their brows in confusion. I can break this. Midoriya tightened his grip, it snapped apart and fell to the ground. How? If you could do that, then why didn't you just escape? Aren't those things supposed to be made of strong metal? Midoriya cracked his knuckles and stretched some more. As I said, I'm holding myself back most of the time. Is your quirk some kind of strength enhancer? Not in general. I could glitch someone else's quirk to make me stronger, but that's another story. Anyways, if you plan to return me to UA, I need to look battered up. I can't return unscathed, it'll be suspicious. Midoriya held his hand out and closed his eyes. Suddenly the knife from earlier appeared in his hand with a glitch. You can glitch things to you. If I know exactly where they are and they're under 30 pounds, then yeah. It requires more focus, but it's doable. What do you plan to do with that knife? This. Midoriya cut his arm, letting BLD run down his outfit. The League grimaced at the sight. Yeah, they were murderers and have tortured people before, but it was weird to watch someone try to torture themselves in such a gruesome way. How are you able to do that without flinching? Spinner spat in dismay. It doesn't hurt as much as other things. I've gotten used to this pain. Besides, I know I'm going to be healed later. Midoriya held his hand up and allowed some BLD to drip down his chest and hair. After he ruffled up his hair and slapped himself in the face. I look beat up now, but there needs to be a finishing touch. A burn. Someone activate their quirk, or you with the 3rd degree burns. Grab my arm and burn it a bit. Midoriya glitched towards 𝗕𝗶𝗍, standing 6 feet away. You're a psychopath, you twerp. 𝗕𝗶𝗍 sighed. Midoriya felt like a bullet hit his heart upon hearing the word twerp. So many memories were included with such a small word that were painful to think about. Don't call me that, Midoriya hissed. He threw off the League entirely with how he went from stoic to angry. Why? Spinner asked. It brings back memories of someone who's already passed. The stupid hero commissions were the cause of his death. He was like a brother, Midoriya replied. Interesting. Anyways, I'm going to need a flame. 𝗕𝗶𝗍 sighed as he lit a flame on his hand. Do what you want, psycho. Midoriya glitched the flames and moved them around. He wrapped it like a hand around his arm, trying to mimic the way a human hand looks as a burn. He let his arm burn for a bit before turning it off. Okay, great, now it looks like I've been battered up. What do you mean, looks? Idiot, you battered yourself up, Spinner hissed. Whatever. Anyways, what message you need me to deliver to UA? They won't believe me if I say I just managed to escape. There has to be some reason you allowed it, so spit it out. Tell them that this is a warning. Generic, but okay. Bye. Midoriya glitched away, leaving the League stunned. They never met someone like Midoriya before. Midoriya glitched into an alleyway in Hosu, stepped out onto the street, and passed out. It didn't take long for heroes to come to take him to the hospital. UA, Inko, and Hawks were notified immediately, and they all came to see him at the hospital. Midoriya was connected to an 𝗕 that pumped BLD into him. His wounds were all wiped and in the process of being healed. Hawks stared at Midoriya anxious. They all thought he was knocked out, in a coma. But in reality, Midoriya just wanted a nap. But he realized he couldn't keep faking for long. Eventually, he'd have to wake up. So he fluttered his eyes open, immediately being blinded by the very bright ceiling lights. Matrix! They all screamed, except for his mother. She yelled Izuku. She ran up to him and embraced him into a hug. However, Midoriya didn't know how to respond to the loving gesture. He didn't experience any love for the past 10 to 11 years in his life. It wouldn't just randomly come back. However, he knew not to hurt his mother's feelings, so he hugged back despite not feeling anything from it. I'm so sorry. If I didn't send you to that place when you were younger, you could have had a normal life living with me. It's all my fault that the villains kidnapped you, she cried as tears streamed down her face. Midoriya patted her on the back as he looked at the others who looked awkward in the situation they were put in. The League left me with a message. The League left me with a message, Midoriya said. His acting skills were top-notch considering he never had shown emotions when he spoke. All he had to do was act normal. Inko stopped hugging him and backed off. What did they say? Aizawa asked. They told me that this won't be the last time they see us, to watch out. I think they're planning something. Like what? What do you think they could be planning? I don't know. I said I think they're planning something. I never specified I knew what this something was. Probably something with world domination like every other cliché villain. Midoriya groaned. I'm just glad you're okay. I haven't seen you in years. 𝗵𝗃 cried as she went back to hugging Midoriya. Midoriya still didn't know how to react to the hug. Years. Doesn't the commission allow for the kids taken to speak with their parents? And the way he's reacting to his mother's hug after not seeing for her so long is too stoic for a teen. It's like he's been 𝗧𝗵𝗲𝗍 on all emotions and made into a fighting machine. Aizawa thought to himself. Based on what we've scanned. He's been stabbed twice, burned once, and slapped around. Nothing serious luckily, so he's allowed to return home. The nurse said as she handed Midoriya his files. It was Monday, everyone was skipping class just to be there. Izuku, you'll come with me, right? 𝗵𝗃 said quite desperately. I can't. They won't let me. Midoriya looked over at Hawks, signaling for help. He knew his mother would be put into some kind of danger if he decided to go with her, especially with how today was supposed to be his first day training the lower sections. I'm your mother. I have all my right to you. I never consented for you to be stolen from me. 𝗵𝗃 cried. Hawks stepped in. Hello, ma'am. I'm Midoriya's friend. You see, I was also a part of the commission. When you signed those papers at the doctor's office, you gave up all your legal rights to him. That's what happens when you skim over the terms and conditions. You legally can't take him back until he's served all his years there, no. I didn't want this. 𝗵𝗃 hugged Izuku tighter, not wanting to let him go again. Midoriya looked at his mom kindly. Mom, you survived with me for the past 11-ish years. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I'm strong enough to fight on my own. There's nothing to worry about. He didn't mean to sound insensitive, but it came out as such. He didn't know how to emotionally connect or understand people. The only people he's ever been close with were Toya and Hawks. That was it. I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. The Hero Commission people want to speak to Midoriya in privacy, a nurse said. 𝗵𝗃 and the class nodded their heads as they exited. Soon 3 people in suits stepped in. Midoriya recognized all 3 of them. One was the top boss, one was the torture secretary, and one was his trainer. It was an odd combination. Hello, Matrix. The top boss said. It was rare for anyone to see the top boss. He usually kept to himself on the very top floor in his office. Alone. The only times he ever came out were for public announcements, but other than that no one knew him. Midoriya was surprised to see him. He only ever saw him in pictures. He was the one who had to die. Hello, Midoriya replied. It looks like you landed yourself in a predicament. First, you went to save your friend from Stain, then you got kidnapped by the League, and now your tracking chip is missing. From what the doctor told us, they forcefully removed it from you. They had found a stab mark on your arm indicating such. Anyways, today is supposed to be your first day as a trainer. And while this is true, I also want to offer you something, the boss continued. Midoriya nodded his head as he followed along with what he was saying. His heart was racing out of his chest. What could he have said? Did he get caught? I want you to become one of the superiors. An official trainer. You'd get a lot of privileges. You don't need a tracking chip anymore. You're the one who gets to inflict and choose the punishment. You can pick favorites and mark those you don't want people to mess with. No one will mess with you. You'll get an upgraded room. A new wardrobe. And to top it all off, you won't be monitored, forced to train, or be able to send to any of the chambers. The deal of a lifetime for people like you, the boss explained. There's a catch, always a catch to an offer that sounds as great as that. But there's also another catch if I don't accept, isn't there? Midoriya thought to himself. May I ask a question, Your Honor? Midoriya asked. He didn't want to get hurt. Despite not wanting to call such a disgusting man a respectful name, he didn't have much of a choice. Yes, you may. I understand all the benefits, but I'd like to understand 2 things. 1. What will happen if I refuse the offer? And 2. What's the downfall to becoming a superior? You see, the things you listed sound a little too good to be true. I need to see what I'm working with, Midoriya asked. This adds on to another reason you'd be a perfect superior. You're smart. You're a prodigy for your age, considering you're already able to graduate with the knowledge you have. Now let's see. If you decide not to become a superior, you'll be sent to the torture chamber for a month, then the isolation chamber after that for another month. It's just a required punishment for deciding to disagree with me. If you do become a superior, your only downfall is that you'll be busier with much more difficult tasks. You'll have to come to superior meetings every month and discuss the class's progress, who you had to punish, and who died in the process. Then add on the training of the class, which must follow a strict protocol to ensure that the kids come out the way we want them to. Punishment is a requirement for those who mess up. Is that all? Midoriya innerly sighed. He didn't have much of a choice. He didn't want to become the thing he hated the most, but with the crappy situation he was in, he didn't have much of a choice. Besides, he could use it to his benefit. Fine. I'll become a superior. Great. Now we're waiting for you back at the facility. Get into your regular clothes and meet us there. The three of them disappeared upon the snap of the torture secretary's finger. He had a teleporting quirk. Midoriya sighed and got dressed. He walked outside of the hospital room, checking to see if anyone was waiting for him. He found no one, not even Hawks. He glitched away to the facility. Maybe being a superior can help me progress with my plan more than ever before. Midoriya glitched to the facility where he found his room 𝗧𝗵𝗲 of everything. The closet, desk, bed, etc. were all gone. Only half of the room for a second person remained. Matrix. Your room has been relocated to the upper floors. Your stuff is already there, his former trainer and superior said as he walked away. Very odd. Their attitude towards me has most definitely changed. But something tells me it's because they're worried. They know I'm stronger. They realize they built a machine that isn't able to be taken down. They're trying to get on my good side so I won't turn on them. It's so obvious. I'll play along. I need to gather evidence of their training anyways. Once I have enough, I'll murder them, Midoriya thought to himself. He glitched to the upper floors. He went level by level searching for his room. Eventually, he made it to the superior level. It was just underneath the boss's level. Midoriya's room was prepared. Everything he'd want was there. A new phone, a nice computer, more space, better clothes, etc. Well, now I know for a fact there's definitely going to be a catch to this. Midoriya walked in and shut the door. He noticed something. He had big windows. It was the first time in over a decade his room had windows that weren't covered by metal bars. His eyes widened as he took in the scenery of the room. The walls were painted a calming light yellow mixed with brown. The floors were wooden. He had a white circular carpet that went under his bed and to the side of his bed. Then he had another black carpet at the center of the room. A computer was set up on his desk, completely up and running. He had a new phone on his nightstand. His closet was a sleek matte black full of nice clothes that fit perfectly. It was everything he'd want in a room. Midoriya looked out the window. He could see all of Tokyo from the high place. No form of tracking. Seems a little too good to be true. The phone. It definitely has a built-in tracker. It's better than being injected though. Too bad I won't be able to take a phone anywhere when meeting with the League. That could only ever end bad, Midoriya thought to himself as he looked around and messed with the new phone. So, what do you think? Midoriya was startled out of his train of thought. He put the phone down and turned around, meeting his old trainer face to face. It's nice. However, considering the way you've all treated me these past years, your sudden change in attitude is unnatural and oddly suspicious. Midoriya commented. Well, that's just what happens when you prove you're strong enough. Only the elite get to sit amongst the elite, the superior said as he walked out and shut Midoriya's door. They're most definitely scared of me. I wonder why. I've been this strong for the past couple of years. What's with the sudden change? Is it because I'm finally old enough to have an opinion? Midoriya thought to himself. Suddenly a note slid from under his door. He picked it up. You still have to train the lower sex today at 5 p.m. It's 4:55. Get into your trainer's outfit and find the new sect you're training on floor 30". The note read. Work. Great. I wanted to sleep, Midoriya groaned. Midoriya opened his closet and found clothes labeled, training clothes. He got dressed and made his way to the 30th floor. He walked into the training room and found all 20 kids lined up in perfect formation. Some looked stressed, some looked angry, and some looked frustrated by looking at Midoriya. Midoriya closed the door and walked to his standing point. He looked around the room. 3 cameras. Hello everyone, I'm Izuku Midoriya, but you can all refer to me as Matrix. I'll be your new trainer and superior. Usually, in these types of situations, people get a variant of emotions because they don't know what they're dealing with. So ask me some questions, maybe it'll help you loosen up. You're all staring at me like death is standing behind me. Anyways, questions. Midoriya began. They all raised their hands. Is it true you were kidnapped by villains and made it out? Weren't you an upper sect kid? How did you become a superior? What exactly is your quirk? We watched the festival but it didn't make sense. Are you going to be mean like the other superiors? Are you being forced to do this? What's training going to look like? What does the league look like? Is that all? Midoriya asked. They all nodded their heads. Great. Then we can get started. Yes, it's true I was kidnapped by the league and escaped with some stabs. Yes, I was an upper sect kid. I got to this point by being the strongest. My quirk is glitch. I can forcefully change a quirk to my will and make it do what I want to. Put it in simple terms. If I have to be, I will be mean. Kind of being forced to do this. I had an option of this or torture, so you could see I didn't have a lot to work with. Training is going to be designed for every single one of you as individuals. You all have different strengths. You won't expect a fish to climb a tree like a monkey or to fly like a bird, but they can breathe underwater and swim. The monkey and bird can't. And I didn't get to see the league. Is that everything you all want to ask? Midoriya explained. They nodded their heads. We can get started. Then we can get started. Midoriya began to stretch. He stopped stretching once he was ready and looked at them all. All right, who here is top dog? Midoriya asked. The class pointed to one fellow who was wearing quite an angry expression. He stared at Midoriya with only disgust. He had fierce red eyes, spiky blue hair, and a sharp jawline. And what do they call you around here? Midoriya asked again. Name's Crimson. He hissed. Okay, Crimson, 2 things. 1, wipe that expression off, you look constipated. And 2, fight me. The class held back from laughing. Usually, expression of emotion would result in punishment, so they kept it quite in check. This made Crimson even angrier, so he stepped up to fight Midoriya. We will fight 3 rounds. With quirks 1. Without quirks and 1. With a combination. This means when you're attacking me with your quirk on the first round, you aren't allowed to use any physical movements. It's quirk versus quirk. Then next round dash. I get 𝗧𝗓𝗓𝗓. Let's get this started. Everyone step back, Midoriya instructed. Midoriya stood across from Crimson, staring at him right in the eyes. What's your quirk? Crimson gritted his teeth. I can shoot out my BLD and make it fire, ice, water, or gas. Interesting sounds a bit dangerous to your health though. Use too much, you might die. If I manipulate it too rough, you might die. Midoriya said with a sadistic grin. He was purposefully instilling fear. A shiver went down all their backs as they watched his sadistic grin leave and his cheery face return. Midoriya learned how to act out emotions and make it seem genuine. He liked using the more intimidating expressions when he needed them and the more friendly expressions when meeting new people. Whatever. Let's get this started, Crimson said. Was a devious angry grin struck his face. BLD started to ooze out of his arm. You remind me of Kacchan with that grin of yours. Whatever. Let's start. Midoriya activated glitch. Crimson sent a wave of his BLD, transforming it into flames, at Midoriya. Midoriya sighed and paused at midair. He started toying around with it. He made it float by his head and around his body. You see, no quirk really works against me since my quirk acts as a manipulator of quirks. You see this BLD, look now, it's ice. Midoriya froze the BLD all over Crimson, immobilizing him. Crimson tried breaking out, but he couldn't. It's not that you're weak. I think the quirk is most definitely strong. But when you're put up against someone like me, you seem weak. It also seems the previous trainer didn't go through fighting methods, techniques, or precision. 𝗧𝗓𝗓𝗓. Midoriya was cut off by Crimson. Do you ever stop blabbering? Die. Crimson shot his sneak attack out at Midoriya. While he had sent his frontal attack, he had sent a stream of his BLD behind Midoriya unnoticed. Or so he thought. Why aren't you impaled? Crimson asked distraught. Because I already knew about this pathetic sneak attack, Midoriya hissed as he revealed the glitched 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏. I'm self-aware of myself and my surroundings constantly. My hearing and senses in general are stronger than the average human. Anyways, let's move on to the second round. Midoriya unfroze him from his BLD and sent it right back into his body. Hand to hand. No quirks are allowed whatsoever. Understood? Understood. Good. Now attack me. Crimson went charging at Midoriya, but instead of a frontal attack he flipped over him and tried to kick his leg. But Midoriya was fast, he quickly dodged and grabbed his leg, slamming him against the ground. Crimson jumped back up, even more furious than before. Oh wow. You're persistent. It's a good thing I didn't use all my strength, Midoriya chuckled. BLD dripped down from Crimson's head, but he refused to give up. He tried to sweep Midoriya's legs off the ground to trip him, but Midoriya just jumped over it entirely. Crimson tried to attack him when he was in the air, but Midoriya kicked his stomach before he has the chance. He sent Crimson flying at the ground towards the ground, throwing up a bit. Because we have to go on with the third round, I think we should stop there. I wouldn't want you to pass out on me. Sir, aren't you supposed to hold back just a bit? One of the students in the back asked. I was. That was only 5%. Their eyes widened. That was 5%. He left an indent on the ground. Crimson, are you up to fight the third round? Or so you need to go to the hospital portion of the facility? I'm not a weakling. I'll beat you. Glad to see. Begin. Crimson shot out his BLD as he charged at Midoriya. Midoriya swerved past the BLD and his frontal attacks, swiftly moving his body. Crimson couldn't land a hit on him. Midoriya chuckled. My turn. He glitched away, manipulating Crimson's BLD to turn into an invisibility cloak. Where did he go? Crimson shouted before he was suddenly punched right to the gut. Midoriya glitched behind him and kicked his back. Crimson fell to the ground very much defeated. Midoriya removed the BLD cloak of invisibility and handed Crimson his BLD back. If you focused, you would have been able to predict and sense my movements even if I was invisible or not, Midoriya grinned. Crimson pouted as he rubbed his back. It hurt. Here, Midoriya crouched down and manipulated the last bit of Crimson's BLD into a healer before sending it to his back to be reabsorbed. Feel better? Yeah. Good, now line up with your class. Midoriya got back up and let Crimson run back over. Now, as you can all see, I'm not one to be messed with. Also, if you are wondering, I was only going 5%. If I went any higher, he'd die based on what I measured. Now, I'm not one to abuse power. I'm not going to beat you all senseless. You won't grow at all that way. Maybe your pain tolerance would faster, but we aren't worried about getting stronger faster. We're trying to get stronger efficiently and make it worthwhile. Today I want you all to demonstrate your best fighting capabilities against me. I won't attack back. I'll dodge through them all. I want a good grip on your current strength level. While I fight you all one-on-one, I want the rest of you to be doing push-ups, pull-ups, etc. No slacking, Midoriya said. They all nodded their heads. Good. Let's begin. Midoriya sat in the classroom. Everyone was concerned for him, but he was fine. He had inflicted the pain on himself. He didn't feel it too bad. Aizawa came walking in. It was time to begin class. Hey class. Today things are going to be different, just like the other days. It's exam week. You will have written exams on Thursday and Friday, and tomorrow you'll have a physical exam. Later today you'll have a training lesson with All Might, and from there you'll be dismissed. Now let's review the material. According to Hawks, from what I can remember when I was 7 to 8, the physical exams are humans versus bots. Fighting robots is annoying. However, he did teach me all the material on the exam, so I should be good with that. I just have to review it to keep my memory sharp, Midoriya thought to himself. Midoriya took a bunch of notes as he listened to Aizawa speak. Soon the afternoon came in. It was time to train with All Might. Midoriya was in his hero outfit, lined up with the rest of the class. Hello class. Today we'll be doing a rescue training exercise. You will be racing against each other to find me in this maze. You'll be put into groups of 5. Whoever wins gets to race all the other winners at the end for an ultimate race. Understood? Great. Let's announce these groups. Group A Midoriya Hagakuro Jiro Siro and Ajui. Group B Bakugokura Shimagyairozu and Ishido. Group C Todoroki Kaminarieo Yomajiru and Uraraka. And finally, Group D Kodito Koyami Mineta Shojin Sato. Now that the groups have been announced, we'll group a line up to start this race. All Might announced. It's a race, not a fight. Could, however, easily glitch their quirks to bug. I don't know where the center is, so I can't just glitch there. I need to see it to glitch. If I use Tsiro's tape, I could fly up, see it, and glitch there. Hagakure doesn't have any physical attributes with her quirk. Making her visible is pointless. I got this in the bag. On your marks. Get set. Go. All Might screamed. Tsiro shot his tape and began to fly. Midoriya glitched to the highest point he could see and glitched Tsiro's tape to become slime. Tsiro screamed as he slammed into a metal wall. Midoriya manipulated the slime into a board and flew up with it. From there he saw the center and glitched right to it. A brutal method of winning, but I never announced any rules, so it's fine. Izuku Midoriya wins this round. All Might shouted as he handed him the little badge of honor. No fair, man, Tsiro whined. Life isn't fair, Tsiro. Accept it. All the other races then progressed. Bakugo won the next one, then Todoroki, and then Tokoyami. They'd all have to race each other now. Tokoyami's dark shadow has a mind of its own, yet it's still manipulatable. If I changed dark shadow into its own weakness, light, would it have to go back to Tokoyami? Kacchan and Todoroki are fast too, but I don't have much to worry about. I already know where the center is. I'll win in a literal second, Midoriya thought to himself as he prepared. You four will now race each other to find out who's ultimately the fastest. However, quirks are not allowed to be used. You're doing this on foot. If you don't listen, your match will be disqualified. Now get to your places. All Might announced. Huh. Now I have to work, Midoriya groaned to himself. I wonder how Matrix is going to win without a quirk. His glitching is what makes him fast. Right? I could say the same about Bakugo, Todoroki, and Tokoyami. They don't even look like they'll know how to navigate through this. Whispers went around the class. Who would win? Did anyone even know how to go through this thing? Only one way to find out. On your marks. Get set. Go. Midoriya launched off his tall standing point and grabbed onto a pipe that swung overhead. He flipped off of that and maneuvered a landing into another rooftop. He stunned the class with his explosive speed and agility. Meanwhile, Bakugo was running on multiple pipes, as were Todoroki and Tokoyami. But they'd have to climb if they wanted to get to the center. Midoriya jumped up onto another rooftop. He had pretty high jumps. From there he launched himself at another pipe. He went pipe to pipe like they were monkey bars and finally landed at the center with a perfect jumped landing. Izuku Midoriya wins. All Might shouted. The class stared stunned. Midoriya went through the entire obstacle course without a quirk and was still too fast for Bakugo and Todoroki, who were still hundreds and hundreds of feet away. Midoriya glitched back to his classmates. He was a bit confused with how they were staring at him. He didn't understand what he did. What? He asked. Midoriya. We thought that they trained your quirk, not your physical ability. What was that? They train everything back at the facility. Everything. Yeah. How long can you hold your breath underwater? The longest I lasted was 10 minutes, but on average I stay down there for 5 to 8 minutes. Using someone's quirk, on another hand, I can stay down there limitlessly, Midoriya replied. The class was flabbergasted by his strength. The day flew by fast. Soon Wednesday came by. The day they'd take the exams. Midoriya was ready. Midoriya was ready. Class A stood outside ground beta, all in their hero suits. Aizawa stood there, explaining how everything was going to work. Hey class. So for the exam, you're going to be fighting. The teachers. The class ate in unison. They had been preparing for robots after what Monoma had to say. Flashback. Midoriya was eating his lunch when he was suddenly approached. Monoma had tried to elbow his head, but Midoriya glitched behind him before he had the chance. What do you want? Midoriya asked. Minoma jumped a bit, almost dropping his food. You really never drop your guard, huh? Kirishima pointed out. We were told what the exams are going to be like. We have an upper advantage. You see, just because you're a government official, or that you've fought villains, or that you've gotten first place at the festival, it doesn't mean you're better, Minoma sneered. Oh, the test. I already know what it's going to be, Midoriya sighed as he glitched back to his seat to finish eating. What? Hawks told me. Liar, what is it then? Why should I tell you? You say you already know, so why don't you spit it out first? I'm not an idiot to fall for that. I guess you don't know. No, he knows, he already told us. He even proved it by texting Hawks and having him clarify, 𝗧𝗪 replied. Minoma huffed and walked away. Flash End, what do you mean we're fighting the teachers? You're all pro heroes, we don't have the strength for that. Kaminari exclaimed. More complaints followed with the screams. We all left you a way to win, you'll be put into pairs. You either fight us or escape, but if you take the escape route we won't hold back trying to stop you. If you fight us we'll leave you a way to win. Understood. Now on with the pairs. Todoroki and Tokoyami, your pair Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, your pair 2 Azui and Hagakure, your pair 3 Ida and Kirishima, your pair 4 𝗧𝗪 and Kaminari, your pair 5 Ishido and Jairu, your pair 6 Koda and Aoyama, your pair 7 Mineta and Shojiuri, pair 8 Ojiro and Sato, your pair 9 and finally Bakugo and Midoriya, your pair. Now that the pairings have been announced, I'll tell you what teachers you're all fighting. Aizawa paused to let the teachers walk through the door he was standing in front of and stand by his side. The class began to sweat in nervousness, well, except for Midoriya. He knew he'd have no issue with who he fought no matter who it was. Pair 1 is going against Midnight. Pair 2 is going against Snipe. Pair 3 is going against Ectoplasm. Pair 4 is going against myself. Pair 5 is going against Krementos. Pair 6 is going against Present Mike. Pair 7 is going against Nizu. Pair 8 is going against Power Loader. Pair 9 is going against Hound Dog, and finally, Pair 10 is going against All Might. Aizawa sighed, finally finishing announcing. Bakugo grew a devilish grin while Midoriya was unfazed by the whole situation. Going up against All Might was like going up against any other person. He and Bakugo's match was last, so while he waited he plotted against him. All Might's quirk is always up and running, I can tell. Which is good, as long as he doesn't deactivate it I can manipulate it to help me. All Might fights with brute strength, he isn't agile and he has no plan whatsoever. Kinda like Kacchan. It's a great upper hand. The only way I can pass is if I work with Kacchan, but he's hard-headed about working with people. Midoriya groaned to himself. Midoriya's quirk was OP overall, but it relied on the other person's quirk to be active. That was his weakness. With his quirk, he made up for it in speed and strength, but once someone else turns off a quirk he was manipulating it disappears entirely. No one knew, of course. He didn't want to share his weakness. Rounds went by quite fast. Midoriya tried to speak with Bakugo, but it didn't end too well. It was finally their turn. I'm not working with you, Deku. I'll fight All Might on my own and win, Bakugo hissed. Kacchan, please stop being so dumb and listen for once. All Might versus you alone, you're going to die. You have to work with someone else. That's someone else being me. You're going to die without me. What did you say? I'll pass this exam on my own. Bakugo screamed. Midoriya sighed. Fine then. But don't expect me to just sit back and watch you fail. I'm fighting him too, like hell you are. If I catch you fighting him I'll 𝗬𝗏 to fighting you. Then perish, I'm done wasting time. We're about to start. Detroit. Smash. All Might screamed as he sent a blast of his power through the city. Midoriya glitched out of the way and to a nearby rooftop, letting Bakugo go flying back. All Might came walking towards them quite fast. He doesn't know where I am and I was right. His quirk is constantly active. I wonder why he doesn't turn it off when he's done with his punching. Anyways, if I manipulate his quirk to make myself stronger I should be able to knock him out with one punch with my own strength added as well. Kacchan is likely going to be distracting him this entire time while I figure out the perfect time to it. We're unintentionally working together, but it doesn't matter, Midoriya thought to himself as he laid on his belly to avoid being seen by All Might. I'm a villain now, heroes. Fight me with all you've got if you want to survive. All Might screamed. 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗃 screamed as he sent out a mass explosion. All Might anticipated 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's next attack, a back kick, and punched his stomach before he had the chance. Blocking my view will only be an obstruction to you, young heroes. When the smoke cleared up, All Might only saw 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 on the ground, stopping himself from hurling. Odd, where's young Midoriya? He muttered to himself as he looked around. He couldn't see him or even sense his presence. It was like he was gone. Midoriya was good at masking his intent. That crappy Deku ran away when you first attacked. He's probably heading for the exit, but I don't care. I'll beat you right now. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 screamed as he got back up again and pulled the trigger to both of his gauntlets. He sent out a mass explosion that could actually kill a normal person. But All Might wasn't normal. I should mess with All Might's quirk. Kacchan's quirk doesn't last too long being active unless I force it to, but that takes too much energy, Midoriya thought to himself as he began to glitching process. He glitched All Might's quirk to make himself and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 stronger. He had a reason to making 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 stronger as well. The stronger you are, the bigger the explosions. The bigger the explosions, the more All Might can't see. Midoriya also manipulated All Might's quirk in one other way. He made himself invisible. Soon the smoke cleared up. All Might still stood broadly. Was that supposed to hurt? It was merely a scratch to me. All Might laughed as he zoomed at 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃. Suddenly, before All Might could punch 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃, an invisible barrier came up between the two. All Might ended up punching the invisible barrier. The barrier sent him flying back towards the buildings like a trampoline. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 said in dismay as he walked over to the same spot. The wall was gone. Stupid, do you show yourself? He screamed. Shut it, Kacchan, you're being pathetic. I amplified your strength with his quirk. Your explosions should be more lethal now. At the same time, I put up random barriers that'll leave him confused. To top it all off, I'm going to be invisible, Midoriya shouted. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 looked all around, but he still couldn't see him. It was like Midoriya's voice don't come from a single spot. I don't need your dang help. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 screamed. Shut it. All Might crawled out of the wall. The dust settled around. What a powerful attack, young Midoriya. You used my quirk against me. Too bad that won't work. All Might announced as he got up. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 gritted his teeth and held up his arms. Die. He sent out a mass explosion. It was so hot that the explosion flames were blue. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's eyes widened. He liked the added strength despite it being temporary and not his true strength. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 actually managed to send All Might flying back, well, with the help of Midoriya amplifying the explosion itself by 10x. My turn, Midoriya sighed as he glitched back to visibility. There you are. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 hissed. All Might got up and stared Midoriya down. You amplified his quirk and made mine weaker, not to mention you were invisible. Interesting. I'll take you down right here, young Midoriya. All Might laughed as he launched at Midoriya. Midoriya stood unfazed, but 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 wouldn't stand by. He sent out another mass explosion, but All Might flew through it. All Might was going to punch Midoriya, but well, Midoriya was a little too good for him. Midoriya grabbed All Might's arm and kicked his gut, going 50% with All Might's added strength. He sent All Might flying through multiple buildings while throwing up. The class and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's eyes widened. They didn't know he had enough strength to do that. What the heck, Deku? Have you been holding back against me? 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 screamed. Not the time to argue, Kacchan. While that attack will have stunned him, All Might is stubborn. I got an idea. Midoriya glitched to 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃's side, then glitched 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 away with him. They were now very far from All Might. Why'd you do that? 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 screamed. It's a part of the plan. Listen, idiot, this is a graded assignment that I can't fail. You're going to have to step down from your ego-built throne and listen up. Midoriya hissed. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗃 bit his lip and sighed. Fine. What's the plan? Good. You see, All Might is being weakened as we speak at the same time. We're getting stronger. That's because of my quirk. I left behind an illusion of us back there. He'll be pointlessly fighting the air. The more he attacks, the weaker it's going to be. Once he's too weak, we'll step in and deliver the final blow. It would have been easier if I could just use a sleeping gas, but Aizawa said we actually have to fight, Midoriya sighed. You think that's actually going to work? It's working as we speak. Look, Midoriya said as he showed him what was going on by glitching back to the situation. The illusions left them invisible. They were on a rooftop, watching All Might aimlessly punch. The illusion I cast using his quirk is pretty much leaving him blind to what's really going on. As you can see, he's a sweaty mess. And he's tired. It's the perfect time to deliver the final blow. Are you ready? Born ready, dude. Then on my count, send out the biggest explosion possible. I'll amplify it and immobilize All Might. Just keep your quirk active. Yeah, Midoriya stood back. D.E. Midoriya amplified the quirk to the point where the entire explosion was shades of blue with hints of red. It enveloped All Might entirely. Midoriya then binded him with whatifdekufanfic he made with the explosion. All Might fell to the ground. Midoriya glitched down and delivered one more attack, knocking All Might out entirely. He then deactivated his quirk. Bakugo jumped down, wearing a devious grin. I beat All Might. With my help. Don't boost your ego, it's already big enough. With my help, don't boost your ego, it's already big enough. Midoriya sneered. Matrix just beat All Might. The class stared in surprise. They knew he was strong, they never underestimated him, but beating All Might. That was a feat they thought no one was capable of. Even the other teachers were surprised. Midoriya is quite strong. But All Might was holding back, right? Present Mike asked. Yeah. He had those weights making him hold back. I know Midoriya is strong, but it isn't possible to beat All Might, Midnight replied. That plan Midoriya came up with, his quirk, and own strength would have beaten All Might if he was holding back or if he wasn't. He isn't the strongest human alive for someone else not be able to beat him. Don't discredit the 2-inch Aizawa spoke up. Midoriya glitched back with Bakugo and All Might where the rest of the class was. What's going on? Midoriya asked as he dropped All Might. How are you just casually picking him up after you knocked him out? Mineta asked. He isn't too heavy, he's just around 600 pounds. Matrix, sometimes I really do think you don't listen to what you say. Whatever. Anyways, Mr. Aizawa, what now? Drop him off at Recovery Girl's office and come back so we can discuss the results. Okay, Midoriya glitched All Might away, noticing smoke coming off the grown man. I think his quirk turned off, I couldn't manipulate it to heal him. Okay then. Midoriya and Bakugo. You two passed the exam, however. Bakugo, you refused to work with Midoriya. It's a crucial mistake in battle. And Midoriya, you amplified Bakugo's strength without warning. That's dangerous to his body, Aizawa began. Mr. Aizawa, I amplified his muscle and quirk strength at the same time so they equal out. He wasn't in any danger. Fine then. Anyways, good job. And I am here to announce that you are all going to camp. The class said in unison. It's a training program for the summer. You're all going, so get packing, we leave on Monday. On Friday after the exams, we're all going to the store to buy necessities. Get packing. You're all dismissed. The next couple days they went through the written portions of the exam, Thursday being literacy and science while Friday was math and hero questions. Midoriya aced the test, every single question was right. However, Aizawa didn't grade them yet. Aizawa decided he'd grade them at the mall, so while the class bought things they needed he could get work done. Hey class. I'll be seated by the cafe, buy whatever you need. Remember nothing unnecessary, Aizawa instructed. He walked off after that. The class split up into their cliques, leaving Midoriya behind. Whatever. Let's see, what do I need? The government supplied me with things I would need already, so what do I buy? And how do I buy things? I heard you need some form of currency, and since I'm in Japan I need yen. But I don't have any money. Midoriya was suddenly broken out of his train of thought when a hooded figure wrapped their hand around his neck and shoulder. Midoriya did not like the position he was in, so he glitched out of it and looked at who the figure was. Who are you? He asked. The figure lifted their head, making eye contact with Midoriya. It was Shigaraki. Oh Shigaraki, what do you want? What do I want? You haven't come back to base at all. Are you sure you even joined? I can't even trust you. Shigaraki spat in a whisper. Midoriya sighed. I didn't want to get caught and I didn't have time to sneak out. How do I prove you can trust me? Tell me what your class and teacher are doing at the mall in the middle of the school day. We're preparing to go to camp. Camp? Yeah, we're doing a lot of training to improve our quirks for a week straight. Interesting. Provide me with the location of the camp. What's your number? Midoriya pulled out his phone. That's why you couldn't contact us. None of us gave you a number, Shigaraki said dumbfounded. I mean yeah. And the government supplied me with this phone. I couldn't trust it so I did some rewiring. Now, what's your number? Alright, I'll message you when at the camp. What do you plan to do here? Buy some things, but I don't have money so I'm probably just going to look around. Check in tonight at base. I don't care if that means sneaking out, I'll try, but you can't expect me to be able to make it there early. Be there by 1 am no exceptions. Shigaraki angrily walked away. Midoriya looked around. No one able to suspect me of anything. Good. He walked away, deciding to go take a stroll. He was bored. He noticed his classmates in each store within the mall. However, he wasn't noticed. Despite being the most noticeable person there, no one paid any attention to him. He ended up going to Aizawa since he was done. Oh, Midoriya. Why haven't you bought anything? Aizawa asked as Midoriya took a seat next to him. I don't need anything. Besides, I don't have any money. Okay. Anyways, I've graded your exam and I need to ask you something. Midoriya raised his brow. What? Did you cheat? You got every single answer correct on all of them. No one has ever gotten them all right. Oh no, I didn't. Hawks taught me everything a couple of years back. I did some more studying on my own, reviewed, and that was it. Well, you have always gotten your other assignments back as a 100. I'll let it slide since there isn't any possible way you could have cheated. Aizawa sighed as he moved on. Midoriya nodded his head and pulled out his phone. He was bored. Aizawa took a big sip of his coffee, grabbing Midoriya's attention with how intent he looked with that small cup of coffee. I wonder what that tastes like. Aizawa sure does like it. Aizawa raised his brow in confusion as he watched Midoriya stare the cup of coffee down. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. I just see you drink that every day and I wonder what it is for you to like it so much. It's coffee, it gives me energy. A drink is giving you energy. How does that work? Energy is obtained by sleep, eating nutritional food, and moving around. How does a drink with seemingly no health benefit give you energy? Midoriya asked distraught. It was like magic juice to him. He had only heard of the substance through books. He thought it was some kind of chemical and was surprised to hear most people drank it like it was nothing. It has caffeine. Caffeine helps in the energy department. So it's a drag. What? No, I don't do drags. How haven't you heard of it? Midoriya stared at Aizawa a bit dumbstruck, slightly glitching. He'd glitch whenever confused. I've only ever read about it. We weren't given it back at the facility. It's probably because they don't want you to obtain your energy in an inefficient and ineffective way. Likely, is it bitter without flavor? Sweet like mochi? Salty like pizza? It's intrigued me. It depends on how you order it. You can have it sweet or bitter, but those two flavors contradict each other. Midoriya, how did you pass your exams? It's basic knowledge. It gets mixed with certain things to change flavor, Aizawa replied in slight shock. He didn't realize Midoriya was only book and fight smart. Interesting, however, you can't really blame me for not knowing such things. It's like he's been sheltered of the real world since he was a kid. Does it have something to do with how he was taken by the government at such a young age? He's only book smart, planning smart, and fight smart. Other than that, it's like these things don't make sense to him. It's like he's never had a childhood, a child new to everything of this world. Aizawa thought to himself. He sighed and pulled out a crumpled 400 yen bill and handed it to Midoriya. Midoriya raised his brow in confusion. What is that? It's yen. Go buy yourself a coffee. Oh. Thank you. Midoriya politely took the 400 yen and went to the desk to order. Hello, Cat's Cafe, what drink would you like? The cashier asked. Midoriya looked at the menu and furrowed his brows. Vanilla iced coffee. That'll be 300 yen. Midoriya handed her the 400 yen and watched her quickly make the coffee. Here you go, enjoy. Midoriya nodded his head and grabbed the coffee. He had ordered vanilla since it was a flavor he recognized from the mochi he had been given back at school. He went back to Aizawa and tried it, his eyes widened at the taste. It wasn't like the vanilla mochi he had, it was completely different. Super sweet with a bitter aftertaste. Well, does that answer your question? Yeah? Thank you. Here's the 100 yen that was left. Midoriya tried handing Aizawa the coins he received in change. Keep it? Oh, okay. He stuffed it into his pocket and finished off the drink while he used his phone. The surprise in his eyes when he tried it was his flavor variety limited as a kid. He really was robbed of his childhood. I heard of what that commission did to kids, but they were never confirmed. I guess Midoriya is all the evidence needed to show they're sick people. He's too smart, strong, and dense for his age. Especially for a teen. They trained him to be a killing machine against villains. I can't imagine what training they put on him to be like this. Sick people, Aizawa thought to himself as Midoriya contently drank the coffee. A couple minutes after Midoriya drank the coffee, the effects kicked in. He got really jittery to where his quirk was acting up. He glitched in the same spot, his eyes widened. It was the first time he felt like he had enough energy to go take on the world. You okay, Midoriya? Aizawa asked as he noticed the rapid glitching. I think the energy part kicked in, Midoriya replied as he stared at Aizawa. If you don't exhaust it, you'll crash. Do something with it. Okay. Midoriya decided to manipulate the quirks of people around. With the energy he had, he could forcefully activate their quirks. Whenever he's experiencing a strong inner feeling, his quirk acts up on its own. But it never shows on his face that he's feeling anything, probably because of that training. Midoriya manipulated the quirks into pretty illusion fireworks he read about. They popped a couple feet away from his head. He stared at it amused as the people whose quirks he had forcefully activated glowed a light color. Aizawa noticed the people around them glowing and then realized it was Midoriya's doing. They had glitch effects surrounding them. He was going to speak up, but he realized something. The joy in Midoriya's eyes were unrivaled. While his expression seemed plain, his eyes were full of content, happiness, and enjoyment. However, soon he ran out of the coffee effect, and he had no more energy to keep everyone's quirk forcefully active. His eyes went back to being full as he used his phone. Aizawa sighed. Even his enjoyment doesn't last too long. Is there anything the school can do to get him out of that place? Probably not. That place controls the school. No decision the school makes is able to be done without the commission. Dang it. As Midoriya scrolled through his phone, he felt something soft rub up against his leg. To his surprise, it was a cute cat. It was a cute little cat. Midoriya raised his brow at the small animal that refused to leave his side. He reached his hand down towards it and stroked its fur. She purred. She had long, fluffy white-grayish hair, appealing sapphire eyes, and looked to be a couple of months old. Midoriya looked at her tag. Her name was Sapphire/Fluffy. Also on the collar was Dimension Traveler. Is this some joke about the cat being able to travel dimensions? I guess it's funny, whatever that means, Midoriya thought to himself. Fluffy purred as she rubbed her head on his hand. He turned to the side to properly be able to pet the cat, catching Aizawa's attention. Oh, a cat approached him. I haven't seen this one before, must be new. Aizawa thought to himself as he stared at the cat. The cat hopped onto Midoriya's lap and slept soundly. She's so soft. Is this what all cats are like? I only ever heard of them being cold jerks in those books, he thought to himself as he petted the cat. He slightly glitched in his place. He didn't know how to compute this new feeling when he petted the cat. I want this cat. How do I take it with me? Midoriya lifted the cat up and walked to the cashier. Ma'am, can I adopt this cat? The cashier looked at the cat in confusion. That's not our cat. Where did she come from? She just approached me. I guess. She isn't ours, thanks. Midoriya went back to his seat, happily with the cat. He already knew how to take care of them with all the books he read on them. He was intrigued by the creature when he first heard of it and did some more research when he was younger and in that library. I'll manipulate someone else's quirk to make everything I need for her, Midoriya. What did you ask the cashier? Aizawa asked, a bit confused. I wanted the cat. She told me it wasn't theirs so I could have her. Aizawa stared, a bit dumbstruck. Do you know how to take care of her? Do you have the space and supplies? Are you allowed to? I can make what she needs. I've read plenty on how to take care of them, and I was promoted recently and I don't need to follow too many rules, so yes I can. Midoriya replied. Aizawa sighed. Okay then. But what do you mean promoted? Midoriya looked around all secretive. They made me one of the trainers. I got a ton of upgrades because of that. Like a bigger room with a window, privacy, and fewer rules. Midoriya replied as he let the cat. That's the minimum, and he's content with the bare necessities. Is he? Not a good idea to ask for any more detail. It looks like he answered vaguely on purpose. They likely have some kind of punishment if he shares what happens within the facility, Aizawa thought to himself. Some of the class came back. Whoa Matrix, whatcha doing with that cat? Kaminari asked. I'm taking her, Matrix. We're here to buy things we need, not adopt animals from cafes, Kirishima said a bit distraught. I do need her, what are you talking about? Aizawa just nodded his head, stopping the group from asking any more questions. Okay then. What did you guys buy? Midoriya asked. Kirishima, Kaminari, Zero, and Bakugo took seats besides Midoriya. I got some bug spray, binoculars, a better phone charger, and a whistle. Kirishima exclaimed. I got the same things. Kaminari replied. I got better sneakers and a cap, Zero said. I don't need to tell you what I bought, dang nerd. Bakugo hissed. He didn't find anything he wanted and he's mad, Kaminari whispered. What was that dunce face? Bakugo, quiet down, this is a cafe, not a basketball game, Aizawa hissed lowly. Bakugo gritted his teeth and continued to use his phone. Soon the class came back, they all dismissed and went home from there. Midoriya glitched back to the facility with the cat, dropping her off in his room as he went to go make the things he'd need for her. He walked down the stairs and asked one of his students to activate their quirk and keep it active for at least 5 minutes. The student was confused but listened anyway. He was a superior and the student didn't want any possible punishment. Midoriya made cat litter, a litter box, a cat scratcher, cat food, cat toys, and pretty much everything a cat would need. He thanked his student and went back to Sapphire, who was asleep on his bed. He set up the things for her. He put the litter box in his bathroom, cat scratcher beside his mini sofa, food stuff near the closet, and the rest of the things somewhere in the room. I'm going to camp in 2 days. The other superiors wouldn't take care of her. I'll have to take her with me. Good thing I made a cat carrier, tracker, and flea repellent, Midoriya thought to himself as he finished the last touches. He changed out of his uniform and went to finish his homework. He'd have to train the others in a bit, so he wanted to knock some work out. Eventually, he finished everything. It was the end of the day. It was time to go to Shigaraki. The clock struck 1 a.m. Everyone was asleep in the building. Except for Midoriya. He left his phone, not wanting to bring it along for anything just in case he was somehow still being tracked. He changed into all black clothes and glitched over to the base. It looks like you actually came, Shigaraki sighed. You told me to. Well yeah, I was clarifying. Anyways, you're going to camp in 2 days, aren't you? Yeah, they were in the main room of the base. Midoriya saw a couple of new faces but didn't bother asking who they were. Good. We plan to attack and kidnap you again. We want to use you as bait to kill All Might. Understood. Oh okay, so send the camp location and allow myself to get kidnapped. Yeah, and I heard you can't amplify quirks. When we go to kill All Might, amplify our quirks? Alright, is that all? Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. Shigaraki nodded his head and watched Midoriya glitch away. Midoriya changed and went to sleep in his bed, Fluffy sleeping by his side. The weekend flew by. Midoriya was prepared for Monday. He was sent an email that said he didn't have to come in uniform and instead to come in with exercise clothes of any choice. He grabbed the cat carrier with Fluffy in it, grabbed his suitcase of things, and glitched to the school wearing a plain shirt and sweat breathes. Matrix, you brought the cat. Kaminari said, distraught as Aizawa began to take attendance. No one would have taken care of her back at the facility, so I had no choice. Kinda sad but okay. Settle down, I'm taking attendance. After Aizawa called and counted everyone, he took them all to the bus that waited for them. They drove all the way there. Midoriya was looking around, trying to get the location of the place. He was quite confused when he made it there. It was just a small cliff above a forest. This isn't what he imagined camp to look like. Turns out the rest of the class was feeling the same. Mr. Aizawa, this doesn't look like a camp, Kaminari pointed out. Suddenly a car pulled up, 2 women and a child exited. Hello. We are the wild kitty cats. We're going to be assisting your class and training you all this week. The camp is at the base of that mountain. They cheered. One of the women had short brown hair, another one of them had short blonde hair. Their names, Mandalay and 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏. If it's there, then what are we doing here? Kirishima asked. Midoriya looked at the blonde's expression, immediately putting pieces together as he felt her quirk activate. He paused her quirk to make it not work. He didn't want to take any risks. She grinned. Ha. Let's get back on the bus, Kaminari nervously chuckled. Yeah. Kirishima replied. They began to run at the bus. Not on my watch. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 shouted as he threw her hands to the ground. However, she didn't get the desired effect of her quirk. Why won't my quirk work? 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 said distraught. The class paused from running and looked at her. They only knew 2 people capable of what she was saying. Aizawa and Midoriya. What's going on? Mandalay asked. My quirk. It isn't working. How? Eraserhead isn't canceling it. His hair would be raised and his eyes would be glowing, Mandalay asked, distraught. The class turned to face Midoriya, who looked on edge, despite not showing any expression on his face. He didn't know what the woman's quirk was and he was scared it would hurt Fluffy. He was carrying her after all. Matrix, did you stop her quirk? Aizawa asked. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 looked up at Midoriya. It was you. I didn't know what your quirk was, but based on your expressions it looked like it could be harmful to the cat, Midoriya replied as he pointed at Fluffy. Oh my, thank you for pointing that out. My quirk allows me to manipulate the ground. I was going to send you all flying. However, now that you've pointed out the cat, I can't really send you all there until you put the cat in a safer place, 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 chuckled. Will she be brought to the camp? She won't be left on the bus, right? Nope, we'll take care of her. Don't worry. I'm trusting you, Midoriya glitched Fluffy to the woman's hand, confusing her even more. I thought your quirk was like your teacher's and you could just cancel my quirk. How did you do that? Mandalay asked. My quirk is called glitch. It allows me to manipulate a quirk any way I like while also letting me glitch, Midoriya explained. Interesting. Could you return my quirk then? Okay, Matrix no. Kaminari screamed as he went flying down. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 manipulated the ground and sent them all flying after handing the cat to Mandalay. Midoriya rid the mud like a wave and landed swiftly on the ground while the class landed quite hard on the ground. Go to the base of the mountain. We'll be waiting for you there. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 shouted. Matrix, why would you do that? We had a chance to take the bus, Kaminari whined. We didn't. Even if I didn't give her the quirk back, Aizawa would have driven off with them and we'd be left up there to figure out how to get there on our own. Besides, I have a really easy way for us all to get there, Midoriya sighed. What? I'll glitch us there. Can you even do that? Yeah, I know where the base of the mountain is, I just saw it. I'll take us 5 at a time. We'll be there in 5 minutes, way earlier than them. Okay then. The class grouped in 5s and glitched away with Midoriya to the cabins. Midoriya did this 4 times before glitched away himself there. Thanks, Matrix. You saved us a lot of time. Kirishima said warmly. Midoriya nodded his head, not knowing how to accept the gesture. Now what? It was supposed to take us a while to get here, so they'd be here and have all of our things ready, but we're too early, 𝗧𝗏 asked. I don't know, wanna play hide and seek till they arrive so we can scare them? Kaminari offered. Not a bad idea, except where do we hide? I can help with that. I have an idea, Midoriya spoke up. The class turned to face him. What exactly could he know about hide and seek? What? Kirishima asked. I could put up an illusion until they come. However, I'll need one of you to constantly keep your quirks active. You could do that. I did it during the exam, remember? Now who volunteers? You could all take turns. I'll volunteer, Kirishima said as he activated his hardening. Midoriya glitched it and turned it into an illusion. Soon they were all cloaked. No one from the outside could see them. I can still see you though. I made a cloak. Above us all. Now we can just chill, I guess. All right. They all pulled out their phones and found some place on the ground to sit. So 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, what kind of training were you put through? You know, you're really strong and also you probably had some crazy training. Kaminari asked. Midoriya sighed. Some things are better unspoken. Stay oblivious, it's blissful. What's that supposed to mean? Kirishima exclaimed. Whatever you want it to mean really, I just don't want to get into it. As time passed they all got bored. But it was short-lived as they heard a car pull up. They put their phones in their pockets and listened to their teachers walk, dragging all of their things in a cart. Looks like they won't be coming for a while, huh? I can't even pinpoint them, 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗶 chuckled as she stretched. Don't underestimate their abilities, they could be hiding from your mud monsters as we speak, I doubt it. Let's set their things up, Midoriya sighed and made them all go visible, startling all three of the staff. You guys were here. When did you even get here? How did you make it here that fast? Midoriya got up, as did the rest of the class. I saw the base of the mountain, I can teleport to places with people. I just took them with me, it saved a lot of time. You were supposed to go fight those monsters in the forest as day one of your training. Didn't seem like that to me, it just looked like you wanted to stall us. Midoriya walked up to 𝗵𝘃𝗵𝗶 who was holding Fluffy. He grabbed Fluffy and set up the tracker on her collar. He set her on the ground and let her go look around. Well, if you're all here then I guess you can all go get your things set up and eat lunch, Mandalay said as she pulled the cart and sent it towards the class. Aizawa also pushed the cart he was dragging towards the class. Everyone collected their things and went to the labeled cabins. Midoriya set his things up in a corner. After he got everything set up he pulled out his phone and looked at his location. We're pretty far out, I wonder how Shigaraki is going to get here. Whatever, he sent the location to Shigaraki and put his phone back in his pocket. He walked back out of the cabin and found the class plotting something. We should all compete. Whoever can destroy the most of the mud monsters doesn't have to do the cabin chores. Kirishima cheered. Great idea. Let's do it. Midoriya walked over to the group. What's going on? We're going to compete and see who can destroy the most mud monsters in the forest. Whoever wins doesn't have to do chores, Kaminari explained. Oh, can I join? Yeah. Everyone's welcome to. Great, Bakugo want to join. 𝗧𝗏 fine. Just because I don't want to do the crappy chores, Bakugo hissed. Great, that's everyone. Let's start. They all went charging at the forest. Midoriya glitched away to a random point in the forest, circled by 5 of the beasts. These are the results of quirks. Destroying them won't even be that hard. Midoriya sighed as he made them melt. He glitched away and started to attack all of them, till an idea hit his head. If I put my hands in the ground and focus I can melt them all at once and win. Midoriya forgot he had to give his classmates a chance. He grew up not giving anyone else the chance to win to survive. He put his hands in the ground and sent out a pulse wave of his glitch and glitched the mud monsters to melt, confusing his classmates as they went to attack. Why did they suddenly melt? Kirishima asked as he looked at the ground. Look y'all. Glitch marks are on them. Midoriya just destroyed them all, 𝗧𝗏 pointed out. How did he win that fast? Let's face the truth, he's too strong for us to catch up. Kaminari sighed as he leaned up against a tree. Midoriya glitched to where he figured they'd be. I finished them all off, did I win? 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏. You didn't even give us a chance. Kirishima said as he patted Midoriya's shoulder. That's the way I was taught, giving other people chances means I can lose. Losing isn't a good thing back at the facility, Midoriya replied. Losing meant death to him. Losing is healthy, you know, it shows you can't be perfect at everything. Maybe you should realize that, 𝗬𝗪 pointed out. No. Losing meant something else back at the facility that I'm not allowed to speak of. But what happens if you talk about what happened at the facility? 𝗕𝗏. Let's just say it results in punishment. It's a bad idea to talk about it. I can bring back the mud monsters if you guys want a chance, but I won, right? Yeah, 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏, you won. But let us at least try against each other, okay? Also, watch out for Sapphire, she's in the forest and if anything happens to her because of you all I won't hesitate to beat you to a bloody pulp. Thanks, Midoriya snapped his fingers sending out a glitch wave through the forest. The mud monsters around him glitched back to being mud monsters and began to attack. I'll Be in the Trees by Midoriya glitched away. Matrix is scary without even trying, Mineta cried. It's the fact he doesn't show emotions when he speaks, and he means everything he says, that makes him scary. It makes you wonder what he went through to not show emotions yet be so strong. It's interesting, 𝗕𝗁𝗄𝐵 sighed. While you idiots obsess over that dang Deku, I'll be winning this crappy game. Bakugo shouted as he sent out a mass explosion and destroyed 2 mud monsters at once. Oh, right, the game. Midoriya was at the top of a tree, sitting on a dense branch. He pulled out his phone. Shigaraki had replied to his text. Good, we'll come attack this Wednesday. We have the things prepared for you to look like a hostage. You're allowed to fight, but don't go all out. You have to make it seem non-suspicious. Compress will compress you, and from there you're done for the day. When you're back, however, you'll have a mission with Dabi. I need you two to kill a couple targets and retrieve a special disc. Got it? Understood. What are you doing to be able to respond so fast? Well, the class is competing against each other to see who can destroy the most mud monsters. I accidentally destroyed them all before they got the chance, so I was excluded as I remade the mud monsters. I ended up winning. I'm chilling in a tree. A tree of all places. I'm looking for vantage point, stupid. Where are the league members going to hide when they get here? Didn't think of that, did ya? Fair point. Don't call me stupid, though. Whatever, right? I should mention I have a cat. Tell the rest of the league to leave her unharmed or they'll be harmed by my fist. Fine, only cause you're helping. What's the goal with all of this again? We're trying to lure All Might and kill him. Without him we can do as we please. Endeavor and Hawks are strong though. Endeavor is only the number 2 hero because people have a bias with All Might. Yes, but people don't trust him as much. They'll live in fear. Okay. Well, I'm off. Could you send me the rest of the league's numbers? It'd be useful. Fine, whatever. Midoriya put his phone back in his pocket and started to glitch to different places in the forest, looking for anything the league could hide in. He ended up glitching to some mountain hedge with a mini cave. There was a kid there. He had spiky black hair, brown eyes, and wore a hat with 2 little horns. Midoriya was confused. He didn't know what a kid was doing so far from the cabins. However, the kid still didn't notice him. What are you doing here, child? Midoriya. He startled the boy and made him jump. What the how'd you find my secret spot? He hissed. I was glitching around, searching I guess. Why aren't you with the rest of your class in the forest beating Pixie Bob's monsters? I already beat them all and won. They're just fighting the reanimation I made. Impossible. Midoriya sighed. Kid, I'm not going to argue pointlessly with you. You're like what, 6? 7 maybe. It'd be a waste of time trying to prove something to someone when it doesn't matter. Whatever, what are you even searching for? A nice view, Midoriya lied. Leave me alone. Midoriya rolled his eyes and glitched back to the cabins. Oh, Midoriya. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be fighting with the rest of the class? Mandalay asked as she held a crate of produce. I already won. I destroyed them all with my quirk. They're fighting the ones I remade. Whoa, great job I guess. You can help with dinner then. Come on. Midoriya nodded his head and followed Mandalay to the kitchen. Okay, we're making chili and rice. You know how to make it. I've read on how to make it in a recipe book. Great. Here's the vegetables. I'll be cooking the rice portion. Mandalay handed Midoriya the crate and walked off. He put the crate on the counter and started to get to work. If Shigaraki plans to attack Wednesday, then we'll be at this camp for 2 days max. They'll have to shut down once a villain attacks. I wonder what kind of training they plan to put us through. Will it be worse than what happens in the facility? Why is the class so curious as to what happens in the facility? They'll find out soon, once I kill those abusers. I'll expose them all, free the kids in the facility, and live out the rest of the days as a villain. I wonder what Toya would be if he were still alive. Hold on. Dabi, he's oddly similar to Toya. I only known him for 2 days, but something about him radiates Toya. First the fire quirk, then the burns due to the quirk, and the fact he calls me twerp. It couldn't be him. He died, and escaping the facility is pretty much impossible. Unless he had some kind of plan. From what I remember, he did start getting distant around a month before his UA exam. We all have different tests. What was his? And would it have been possible to escape? I need to know. What if there is a chance he's alive? That mission with 𝗬𝗵𝗍 will confirm whether or not he's 𝗳𝗏 or not. It'll be all I need to figure him out. I'll be disappointed if it's not him, but I can't put my hopes up too high. It's been 8 years. If he were alive and 𝗬𝗵𝗍 he would have already told me. He wouldn't have a reason to keep his identity a secret from me. I guess only time will tell. You okay, Midoriya? You look like you're deep in thought, 𝗵𝗃𝗍 asked. She broke Midoriya out of his train of thought. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm just trying to recall the recipe. I read it in a book when I was 9-inch. Midoriya lied. Oh okay, remember if anything's bothering you that you can always tell a trusted adult like me, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗍, your teacher, or any of the UA staff. Midoriya nodded her head as 𝗵𝗃𝗍 handed him a recipe book and walked away. He ended up finishing the chili within 30 minutes. He set it up with the rice and lined the tables with food. After 5 hours the class came back all beat up. The chili had gone cold, so Midoriya reheated it with some flames using some Quirk manipulation. They all looked beat up and tired. Meanwhile, Midoriya looked like he had just hopped out of a fashion magazine. He ate his chili, seated beside some of his classmates. So who ended up winning when I left? Midoriya asked. Bakugo and Todoroki tied, so they played rock paper scissors to see who would get out of doing chores, and Todoroki ended up winning out of 3 rounds, Kirishima explained. Oh okay, is the chili fine? It's great. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 really knows how to cook. Kaminari exclaimed. I made it. You did. So you're good at fighting, have a strong quirk, no pro heroes, are a government official, are crazy smart, and you can cook. What can't you do? Kaminari said in an exaggerated manner. Midoriya stared at Kaminari stoically as he always did as he finished his food. I'm going to go clean up my side of the cabin, it was dusty earlier. Midoriya sighed as he got up and put the dish in the dish rack to be washed. But you don't have to do the chores, you won. Kirishima shouted. Those aren't chores, no one else is going to clean up the dust if I don't. I'm out. Midoriya glitched away. Did I say something? Kaminari whispered, worried. He thought he said something to offend Midoriya. Midoriya fixed up his floor mat bed properly in his corner and he got to work on organizing and cleaning up the dust. He wipes the floors till they shined, he wiped the wooden walls beside him till they looked like fresh wood, he made sure his clothes were perfectly stacked beside his mat, and in general, everything looked nice. He sat on his mat and used his phone. Compared to everyone else's spot, Midoriya's corner was the cleanest thing in the entire cabin. Eventually, the rest of the class went to the cabins. The boys were dumbstruck when they saw how clean Midoriya's corner was, they didn't even think that was possible. Matrix. How did you make the floors shine? How are your clothes so neat? Kaminari and Kirishima screamed. Midoriya stared at them, plain expression. He was just a clean person. Maybe a bit too clean. You can literally see the seam between Midoriya's corner and the rest of the floor. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out. I don't like sleeping in dust and dirt. Midoriya commented. You make the rest of the cabin look dirty. I can't even sleep in peace now, Aoyama whined. Then clean it, it's not that hard. This took me 30 minutes, Midoriya replied as he threw a packet of napkins, bottled water, and a brush at them. They groaned. I guess it's time to work. The next day wake up class. It's time for training. Make your way outside. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗍 shouted. They all jumped up, except for Midoriya. Sudden loud noises didn't scare him. He got up, got into his training clothes, and glitched outside. He found a lot set up for them. Soon everyone else came out. As you can all see, we have a lot set up for you. Each station is labeled for each one of you. Go to your labeled station and read the note. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗍 shouted once more. Midoriya walked around the stations, eventually finding his station. You have quite an interesting ability, but it looks like you need another person to make it work, huh? Well, no worries. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵 will be helping you today. You'll be manipulating her quirk in as many forms as you possibly can while glitching in circles around her. This'll exhaust you for sure. The note read. Midoriya groaned. I'm going to be sick after this. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵 approached him. Let's see how strong your abilities are. You see my mud? I want you to change its chemical compound to as many chemical compounds you know of for the entire day while glitching to these spots. I don't know if you know this, but my quirk backlash isn't like other backlash. I get dash. This training is supposed to increase your limitations so that you don't get backlash too fast. So come on. Midoriya sighed. Fine. Midoriya got to work, and by the time he transformed the chemical compound for the 1000th time whilst glitching, the backlash started its toll. He felt his head feel like it was tearing apart from the inside, the world around him was spinning everywhere, his stomach hurt, and he felt like it could no longer stay awake. He had been training for 5 hours straight, with no breaks. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏 wasn't even doing anything, she was only keeping her quirk active. Midoriya paused, looked at her with his dull heterochromatic eyes, and fell to the ground. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏's eyes widened as he ran to Midoriya's side. She put her hand on his head, he had a running fever. She lifted him up using the clay from the ground and rushed him into the little nursery cabin. She put a cool wrap on his head and called for 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏. 𝗵𝗃𝗍 rushed inside, immediately noticing the passed-out boy. What happened? She asked, frantic. He passed out due to quirk exhaustion. I may have pushed him too far, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏 replied. Quirk exhaustion? How does he have a fever then? I guess it's a part of it. He had told me he shouldn't overexhaust himself. Now I feel bad, I should have listened. This isn't good. If it's quirk exhaustion, he should wake up around tomorrow. His limit will have increased though, so at least the training wasn't for nothing. How far did he get? He had gone for 5 hours straight. From what I counted, he managed to change my clay at least 2000 times straight. How many different forms? 30. It was so cool. He sure is strong, being able to use a quirk for that long. How many times did he teleport? He teleported 3x faster than he changed the quirk. I'd say he teleported at least 6000 times. Whoa, I'm surprised he didn't pass out earlier. If I used my quirk for that long on 100 people, I'd probably be just as knocked out as him. Let's leave him be, he needs to rest up. The two walked out and away, leaving Midoriya alone. After an hour, Midoriya's fever went down. He slowly began to wake up after 4 hours passed. He felt his head throb in pain as he was immediately blinded by the bright ceiling lights. He felt like he had to hurl, but he didn't eat anything. There was nothing to throw up. He lifted his sore hand and covered his eyes from the light. What happened? Everything hurts. I know. Quirk backlash. I told that woman that this would happen. I want coffee. This hurts so bad. Ugh, my body hurts too. If they attack tomorrow, what am I going to do if I can't move? Midoriya forcefully slumped his body over and started walking. This pain isn't nearly as bad as what I went through back at the facility. I can't be weak or show my weaknesses. Play it off as normal like you always have. I can't allow myself to be weakened, I'll die. Midoriya fixed himself up and rubbed his eyes. He removed the cold compress on his head and stood straight. He walked out the door, still shaky. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵 immediately noticed his presence and ran up to him. Midoriya, you aren't better yet, you should be laying down. 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗵𝗏 shouted. You have a fever, this isn't a good idea. I'm fine, I've gone through worse. My fever died down. I feel better, Midoriya lied. We aren't allowing you to train. But I need to heal myself. Huh? I can manipulate a quirk to heal myself. If you don't allow me to, then I'm still going to be like this. Fine, but you still won't be allowed to train your quirk. That's fine, I'll train my physio body. No, Midoriya sighed as he manipulated Sato's quirk and healed himself. He walked away and began to physically train despite the two women's wishes. The next day, Midoriya was told to not train for the day. The two worried that he was for it his body too much and that he'd actually hurt himself. He didn't mind it this time. It was the day of the attack after all. It was finally time for the thing they planned for a while to come into play. He decided he'd chill in a tree for the day. It was calm, peaceful, and no one could bother him so high up. Were you at Shigaraki? Who did you send? I'm at base. I sent a bitwise spinner compressuscular magneto-gay mustard and an ex-con member. They're already there, sitting in a cave. They'll attack tonight. Like this mustard will send out poison gas and Dabi will light up flames in an attempt to separate you all. Toga is there to collect as many people's BLD as possible. Magna and Spinner are there to fight the heroes as they have best fighting technique. Muscular is there as backup and will generally attack whoever you tell him to. Compress is there to take you twice, is there to double everyone up, and the ex-con to fight the students. There will also be 𝗵𝗼 on the scene attacking the class. You won't be seeing everyone. If anything, you might just see 𝗕𝗵𝗍, twice, Compress, and maybe Toga. But the rest are doing their own thing, as are you. Got it? Understood. What would be the best way for me to play it off as kidnapped? And what about my stuff? We're allowing you to keep your phone so they can track you to this fake base. We want them to come so we can kill all might who they're likely to send. Chances are you'll only be able to take your phone. To play it off as getting kidnapped, I want you to find 𝗕𝗵𝗍. He's going to be with Compress and twice, and from there you can get compressed and taken. I doubt there would be witnesses, but just in case, I want you to act as if we're an actual enemy. Just don't attack us, understood? All right. When will you attack? 10 minutes after the sun has completely set. I'll be waiting then. Hey Matrix, what are you doing? 𝗧𝗏 asked. Midoriya immediately switched to another tab. Oh 𝗧𝗏, it's you. How did you get up here? For today's training, I had to swing around on trees to practice agility. Why aren't you training? I was laid off of training when I passed out yesterday due to the fact I overworked myself. Well, I can't take breaks. See ya. Midoriya sighed and put his phone in his pocket. Nightfall came fast. Mandalay decided to allow the class to play a fun game. Revelry in the dark. Tokoyami whispered, gaining Midoriya's attention. He listened to Mandalay explain the rules on who they'd basically be sent off to collect flags in the forest in pairs. He didn't have a pair as 5 people were pulled out due to the fact they didn't pass the exams. He was walking through the forest, all alone. He wasn't bothered, he knew what was coming. It was just a matter of time. He suddenly got a whiff of a certain smell. Smoke. Smoke. It's time, Midoriya thought to himself as he looked up. Black smoke and pink fog filled the air. He looked around, he was completely alone. I have to find 𝗕𝗵𝗍 and twice. They should be somewhere towards the middle of the forest. Going invisible will be the best idea so people don't notice me. Midoriya manipulated the smoke and went invisible. He ran through the forest, going his full speed. He ran past a couple of 𝗵𝗼 and injured classmates, but he didn't care. He was going too fast, he didn't realize Danny was right in front of him and slammed right into him. 𝗕𝗵𝗍 toppled over. What was that? 𝗕𝗵𝗍 said in dismay as he rubbed his head and got up. Midoriya went visible. Forgot to slow down, sorry. Oh, it's you. Midoriya got up and rubbed his head. He had slammed pretty hard against 𝗕𝗵𝗍. Twerp get compressed by Compress. Whatever. Midoriya securely held his phone as he watched Compress hold his hand out and compress him entirely. So blue and I'm tiny. At least I have my phone. I wonder if there is reception in here. Midoriya tried to use an online app on his phone and found that it wouldn't work. Great. There's no internet connection here. Midoriya sighed. We got what we came here for, fellow villains. Retreat. Compress shouted as Kuroji's portals opened up everywhere. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 and Mandalay were left horribly injured, as were some of the students. When they totaled everyone up, including Class B, they only found 39 students. Where's Midoriya? Aizawa exclaimed as he looked over everyone. He had to go in alone during the game we played. Think he was kidnapped again. No way, that can't happen twice. Right? I'll do a scanning of the forest with 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏. Mandalay said despite being injured. No, wait, ambulances are coming to take you two to be sent to the hospital. Police are coming too, they'll search. Aizawa hissed. Mandalay and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 stopped in their footsteps and listened. Midoriya was finally uncompressed. He allowed his phone to connect to the internet and looked around. This looks nothing like the old base, he commented. It isn't supposed to. You're just bait. Soon All Might will come trying to save you, and from there we can kill him. It'll take a couple of days before they find you. I want you and 𝗕𝗵𝗍 to go on this mission. Think you can do it? Shigaraki asked. Nothing I can't do. Midoriya sighed as he took a note from Shigaraki. Kill these 4 targets. Images shown here retaining information on the 4. After you have killed those 4, find Chiyo Akira and take the disc she'll have when you go there. Kill her after. The note read, "When do you want this to be done?" Tonight. The amount of time the heroes take can range from a day to 3. Never more. If you wait till tomorrow night, you'll never know if it's too late. So go. Fine. Do I at least get some proper clothes? These training clothes aren't going to keep me hidden too well. I may be stealthy, but there are some very observant people and cameras. And with my dual-colored eyes, I stick out like a sore thumb. 𝗬𝗵𝗍, give him an extra pair of clothes. Why me? You're the closest to his size here. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍 walked away to the storage room. The League had a place where they could keep extra things for backup, but other than that they had the rest of their things in their own living quarters. They couldn't live at the base, there wasn't enough space. He walked back out and threw a black hoodie, mask, and black breathes at Midoriya. I guess these could keep me hidden for the most part. I'll just have to keep my head pretty low. No twerp, you wear the mask on your eyes like Gojo Satoru. You can see right through it. Oh. Manga and anime was quite popular. Let's go, we don't have time to waste. Midoriya ran to the dressing room and changed. He left his phone in a drawer he had walked by. No one noticed. Kurogyri opened a warp gate and the two left. They were transported to an alleyway. Alright, first target is this dude. It says he works a night shift 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. just across the street. What do we do? Midoriya asked. Just set the building on fire. Destruction doesn't matter as long as we get the job done, 𝗬𝗵𝗍 replied. Shigaraki said to be discreet. That's the opposite. I got a better idea. Fine. What is it? We walk in, you send out your flames, I manipulate it to burn him. Since we're completely covered, they can't pinpoint us and think it's someone with a quirk that can specifically set certain things on fire, Midoriya replied. It works, twerp. Let's go. Again with twerp. I need to ask once we finish. They walked into the store, acting as innocent as possible despite how very much suspicious they looked. They walked up to the cashier, their target. Midoriya did a quick scanning of the store, no customers. Convenient. But it was 9:30 p.m., who goes to a cake shop so late? The guy was the only working cashier and he obviously looked uneasy. What may I get you two tonight? He asked as a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 activated his flames behind his head and Midoriya glitched it to burn the cashier. The two ran out, letting him get burned to death. Terrorizing screams could be heard, so Midoriya quickly changed some of the flames to a thick fog and glitched elsewhere with 𝗬𝗵𝗍. Told you we should have just set the build on fire, 𝗬𝗵𝗍 hissed. He would have escaped, besides no one saw us. 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍, whatever, twerp, let's move on. They found the other targets and went to killing them. Soon came time for Midoriya to ask a very specific question. They were waiting for the girl with the disc in an alleyway. Midoriya decided he'd bring it up. 𝗬𝗵𝗍, he began. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 raised his brow and looked at Midoriya. What, twerp? Are you 𝗕𝗁𝗁𝗍? Midoriya was cut off when a girl cleared her throat at the end of the alleyway. She had the disc. Midoriya sighed. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 quickly scurried to the disc, trying to avoid the question. Here you go, I want my payment, the woman hissed. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 tossed the disc to Midoriya and sent his flames at the woman. However, she was quick and put up a shield, her quirk. Looks like you're trying to kill me. Guess I'll just take the disc back, she hissed as he ran towards Midoriya. Midoriya paused her shield and set it on fire, burning her to death within her own quirk. Looks like we got the disc, now we can return to Kurogyri and call it a night. 𝗬𝗵𝗍 tried speeding away. Midoriya sighed and glitched in front of him, blocking the way to the dead end of the alleyway. He stared at 𝗬𝗵𝗍 right in the eyes despite the fact he was wearing an eye cover. Tell me, 𝗬𝗵𝗍. Who are you, he asked. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he backed up, uneasy. I don't have to tell you. That's private information. No. Your demeanor, calling me twerp, having a fire quirk that burns you and your eyes. I recognize you. No you don't, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm a 22-year-old man, you're 15. There's no way you'd know me. 7-year gap just like him, huh? Now I'm certain on who you 𝗬𝗓. Midoriya was cut off when Kurogyri's portal gate opened up and enveloped 𝗬𝗵𝗍 and Midoriya at once. Looks like you two are done. Hand the disc over. Midoriya tossed the disc at Shigaraki and watched 𝗬𝗶 speed walk out the room. What's even in it? Precious government information. This'll take them all down with the amount of dirt on this clip. It has the stuff on the Hero Commission Agency. No other dirt. However, once you get your portion of information, you can put it in the disk too. Oh. Anyways, it's time we tie you down in a chair as bait. We don't know when the heroes will come. So go change into your old clothes, drop the mask, and get into that chair, okay? Midoriya disappointedly went into the changing room. Dabi left the base entirely. He didn't let me ask him. So then it really is him. But then why is he so scared of his identity being found out? I get he's a villain, but I am too. Does he hate me? Why would he keep his identity secret for so long, after I thought he died for so long? He comes back as a villain. Not dead. How would Hawks react? Is that why he won't tell me? He's scared of me sharing. Even though he didn't confirm it, I already know. Midoriya thought to himself as he got into his old clothes. He walked back out and got into the chair, grabbing his phone before he did. And now we wait. Class A was sent back to their homes once the hospital checked them. The next day the heroes immediately got to work. They sat at a big table. Over 10 heroes total, including All Might, were there. Okay, let's begin. We have to find Midoriya before the press conference later today. Is there anything we do to track him down? Tsukachi asked. I couldn't find his phone anywhere around his things, and his peers said the last time they saw Midoriya he most definitely had his phone. If the League didn't destroy it by now, we could try finding him like that, Aizawa said. Perfect, we'll do that. But now something serious has to be brought up. Tsukachi paused and looked around. Uneasy stares were exchanged amongst the heroes. How did the League manage to find the camp? It was secure and no one else knew of the location? He asked. We don't know, we've been trying to figure that out, Aizawa sighed. The heroes nodded their heads. They didn't know either. Erase her head. This may be sensitive for me to say, but do you think it's possible for there to be a traitor amongst your class? Tsukachi asked. Aizawa's eyes widened as his face went to a grim anger. Not a single one of them could be a villain traitor. I know them, I've trained them, and I've watched them. Not a single one of them has the heart to put the entire class and UA in danger like that. But it's the only way. Only 25 people knew where the class was going. The class, the trainers, you, and Principal Nizu. The adults aren't villains, that wouldn't be possible. But it is possible for the class to have a villain. I know you trust your students, but if you want to make sure they're safe, when we rescue Midoriya and everything returns to normal, it has to be brought up. Understood? Tsukachi said. Aizawa sighed, calming himself down. Fine. It'll be brought up the day you come to question them. Once it's proven none of them are traitors, you'll know to question others. Good. Now let's focus on finding Midoriya. The press call is tonight, right? Midoriya asked as he vacantly scrolled through his phone. He was very much bored. Yeah, why? Could we watch it? Why? Based on how they answer, I can figure out when they're going to come. We can prepare. All right. The press conference was in an hour. The heroes already figured out where Midoriya was. Exactly how the villains wanted. Their plan was working. Soon the time of the press conference came. Is it true you allowed Izuku Midoriya to be kidnapped? Is it true you allowed Izuku Midoriya to be kidnapped? A news reporter asked. Yes, Aizawa replied. Midoriya handed Shigaraki his phone and asked him to keep it safe after shutting it down. He knew that once All Might came in, it would get destroyed like everything else. How are you going to figure out when they attack based on what they say? Shigaraki asked. Reporters are most definitely going to ask if they're close to finding the base. Based on how they respond, I'll be able to tell if they'll attack tonight or tomorrow, Midoriya replied. Oh, I still don't understand. Then just watch. Everyone in the league was present. They all sat in different spots of the room watching the interview. How did the villains find the camp that supposedly no one knew about? We are still investigating that topic. As of right now, we don't exactly know. The possibilities are limitless, Nizu replied. How close are you to finding the villain's base? At the moment, we don't exactly know where Midoriya is. Nizu accidentally tripped over his words. He drank some water and cleared his throat as he stared at the camera expressionless. He lied. He got nervous, slurred his words, cleared his throat. shifted the way he sat, and is staring right at the camera after his eyes lurked around the room. They know where we are, Midoriya said. Don't you think you're stretching it? I don't see how you could have picked up a lie from those small things, Spinner asked. I'm telling you what I analyzed. But from what I see they already know. How soon do you plan to act when you find the base? What kind of perpetrations do you want to make? We're going to attack as soon as we find the base. Police, All Might, and other heroes will be on the scene. So they're going to attack after the conference. I anticipated it. Good, now remember. I can amplify a couple things when it comes to your quirk and body. Remember, I won't be the one fighting since they don't know I'm a villain, so the only thing I'm going to do is give you all some boosts. Spinner, you don't have an offense quirk, right? It doesn't matter. I can make you more agile and give you some added strength. Shigaraki, your quirk allows you to disintegrate things as soon as all 5 of your fingers touch. I can allow you to send waves of disintegration at specific targets and give you added strength and speed. Toga, your quirk allows you to transform into people if you consume their BLD. I can make it that you don't need BLD, you can transform into anyone as long as you've seen them. Kurogyri, I can help you warp things even if you don't know their exact coordinates. Dabi, I can stop your flames from burning you and amplify the heat. Just some examples of what I can do. However, I have to make it look like I'm not doing anything, and if your boss decides to come out, it's likely you're all going to be withdrawn from the fight. Is that understood? Midoriya asked. You can really do all of that? That's pretty cool. Understood. I have an idea, Shigaraki spoke up. Midoriya raised his brow. Compress, remove his chains. When All Might comes, I want you to act defensive, Midoriya. Give him a fake-looking quirk canceller while you're at it. There wouldn't be anything suspicious if I'm not chained down, especially if I'm wearing a false quirk canceller. I guess I'm just sitting here then. Midoriya glitched out of the chains and seat before Compress could do anything. You can teleport out of things. I thought those things made it that it was hard. It requires some focus, but it's doable. The meeting doesn't have long till it's over, Midoriya commented. Why would the villains kidnap Izuku Midoriya a second time? We really don't know. We believe it's because he's quite powerful and are trying to get him out of the way when they want to plot something against us, 𝗫𝗓 replied. They turned off the TV and prepared further. Midoriya would occasionally glance at Dabi. He still didn't get to ask. He wanted to confirm his thoughts, even though he was pretty sure Dabi was Toya. What if that small chance he wasn't was true? Dabi wouldn't look at Midoriya at all. He couldn't. He didn't want to say why either. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. They all turned their head. Midoriya knew what it meant. He quickly glitched the bracelet onto his hand and prepared. Anyone order a pizza? The league stared at each other quite dumbstruck. Suddenly, Detroit smash. All Might destroyed the wall, and not even seconds after they were all captured in Woodswood Trap. All Might, Midoriya said, trying his best to be enthusiastic. Young Midoriya, glad to see these villains didn't hurt you. Villains. Your villainy ends here. All Might screamed. Midoriya activated his quirk discreetly. The entire league felt the temporary upgrade. I don't think so, All Might. Kurogyri. Warp the Nomu. Kurogyri grinned and warped all of the league, including Midoriya, away, leaving Nomu as replacements. They were warped right outside besides AFO's base, his living area. He came walking out wearing a grin. Well, I guess it's fate, AFO chuckled. Midoriya raised his brow in confusion as he watched AFO destroy buildings all around. What do you mean, MSTR? Shigaraki asked. I'll be killing All Might with my hands. I don't want you to take part in it, but your body is dash, Midoriya, right? You know how to get rid of a quirk backlash, don't you? Well then, if you're truly a part of the league, help me. Midoriya just nodded his head and looked around. No one was in the... Great. Now then the rest of you go. FO opened a warp gate and threw them all into it. Shigaraki didn't want to leave. Midoriya propped himself up against a destroyed wall and closed his eyes slightly. He has to make it seem like he was injured. All Might came shooting down. It wasn't hard to find Midoriya again when AFO began to blast at everything. All for one. All Might screamed as he tried to punch him as he flew through the air. 𝗕𝗏𝗍 chuckled and lifted his hand up, stopping All Might with one arm. Midoriya begun the glitching process and amplified AFO's strength by 5x and reduced All Might's strength as much as he could without it being suspicious. Helicopters and other heroes came quickly on the scene. All Might was getting pounded to a pulp, AFO's strength was overwhelming. Why can't I move as fast as I usually can? Is it because of his quirk? When did he become so strong? Is young Midoriya okay? He's still on the scene, I have to be careful or he'll die. How come I'm only getting weaker? Come on, one for all. All Might thought to himself in a panic as AFO punched his face. Class A watched from their homes, stress eating at them as they looked at the scene. It wasn't pretty. All Might looked like he was losing. Did he steal young Midoriya's quirk? It makes no sense for me to be getting subtly slower and for him to be getting stronger like this. But young Midoriya isn't bleeding, AFO's tendrils would have pierced him when stealing his quirk. Did AFO just get stronger or is Midoriya helping him? No time for such thoughts. I have to prevail. Just as All Might was about to force himself to fight, he felt something. He looked down at his stomach and noticed BLD gushing out like an open tap. AFO had blasted him with a pressurized air force and went right through All Might's stomach. All Might fell to the ground, coughing up. 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗏 landed and grinned, beginning to walk towards All Might. Midoriya just subtly watched, he was pretending to be tired. What's wrong, All Might? Not at your prime anymore. I guess this is your end, isn't it? He laughed as he punched All Might's head into the ground. Smoke poofed around All Might and suddenly a small version of All Might was revealed. Oh, what's this? Such a pathetic form for someone the world considers to be strong. AFO laughed as he pounded All Might's head into the ground. BLD splattered everywhere as All Might met his doom. Tears streamed down everyone watching faces as they saw the bloody scene that night. AFO backed up, revealing the very much dead All Might and chuckled. Villains will rule, remember that. Take your little government tool back. I'm done using him as bait. He backed away into a portal. Midoriya completely passed out. Heroes immediately ran down to the scene, checking for any pulse All Might have has, but it was gone, completely cold. They loaded both Midoriya and All Might into an ambulance and rushed them to a hospital. After an examination, it was shown Midoriya wasn't injured. The nurses figured that he had been put on sleeping gas based on how Midoriya responded. All Might was dead. Nothing was bringing him back either. Midoriya was sent back to the commission agency's dorm. Midoriya noticed Fluffy chilling on his bed. He was confused as to how she got there. He had left her with Mandalay before the villains attacked. However, he found a note on her collar. It was from Kurogyri. I warped her here, she seemed to be important to you. Wouldn't want to kill her, she's just a cat after all. Made sure the heroes didn't notice. Midoriya let out a relieved sigh as he pet Sapphire. He burned the note and flushed it down the toilet, leaving no evidence. Kurogyri also warped Midoriya's phone to him. It was useful. Once Midoriya changed, got into bed, and turned on his phone, he found numerous notifications. Half were from the class, half were random YouTube notifications, and one particularly was a text from Aizawa. He decided to open that one first. I know you just returned from the hospital, however Mandalay told me it was urgent to ask. Have you seen Koda? They haven't been able to find him and they don't know if he was kidnapped or not. He wasn't kidnapped. Check his favorite spot, there's a chance he's hiding. Where is it? Towards the end of the forest, up a hill and near a cliff. It's a little mountain hedge with a cave in the back. I think he's hiding there, hiding for 3 days. I don't know, that's just his spot. He wasn't kidnapped, I didn't see him at all. Fine. Aizawa told Mandalay and Mandalay went with 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗶 to check it out. When she went there, however, she saw something she didn't want to see. Koda was a bloody pulp smashed into the ground. They quickly ran up to him and checked his pulse. It was still there, however very faint. Tears streamed down their faces as they immediately rushed him to the hospital. The doctors managed to keep him in a stable condition, but he was now in a coma. A week after All Might's death, everyone returned to school. Japan took a week off in honor of his death. Midoriya was normal. He never really displayed emotions, so the class wasn't surprised when they didn't see swollen eyes, puffy nose, and red eyes. Midoriya didn't have a reaction to death at all. However, the class was a different story. While most of them looked fine, they didn't feel fine. They had stopped crying after 4 days of his passing, but they couldn't shake the sadness that lingered within them. Aizawa sighed as he walked in. The class took their seats. Aizawa had looked rather stressed. "Hey class, I understand that you're all stressed, and telling you all this might make it worse, but it has to be done. We have a traitor in our class." "We have a traitor in our class." The class gasped as their faces went pale. They felt their throats dry up as they looked at each other with pure suspicion. While they did trust each other, while they did care and love their friends, this small word, traitor, was enough to leave distrust between them all. "How do you know, Aizawa-sensei?" Kaminari screamed in panic. His eyes watered up. He really cared about everyone and was scared to find out if one of his close friends was the traitor. "I don't. Tsukachi suspects it. And here's why. Only 25 people knew the location of the camp we went to. Me, Nizu, you all, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and that kid. That was it. No one else knew. Nizu, myself, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and that kid aren't able to be the traitors. If we were, it would have been found out years back and we would have been suspicious. And so, the only suspects remaining are you 20. Well, I doubt any of you are traitors. The risk is too high. And so there will be an investigation taking place for an entire week. Until this traitor is found, we won't be progressing into the other events we had planned. However, training and learning will remain in action. Distrust is expected. However, if you find anything suspicious on another one of your peers, you have to report it. Nothing must go unreported. The kid that finds the traitor gets a provisional hero license exam. They won't have to take the actual test that would have been coming up if their traitor suspicion wasn't high. Understood? The class shakily nodded their heads. Good. Then may the investigation begin. Tsukachi came walking inside. He waved his hand and sat at the back of the classroom. "Ignore me, pretend it's just another day." Tsukachi smiled. They turned their heads back around and focused on Aizawa, who began to teach the lesson. "Well, this isn't good. I can't be suspicious until they have someone else to blame. Whatever. If they can't find anything on us, then they'll just have to assume none of us are traitors. So I just have to stay out of the radar. My phone. I gotta change Shigaraki's and the rest of the league's contact info and delete some texts. I guess I'd have to tell the league that they can't text me for a while. This'll be annoying," Midoriya thought to himself as he looked up at Aizawa. Midoriya sighed and stretched in his seat. He didn't sleep too well. Training had gotten more intense back at the commission after All Might's death, which meant he had to amp up the training on his students. Then add on the fact he also had to get trained by the upper superiors. Work never ended for him. "Okay class, what do you do in this situation? You're out on a shift." It was a casual day, not much was happening. Suddenly the places around you erupt in flames and everyone's screaming for help. There's a building to your left, it's an orphanage. There's a building to your right, it's a hospital. And there's a building in front of you, it's a house. What do you do? They all need saving. Aizawa asked. It was a difficult choice. If they decided to save the orphanage first, the hospital and house would burn. The kids would be saved, but the injured patients and innocent lives would die. If they chose the hospital, the kids would die, as would the people in the house. And if they chose the house, the orphanage and hospital would burn down. The class looked uneasy. They don't know what to choose. Information is missing. Midoriya raised his hand. Yes, Midoriya. We need more information. How many people are in the hospital? Is the house empty? And how many people are in the orphanage? You want to go to the smallest building with the most people, since the larger buildings with less people have a higher survival chance. There isn't enough information to choose here. Midoriya explained. "I'm good. The house is empty, the hospital is 50 floors with 300 patients, and the orphanage is about the size of the average school with 200 kids. Where is the fire coming from? What's the source? How did they randomly erupt?" Midoriya asked again. Electric malfunction. The fire is starting at the bottom floor of all 3-inch, so no villain. It would have been easy if it was a quirk. I'd quickly save the orphanage, then the hospital, then put the fires out to stop the spread. Best choice, that, and you get help from other heroes. However, In this situation, it was mentioned that you were alone. This is why most pro heroes have sidekicks. Backup is necessary. Moving on, that Midoriya kid is smart. I have files on him that state he's an official government person. He trains people in the commission while getting his own training. It must be stressful for a teen his age, keeping up with all of that. However, he's so stoic, so cold. His eyes look dead, emotionless. I know it's forbidden to research the commission, but maybe I should. It doesn't look good on him. If he isn't doing well, how are the other kids doing? He's been there since he was 4, hasn't seen his mom since he was 7 according to the paper. Why would he be the one that decided to stop seeing his mom? No kid wouldn't want to see their mom. Very odd. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 thought to himself as he scribbled stuff down on his paper. The class went on for 2 hours before they were dismissed to lunch. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 followed the class down to the lunchroom where he watched them all in the background. The class didn't know how to feel. One of them was a villain. They sat together, but it was tense. No one spoke. It was just side glances and worried looks as they ate. Only a couple people remained the same about the entire thing. Todoroki, Midoriya, Bakugo, and surprisingly Aoyama. Well, their faces remained the same. They didn't show any signs of distress or worry. However, internally Bakugo, Todoroki, and Aoyama weren't doing too well. Midoriya just didn't care in general. He knew he was the traitor. He had nothing to worry about. He knew 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍's quirk was a lie detector. It was the easiest to manipulate. After Midoriya finished up his lunch, he decided to go to the library to catch up on his studying. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 decided to follow him. Midoriya noticed quite fast. He knew that if he glitched away now he'd be suspicious. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 is following me to the library. I can't pull out my phone at all. I don't know if Shigaraki or the rest have texted me. It's on silent. He walked into the library and looked around. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 sat by the door and watched what books he picked out. Reading. Isn't it their break? Why is he studying? Is he being forced to? Does he do it for fun? Compared to his classmates, he's definitely the odd one out. However, he isn't the only one like this. Todoroki, Bakugo, Shoji, and Aoyama also appear to be the odd ones out. They don't have any expression on this situation at all. It's likely due to how different they each are. Midoriya was likely trained not to show emotions. Todoroki is 𝗕𝗏𝗏's son. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 trained him his entire life, it's obvious. Bakugo hates showing emotions. He doesn't want to appear weak. Shoji wears that mask, so I generally can't tell what he's feeling. And Aoyama seems to stay positive in this situation. The rest of the class is obviously uneasy. They refuse to speak to each other out of distrust. Midoriya tends to be the outlier in the class. It's most likely due to what he was put through his entire life. I heard rumors of the commission. None of them were confirmed, but I heard kids died in that place. Midoriya had to witness death around him due to the likely intense training he was put through. Of course, this wouldn't faze him. He's seen worse. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 thought to himself as Midoriya pulled a book out. It was a book on cats. He had been wanting to learn more about the species to make sure he could provide the best life for Sapphire. A cat book? That doesn't even remotely have to do with his training or school. Does he just come here to learn random things? This is a good opportunity to learn more about Fluffy. 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 keeps looking at me. I just have to keep ignoring him. Is he suspecting me? If he's investigating the class, why has he targeted me specifically? No issue. I'm not doing anything suspicious and there isn't any physical evidence I am the traitor. I can't be found out. It'll interrupt my plan to kill the superiors. The disc. It has dirt on the government. Maybe that's why 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 is here. He's here to protect the government from being found out. They're hiding the second reason as to why they're here. It's likely I'll be asked to try to find the disc before anything is leaked. No issues. I'll just be extra cautious and not let anything slip. Midoriya thought to himself. Suddenly 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 approached him. Hey Midoriya, could you answer a couple questions for me? He asked. Midoriya had been sitting on the floor, leaning on the back of a bookcase. It was shaded, quiet, and no one bothered to come there. It was his spot. Okay, Midoriya replied. He shut the book and watched 𝗧𝗏𝗁𝗍 sit across from him. Stay calm. You aren't the traitor. Glitch his quirk. Have you seen anyone suspicious? Like in your class? Have they done anything that you would suspect to be? No, not from what I've seen. I trust them all. I know none of them would be the traitor. Midoriya replied, glitching his quirk. True. So he views them all as trusted figures. What do you like to do in your free time? I noticed you're reading a book on cats. Why? Oh, I adopted a cat recently. I'm studying up on cats so I can make sure she gets the best treatment possible. I train and read in my free time most of the time. True. So he just likes to randomly learn things. This next question is going to be sensitive, but it has to be asked. Why did you stop talking to your mom when you were 7? Midoriya sighed. I didn't. There are things I'm not allowed to say as a government official, as you'd expect. But let's just say she hasn't properly spoken to me since I was 4. True. Hold on. If he wasn't the one talking to his mom for those last 3 years after he had been taken by the commission, who was it? He had been neglected proper love. It's no wonder he's cold. The government trained him to be a fighting machine. He isn't suspicious. He's just like this because of the messed up system. They definitely need to be investigated after the traitor is found. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 backed up and got up. Sorry for bothering you. Enjoy the book. I'm going to investigate the rest of your class. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 walked away. He won't be giving up until the traitor is found. I'm going to have to put the blame on someone else then. But who? It'd have to be someone who seems capable of murder. I'll free them once I'm done with my plan and take all the blame, not that it matters. The class didn't do anything for me to hate them, but at the same time, I don't really care about them. Who could I blame? Let's see first. Whose quirk is most definitely capable of murder? Kaminari's, Kirishima's, Kacchan's, Todoroki's, Uraraka's, Yaoyorozu's, Ishido's, Sato's, Koda's, Tokoyami's, and Aoyama's. Who would be the most suspicious out of their general normal behaviors? I'll figure this out later. It isn't the time. Right now I should focus on how to take care of Sapphire. Midoriya went back to reading the book. Suddenly his phone went off. Didn't I silence it? He muttered to himself. He picked it up and realized it most definitely wasn't silenced. He had just gotten lucky that it didn't go off in class. He had gotten a text from Shigaraki. Got a minute? Midoriya lifted his head and looked around. He was completely alone. Yeah. What do you want? We need to meet today. What time are you available? Why do we have to meet? Can't say on the phone. Fine. I finished training at 8. I guess I can come around sunset. Where do we meet? Rooftop tea. By the way, I'm deleting our conversation history and changing your contact names. Why? The class is being investigated for a traitor, so I'm worried they're going to go through our stuff. Okay. Midoriya deleted his text history and changed the contact names. He finished reading the book and went to class. There he found only a singular note. The class was missing. Class A was taken to be questioned. If you are seeing this note and are a part of Class A, make your way to the conference room at once and line up. Midoriya sighed and glitched over. He was done with walking. He found some of his classmates lined up against the wall. Kaminari was in front of him in line. He, Midoriya, was the last person in line. He had been a little late. Kaminari is the only one in front of me. I can make him out to be the traitor. I guess that works. He was a part of the list I decided on. Looks like I'm last to be here. Midoriya thought to himself as 𝗧𝗏 walked in. Only 4 more people until it was his turn. The line moved fast. People who walked out wore grins. They knew they weren't the traitors, and they were told that the others questioned also weren't traitors. They were glad that their friends weren't traitors. Soon it was Kaminari's turn. Midoriya began to hyper-focus on what was going on within the open-doored room. Okay, Denki Kaminari, we are here to question you to see if you're innocent. How are you feeling? 𝗧𝗏𝗁 asked. Pretty good. I know I'm not the traitor, Kaminari said, wearing a nervous grin. Midoriya manipulated 𝗧𝗏𝗁's quirk and made it seem like what Kaminari just said was a lie. 𝗧𝗏𝗁's eyes widened as he stared at the electric teen. He cleared his throat and sat down. Maybe he's just not feeling good. All right, Kaminari, tell me what you like to do after school. I usually go out and hang out at arcades and get food. After that I'll return home and hang out with my family. Then at the end of the day I'll do my homework, shower, and sleep, Kaminari explained. Midoriya made it seem like some of the things Kaminari was saying were truth and lie. A bead of sweat rolled down 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝐺𝗁's forehead. The energetic teen didn't seem the type to be a traitor. So then why was his quirk telling him that he was lying? Next question. Do you have a hate for heroes, justice, or the government? Nope, not at all. I'm striving to be a hero after all. Midoriya continued to make the good things seem like lies. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝐺's eyes widened even more. He felt his throat become dry as he felt stress come over him. Why you want to get revenge on anyone? Nope, no one's wronged me. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 started to aggressively write things down. Do you want to be a hero? What kind of question is that? Of course I do. You okay, man? You're looking stressed. Another lie. Is he the traitor? This question will determine that. Kaminari, do you work for the League? No. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 looked down at the table grimly. He pulled out HNDCFFS and walked towards Kaminari. What's wrong? Kaminari asked, fear present in his voice. He was cuffed, his arms behind his back. You're the UA traitor, Denki Kaminari. No, I'm not. Lying to me is pointless. My quirk is a lie detector. You're going to jail. Why you can't do this to me? I'm innocent, the first swear. Tears started to stream down Kaminari's face. My quirk is telling me you're a blatant liar. It's your fault All Might died and that Midoriya was kidnapped. You're going to Tartarus. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 dragged him out after injecting him with a sedator to make dragging him out easier. Midoriya backed away from the door and pretended to be vacantly staring at the ground. Is it my turn to be questioned? Midoriya asked. There's no need. We found the UA traitor. He pointed to Kaminari. Midoriya's eyes widened. He knew he had to show some kind of reaction. Kaminari is the traitor. How? He asked. I'll explain it to your class later. I'm loading him into the police car to Tartarus first. Go to your classroom. Midoriya nodded his head and glitched to his seat. The class was startled by his sudden appearance. Wait, Matrix, Kaminari was ahead of you in line. Where is he? Kirishima asked. Midoriya looked down at his table and gulped all in act. The class's eyes widened as they came into realization as to what happened. Don't tell me. No way. You're lying. After a minute, 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 came walking into the room. He wore a grim expression and held some papers. The investigation for the UA traitor has been completed. Denki Kaminari is the UA traitor, he stated. The class let out an audible gasp. Some of their eyes filled with tears as they began to cry. Kaminari was a close friend of all, an innocent ray of sunshine. How could someone so innocent be a villain? No way you're lying. Kirishima shouted. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 nodded his head. I'm sorry. He's already been taken to Tartarus. It won't be exposed to the public. Don't share it online. This information is private. You can all go visit him during the visiting hours. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁 put down the file of papers on Aizawa's desk and walked. He left even Aizawa stunned. Aizawa trusted his students deeply and was winded when he found out the most trustable of all was the actual villain. Looks like the plan worked. It'll hurt Kaminari. I wished I felt bad, but I don't really. Stupid commission getting rid of my emotions. I'm like a cold robot who knows how to fake emotions. Whatever. Not like it matters in the end. He's going to be released as soon as I reveal myself, Midoriya thought to himself. Aizawa felt his mouth go dry. He could only stare in shock. His heart felt broken, as did the rest of the classes. Well then, let's move on, I guess, he said. He wanted to ignore it, but he couldn't. He couldn't move on. He didn't believe 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁. But he had to. 𝗬𝗁𝗁𝗁𝗁 would have no reason to lie. After school, Midoriya just finished up training his class. He was called to the superior office. He walked there, taking his time. He didn't want to be there, but he had no choice. Izuku Midoriya reporting in, he said as he knocked. Come in. Midoriya walked in and looked at the ground. He didn't want to make eye contact with the boss. Izuku Midoriya, as you know, there was a traitor in your class. Denki Kaminari. I'm about to tell you some private information that is not allowed to ever be repeated if you want to live. Understood? The boss began. Understood, good. You see, a particular disc was stolen from the main Capitol building. It has a lot of information on past things the government as a whole did. I was told the League of Villains took it. I need you to retrieve it. With all due respect, what do you mean? The villains seem to keep kidnapping you in particular. You're useful for this situation. I want you to get kidnapped again, fight them, find the disc, and escape. If you have any ideas you can suggest them, but I think mine is more efficient. Midoriya nodded his head. Okay, good. Now I know it's difficult to just get kidnapped again, but I think you can figure out how. In the end, I don't care how you retrieve the disc. As long as you do it, then fine. You don't even have to use my plan. That disc just needs to be returned as soon as possible. If you return it soon, I won't even question how you've gotten it. Can you do it? Yes, good. Now leave my office. Midoriya glitched away. This makes my plan even easier. I can make a fake disc that looks like the old one, give it to them, and while giving it to them, steal some more info. I can add it to the other disc, and when the time comes I can expose the entire system. Perfect. What time is it? Midoriya pulled out his phone and checked the time. It was 8 p.m. Shigaraki had texted him again. I'm waiting, Midoriya sighed. He went to his closet and grabbed a hoodie. He glitched to the location. It was a high rooftop. With how high they were, no one from below would be able to see their faces clearly. You're here. Good. Shigaraki said. Midoriya sat down towards the edge. Shigaraki stood looking over Tokyo with him. What did you want? Recently I had a meeting with a specific Yakuza gang. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗁𝗂𝗁. I made a deal with them. They're going to make Quirk destroying bullets. We just have to supply them with members. We ended up losing a member, Magna, in the original meeting. But we also killed one of his members, so it's even. Okay. What does this have to do with me? You're one of the members I want to give to him. What? Listen. We plan to kill him in the end. Your quirk is useful. His quirk allows him to disassemble and reassemble things just by the touch of a hand. Once we get our stuff, I want you to kill him. Ugh, fine, but how am I going to go to school and stuff? I already told him how things were going to work. You'll be going over to help him during the night, 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. That work for you? I guess. Anything else? No, what about you? You said something about the traitor role you're playing earlier, right? Well, Tsukachi and Aizawa suspected a traitor. I couldn't get caught, so I framed Kaminari. He was taken to Tartarus and the entire class is going to visit tomorrow. Then later today the boss of all the superiors told me about the missing disc, the one in our possession. He wants me to retrieve it by any means necessary and that he wouldn't even question how. So what do you have in mind for the disc situation? I'm going to make a fake one using my quirk and give it to him in 3 days. I just need to see the real disc first to make it seem as realistic as possible. Okay, that works. Also, when do you plan to add the information on the commission? You said you wanted to expose them, didn't you? When I return the fake disc, I'll get some information. I also plan to make a video detailing and describing everything that happened in the commission. When I add the pictures, people will have no choice but to believe me. There are alert enough unconfirmed rumors about the place. Once I confirm, it'll be the end of the commission and I can kill all the superiors for the hell they put on me. Okay then, I'm waiting.